Hello! Oh my goodness, I am so sorry that I am late. I lay down for a little nap, and the next thing I knew, it was 2 o'clock. So I'm starting an hour late. I feel so bad. I have let you all down. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. But I want to thank you, the person who did um, call me and wake me up. He tried to call me 3 times, and it was only the last one that actually woke me up. Oh my goodness. Oh, I feel so bad. Yay, there you are. Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry that I'm late. I am such a bad YouTuber. I need to be punished. Actually, I think we were talking about that on somebody else's live today, that earlier today, like in the middle of the night, where I need to be punished. But that was for a different reason. But anyway, oh, oh my goodness, I'm here now, and I'm here for the duration. Actually, I'm glad I had that nap because I do feel. I do feel more rested. Yes, yes. Hello, everybody. So I see Ingrid, I see Daniel, I see Pat. Hi, Pat. Hi, Barb. Hi, Ola Joe. Well, Ola Joe said that she would be late, and then I don't know whether she's here right now because I don't know who's here right now. I only see numbers. I don't see names, as in who's here right now. I also don't see thumbs. But oh, Barb is here. Yay, Barb. Ah, oh my goodness. I just feel so bad. And now I feel like I'm totally unprepared. Oh, I'm going to be yawning all day, I'm sure. Oof. I have a glass of iced tea right here that um, I hope with the caffeine it will help. Anyway, so here we are. It is Memorial Day in the United States. But let's see, Daniel is not in the US, and neither is Barb. Tina Bailey, where are you? Glad to see you. I'm not sure I know you, so tell me where you are too. Ingrid is not in the US. Um, so, um, so everybody, tell me where you are, and of course, all the standard introductory questions, the small talk, the what's on your hook, what's in your cup, what did you have for lunch, I suppose, since, well, here it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And what are you doing with your Monday? So what's going on, everybody? Tina, where in the U.S., Tina? Let's see. Oh, excuse me. Oh, hey, Coco. Glad to see you. I was just apologizing profusely for being late in starting this, because I actually fell asleep. Pat, I am on. Are you not seeing me? Or are you joking? Ah, well, Coco, I should blame you. I'm not really. I really enjoyed being and enjoyed your late night live stream. Oh, so let's see, like this. Oh, you have a bandana cowl on the hook. Coke Zero. 48 mini hanks. Oh my goodness. So I suppose, I guess what I'm learning from you and Daniel is that they come to you in the mini hanks. Or the hanks, and they're all tied up as hanks, and then you dye them as hanks, and you dry them as hanks, and then you sell them as hanks. Oh, hey, Craig. Glad to see you. Fiber Spider is here, people. Oh, hi, YTFP Chris. Don't know you, but, or I don't know your name, but I'm glad to see you. Everybody is welcome here. So, Craig, I was just apologizing profusely because I fell asleep and I wound up starting just a few minutes ago, exactly an hour later than expected. So, yes, we love Fiber Spider. Fiber Spider was one of my earliest supporters, actually. I had just started posting videos when I won one of his giveaways. I think he had reached a milestone, so he had a giveaway. And he mentioned me, and so I think I gained some followers that way. And then we began talking, and it's been just a joy knowing Craig. Yeah. Yes, of course it's all Coco's fault. It is. It is. It is. Okay, I'm going to post a link for if anybody wants to come up and join me on the panel, then that would be lovely. Let's see. So what's on your hook? I have this purple yarn. This is the kind of yarn that I would have said before. Well, I still say it doesn't feel great. It's not great yarn. I would say it's yarn that gives acrylic a bad name. It came as part of a one of those bundles where you like buy a pound of yarn for $4 or something like that. Hi, Ingrid. Oh, I said hi to you already, didn't I? Where you buy, and I got that with some other catalog purchase, and since then I just hasn't been a pleasure to use. So I was trying to work up a prototype for a design with it. Okay, there we go. There you are. Okay, I need to put on my earbuds in order to hear you now.
All right, I can't see the chat, but I can see you. I can see myself.
There. Can you hear everything correctly and
I
everything?
can hear you just fine, but I can't see the chat, just so that you know. Or wait, actually, wait a minute.
Yeah, if you look on the upper right hand side,
Yeah.
you can see the chat. There are two tabs there. One says private conversation, the other says chat or something like that.
No? I mean, I do see a little thing at the bottom that says chat, but I'm seeing private chat and comments. Oh, now I'm seeing comments, but the thing is that because I'm on my phone, I can't see the video and see the comments
Oh,
simultaneously.
it is more difficult on your phone because the screen is smaller. So
That's
if you
well,
were if you were on a laptop or a desktop,
well,
you would
hey,
have.
I'm a budget spider.
That is true.
I make do. I do everything with my phone. Everything, everything, everything.
You
Whether
told me
it's
that once, and I am amazed at what you can accomplish with your phone.
yeah. Yeah, whether it is, recording or uploading or editing, it's all through my phone. Oh, Coco.
Hey,
Hey, how
Coco.
are you?
Hello.
Good
How's
to
everyone?
see you.
How you doing?
So we're just
It's been
having a
a
good
while
time
since I've been to
here.
your channel, Craig. I got to get back there.
That's okay.
We love Fiber Spider. Fiber
That
Spider is
that is
a
quite okay. I mean, life has, I always say this, life has a funny way of happening.
Oh, good Lord, yeah.
oh
Yeah. I
yeah.
think, it's like I was saying to a patron at the library the other day that I think that in a former life, I coined the phrase Murphy's Law, and now I'm paying for it in this incarnation.
Oh, you and me both, hon.
You know,
One of my favorite things that you say, Craig, is that we should all march to our own bongos.
yes, march to the beat of your own bongos. Yes.
Yes.
And sing
Boom,
Babalu.
boom.
Don't know that one, but I'll play my bongos.
No, it's an I Love Lucy reference.
Exactly.
Okay.
You need to watch more I Love Lucy to learn Babalu. But
Let me
aside
explain.
yeah.
I need to explain, Lucy.
Lucy, you got some splaining to do.
You need to
Hey,
explain.
Daniel.
Let's see.
Oh
Who
my goodness.
else?
So, no, I'm still bawling because I was playing Yarn Chicken
Oh, I
with
hate that.
the shawl that I was working on, and this, I had this much left of one row, and I had to go into the second skein. I'm like, son of a biscuit.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Barbara has joined
I
us
always
from
lose
her
to Yarn
little
Chicken.
corner of Kentucky. I always want to see that little corner of Barbara's little corner of Kentucky. So Barbara, you should send us pictures of your little corner of Kentucky. And Daniel, I will never stop singing the praises of Daniel's yarns. You should go and look at his designs. They are so beautiful. He did one for me that, at my request, he called Ginger Bear.
Okay.
And it's got orange and pink and lavender, and it is simply beautiful. I wish I could have afforded to buy all the skeins that he made, but I have two skeins heading my way through the postal system. God only knows when they'll get here.
Well, if it's called Ginger Bear, I mean, the immediate thing that comes to mind is sort of like like a golden orange boucle. Something really fuzzy, almost like a Karen Cakes latte, like.
Well, they're not. I'm sure that the yarn itself is not as fuzzy as I am, but in fact, they look like a very nice, smooth fingering weight. He tells me they're fingering. Oh, Barbara says she does have some pictures of her area on her Facebook page. I'll just have to look those up. I haven't been there. And
I don't think I have you on Facebook,
here.
Riddles.
We love AJ too. He's another. For those of you who don't know, and since I talk about it endlessly, I don't know how you can't. I have a series of interviews with men in the yarn world, and I talked to AJ, and I have one that's recorded and scheduled already, a conversation with AJ that I think next week is when it goes live. He is perfectly lovely and probably completely uncomfortable right now because he's on the shy side. But he's he does some good work, and I have talked to several men, particularly men with military backgrounds, who say that doing things like crochet and knitting has this meditative thing that is very healing for
It's
them.
so true. It really is.
And
Actually, I saw the video that you posted with Combat Crochet, and I was wondering, if and when you were ever going to do an interview with Josh, because I mean, I've known him in his previous incarnation, which was Mr. Yarny Pants. which
I don't
was,
believe I ever knew
I
him
love
as
that.
Mr. Yarny Pants.
I loved that name, and I was so upset that he ditched that for combat crochet. But you know, hey, you know, sometimes you got to reinvent yourself, and that's totally cool.
Mhm.
But yeah, I was really happy to see that you had did, you know, blah, 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 you had done an interview. I can speak now, with Josh, and I was watching that in the wee hours last night. He's awesome. He is really
He
awesome.
is. He is. Um, our interview, it's been my experience that I can't really predict how long each interview is going to be. Josh and I, you know, certainly within a half an hour, we said everything that needed to be said.
There's nothing
We
wrong with that.
acknowledged, a respect and admiration for each other, and then that was that. But then I've had other ones that were over an hour that were just as pleasant, and I wouldn't say that either the half-hour ones or the hour-long ones were better, because they're all different. Because all the guys are different. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? The one I
Sometimes
did
take
last
longer or
week,
shorter to get the points
yeah.
across, and
And it's not even about getting the points across. It's about I think that Daniel was the very first one that I did, and it felt like we were just sitting there getting to know each other and becoming
Well,
friends,
it was
which
sort of
indeed
like,
we did.
you remember the 10 questions tag that was, you know, like
Yeah.
maybe like a month or so ago? And like I'm sure that I could have given like really succinct answers.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but no, I went on like a little dissertation, you know, which is funny because when I was in college, um, we would always get these paper assignments where you're supposed to, uh, you know, write like a 5 to 10 page paper answering a very simple question, which I could answer very, very succinctly. Um, and the thing is that, you know, I had to bulk up my point with, I was the master of using quotations, really, really long quotations to fill up the 5 to 10 page requirement. That's how I got through those papers. But with the 10, you know, questions, it was just sort of like, okay, you can't shut me up, just like right now.
Do you know what? I think that this is probably true for a lot of us. That having lived in the world a little while, if we had the opportunity and, frankly, the discipline to go back to school, we could become great scholars. And I know that's true of you, Craig. I hope that it's true of me.
No, I mean, I don't think that I have the fortitude to go back to school.
That's why.
Certainly not the finances, and the fortitude. I just don't think so.
That's why I
But
said
well,
if we had the opportunity and the discipline.
wait,
But we
point
have
taken.
gained other. There's a lot in life experience and learning how to express ourselves.
Point
Um,
taken.
that I think a lot of us do. Now, I started writing. I've told this story before. I had this friend at work, and I wish I was still in closer touch with him. We're friends on Facebook again, but I need to like reach out to him and just find out what's going on with him. Anyway, he was a published fiction writer and wrote beautiful stuff. He
very
was
cool.
Barbados. He came from a family storytelling tradition, and you could really, really see it in his first few novels. And then he started writing some other more commercial type novels just to sell numbers. And, they were okay too. But anyway, just based on our um, what he knew of me and what he saw of my writing in a business environment, he told me I should start writing. And at that time, I didn't know what to write about. And then I started writing about opera. and I've always been passionate about opera, and people don't always understand that, and that's okay. But I have gained, I have earned the respect of some pretty nice, pretty impressive people in the opera world.
Hmm.
And some of them are still friends of mine, even though I'm not as active with that blog as I once was. I try to be. I don't try hard enough. I really do need to do more of that because that really soothes my soul in a way that other things don't. Anyway, so it's both skill and passion. And so I think that Craig, in your case, it would be either the yarn or the gaming or the literature that you do. You know, I can see you as an English professor.
It's funny because initially that was my goal when I started college, that I was thinking about, you know, becoming, you know, an English teacher or a librarian, you know, getting a degree in library sciences and so forth. But life had other plans. You know, like I was saying at the beginning of this, that, you know, it's like life has a very funny way of happening. Now, the thing is that when I first started college, yes, we're going in the way back machine here.
Oh, honey, I'm the oldest one here, so just shut up.
Okay,
sure
fine.
that far behind
I can leave now. No, no. When I first started college back in the late '90s, yeah, I know. Roll your eyes a little bit more; they might pop out of your head. But whatchamacallit? I mean, I started as a full-time student and a part-time worker, and I swapped that. So I was then a part-time student and a full-time worker so that I could afford to pay as I went. Because I mean, initially, yeah, I got a little bit of a grant and a little bit of a bit of a scholarship. I mean, it was not anything tremendous. It was a little bit, you know, and I didn't want to keep racking up student debt, you know, with a loan. So what I did was I paid as I went, and I was only taking, you know, a few classes. And actually, it did help in another way too, because with the literature classes that I was taking, they were like, oh yeah, you know, I need you to read this, you know, like 400-page book and write a 3 to 5 page paper on it by the end of the week. You know, deer in the headlights moment. And they thought nothing of it. You
so
know,
people are coming into the chat, and I'm missing them. Dinas is here. Cami is here.
Hey guys.
Hello, everybody.
Pat is saying that she doesn't see me yet, but I'm not sure what's going on there. Kay's Crochet Haven is here.
Hello, everybody.
Let's see. I hope I've gotten everybody because I want to greet everybody and I don't want to ignore anyone, but it's hard to keep up and to maintain the presence.
Yeah, well, see, that's what I was saying just the other day when I was doing my live stream, that as much as I love doing live streams, it can be stressful because you're trying to maintain sort of like a thread of conversational thought, you know, going on, and also to accommodate everybody that's, you know, the names and the comments are just flying by, and you know,
You got like a bazillion subscribers, so yeah, it must be crazy at your lives.
Well,
exactly.
it's just the thing is that I feel bad, you know, if I miss somebody's question. And I had one who was saying, "Yeah, I'm asking you my, you know, why won't you answer my question?" And I'm like, "I'm sorry, I missed the question. Please ask again." So, you know, the person did, and I tried to answer to the best of my ability. But I feel bad, you know. It's like there's only so much of me to go around.
Well, you can't feel bad at that point. Like people get mad at Crystal at Bag O Day, and she's got like thousands in her chats. Like, come on, give her a break, man.
And
crazy.
sometimes you see a definite lack of social skills in some of these chat rooms. And I think that yarn hobbies appeal to people who, for other reasons, are isolated, and thereby their social skills are either undeveloped or deteriorated. I'm trying to say this nicely. Um,
No,
so,
you're fine.
So then they want that kind of validation or attention when they get into a chat room like that, and they don't always realize that they're one of thousands, and
Well,
that
I
it's
mean,
impossible for the host to see everybody. Oh, AJ's going out for lunch. Bring us back something, please.
bring me some fries.
I'll take a sandwich. Actually,
Um,
I think it was the sandwich I had at about 10 o'clock that put me to sleep, and that's why I'm late. Ah!
was it turkey?
No, it was bacon, egg, and cheese.
Okay. Well, I mean, but the thing is, like what you're saying, it's like everybody wants to be noticed, everybody wants to be loved, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's human nature, you know, that's
It's
totally
true.
understandable. Now, as far as what you were saying about, um, you know, social graces or, you know, courtesies and so forth, or being socially adept, no, I can relate, you know, because like right now, I think that I'm all right, but like when I'm out and about, and I'm like, you know, in public, oh, I feel like totally out of my game and totally inept because, you know, I no, like awkward with a capital A. Um, and the fact that I work with the public really doesn't help. Um, you
I
know,
can be, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. I can be a totally different person out in public, and people are often very surprised that I'm quite shy in person, where
well, it's
I
a lot
often
easier
do
to be.
not come off as shy online. But there's a safety with that screen between us.
I was just going to say that because it's a
Yeah.
lot easier to be bold when you're talking to an image of yourself.
Yeah.
You know, seriously, it's like you're talking to a mirror if you think about it, because you don't actually see the however many people that are watching it. And if you're not live and if you flub, you can always edit that. You know, when you're live, yeah, you got to like mind your P's and Q's a little bit better. Um, and that's actually something that I really honed on and learned with especially the gaming channel, because I don't edit that at all ever. And so I'm getting attacked by zombies and, you know, mutants and dragons and things, and I don't curse, you know, and that's the
That's okay.
easiest
It's
thing.
curse enough for both of us, but I try not to do it
Well, it
online.
would be the easiest thing in the world to start screaming profanities like, "Oh my God!" So I'm like, I end up saying like, "Holy crumpets," you know, or you know, "Oh fish sticks," or "shiitake mushrooms," you know. Um, you know, it's like you end up saying a lot of other interesting things, you know. But
Yeah, I
you
don't know if
know,
I could hold back. If I was scared or whatever in a game, like they would just fly out.
well, because actually, perfect example. I really great game called Alien Isolation, based on the movies Alien. You know, with Sigourney Weaver. The
Yeah.
game takes place in between the first and the second movie,
Okay.
and it's the daughter looking for her mother, Ripley's daughter.
Okay.
And you have the same scenario, spaceship and alien. And right now, I'm on this ship and I'm playing cat and mouse with the alien. And I keep hiding in lockers and underneath beds. And the alien popped out. And the first thing that I said was, "Crumpets!" You know, because
Oh
it's
my goodness.
scary, because it looks and behaves just like the alien does. And the AI is really sensitive to sound. And if you make any, like, you can't run, you have to crawl in this game, and it picks
Michelle,
up on you.
Michelle just joined us.
Hey, hey,
Hello.
Barbara
Michelle.
has popped out to, I think, what she's gotten some frozen stuff that she has to work with for probably a barbecue or a dinner later. Daniel is coming up. Yay!
Now, my oldest son, I think 2 Christmases ago, bought himself the PlayStation VR. And I went on there, and all of a sudden, a bunch of like life-size people started chasing me, and I didn't know how to run. And it was really scary. And I said bad words. Hey, Daniel.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, you cut your hair since the last live.
Yeah, it needed a cut, so I was like, shave it all off.
Almost like a whole new person.
I like the look, actually. Yeah, he did it just before that. He did that Yorkshire Yarn Fest on Saturday, where he got his 15 minutes of fame. And he did a great job with that, and presented his beautiful yarns there. But it was like an overwhelming number of vendors, and as a consumer, who can decide? You know, you want to buy everything.
Yeah, Yorkshire Yarn Fest is quite a big one.
So
Yeah, if I ever won the lottery, I'd need a whole house just for my yarn.
Yeah,
for sure.
I often feel like I'm already there.
So, but I just love Daniel's sense of color. He has some of the most beautiful things, and I
still haven't checked it out. I gotta check it out.
That's your opportunity, Daniel.
Want to show all my yarn off?
Please do. Please do. I mean, we love you for you, but also we want to see what you've got. And I mean yarn.
You want to see yarn? I don't know what to show you.
Anything will do. If it's fiber, we're good.
Indeed.
Let me put my blanket down.
He did a new colorway. I think the theme for this particular yarn festival was wisteria, and everyone was doing some sort of variation on those colors. And then he did another new one. He did one specifically for Fiber Floozy. I hope you all know Fiber Floozy. And he also did one for me that I think is so beautiful.
I'm just trying to find your one, David. Oh. There it is.
And not only that, he now, at my suggestion, he is offering a kit using one of my shawl patterns with, I don't know whether he's chosen a particular yarn to do it with or any yarn of a specific length.
Basically, I just said a yarn of your choice with the pattern. So it's totally up to them which.
So I want people to do that, and it's just a shame that postage between the UK and US and Canada is so much.
Yeah, it is pretty pricey. Very pricey.
Because
when I had my last giveaway, I was so happy. It just happened to be another Canadian that won. It's like, phew, less shipping. And even then, it was like over $20 just to ship within Canada.
I shipped a. It was one of Dana's prosperity tees. If you know Dana's patterns.
Yeah.
I did that for a friend of mine who is an opera singer, and I sent it to her agent's office in Italy. And then the next week, I sent just 6 granny squares to someone in Canada who was doing a granny square project. It cost more to send the granny squares to Canada than it did to send the prosperity tea.
Well, how did you send it? Because I sent my little Christmas trees there. I don't know if you saw the tutorial. And I actually stuffed this one. It was a small pink stuffed Christmas tree. What I did is I put it in a Ziploc, I sucked all the air out and flattened it, put it in an envelope, and sent it that way. I think it was like $7 to send it to the States.
Well, once I had done a giveaway. It was 3 boxes of yarn from my stash.
Yikes.
And one of the winners was in Ireland.
Oh, dear.
Ooh, that had to be pricey.
Yeah, the shipping was killer. But the winner had said that she's a teacher and she wanted to get her students into stitching. And I'm like, oh, we have to have a new generation, like
definitely.
start them young.
Yeah.
And, indoctrinate them at an early age so that they will, get a head start on stitching by all means. So I couldn't say, all right, I'm going to say, I'm just going to pick another one. No, I was like, you know what?
Exactly.
It's for a good cause.
Yeah, you know what? Not Hate giveaway ends at the end of July. I've got a box full of yarn. I got 2 different prizes. One for Etsy is going to show you the, or rather Nightbot is going to show you the link to the contest. But one is for guessing the correct number of hats that I complete by that time. And the other is for guessing how much yarn I have left. The prize for one of them is Crystal's thumb drive.
Oh, wow.
That's
she
cool.
Volunteered that. I wrote to her
Wow.
and asked for one pattern. She volunteered the whole thumb drive.
That's nice.
Wow.
Isn't she?
She's so generous.
Wonderful. She sure is.
She's
Anyway,
like crazy generous.
Then the other one is going to be a bunch of other patterns plus a bunch of yarn, and that will include. I got a duplicate. I talked about this. I got a duplicate shipment from Hirschner's from an order that I had made. It was I got the same shipment twice, even though I was billed once. I called them up and I said, "This is what happened." They said, "Just donate it." So that is a large part of my giveaway. But anyway, that's going to be a pretty hefty box, and I hope I don't have to ship it overseas. But I will if the winner is overseas. So,
so Daniel, let's do some of that yarn.
I want that yarn. We need yarn, baby. Yarn.
Well,
yarn,
I think I saw in the comments, Michelle wanted to see what she had in her basket that I was talking about on your live this morning, Coco.
Mm-hmm.
So, Michelle, I don't know if you're still here. Oh, my light is so bad. I might have to turn around. My light's awful.
It's getting dark there.
That's better.
Oh, my light's fallen off the stand.
Careful.
Oh, no, that's not good.
Happens to mine sometimes too. Yeah.
Sorry, I need to sort my light out.
I'm fortunate that I'm sitting in front of a bay window, and during the day it's very nice. In the evening, I do have to sort of modify the light a little bit because the ceiling light, especially if I'm working with a dark yarn, it's just not enough.
Mm-hmm. I can imagine.
But show us.
This is one of the sets Michelle wanted.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I remember seeing that one. Yeah.
That is Merida. So it comes with 2 minis. Oh, so an orange and a yellow, and then it's got like green and orange through it.
Very cool. What's the yardage in one of those?
Bad. And then I think this was another one Michelle wanted. This is lemon and lime sock set. So it comes
Michelle,
with.
Tell us what you plan to make with these beautiful yarns.
I think she wanted to make socks, if I'm correct. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what she
said.
said.
I have not made socks yet.
That's the sock set.
I made one sock. No partner.
Oh, hello, Crochet Me Pink.
And then this was for Yorkshire Yarn Fest.
That's gorgeous.
Oh. Well, I want.
Rose would die if she saw that.
2 green minis and then 3 purple.
And the light.
Those are green?
Is,
they look cream or something.
Yeah,
okay.
And the light the green is coming out.
Okay, I know they look
lighter.
Okay.
Yeah, but I remember you're showing that before, and the 2 colors side by side were just beautiful.
Yeah, They're lovely. And then I have this scheme.
Ooh.
So it goes yellow, green, red. No, that's like orange, blue, and then purple. That's the pride. That's my pride colorway for Pride Month.
So pretty.
Yeah, so I've got that on 50 grams.
Michelle says she hasn't done socks either, but she's using her daughters as test subjects.
Yeah, it was socks, yeah. And then this is David's, which you're getting in the post, David.
Ooh, that's pretty too. Jeez Louise. Maybe I shouldn't go to your site there. I'm not going to know what to get. That or I'll buy you out and go broke.
Yeah, so this is ginger
things.
Honestly, it's. Did you hear the name? It's called Ginger Bear. I suggested the name because, well, before my hair went gray, I was a ginger bear. But
see if I can just move around here.
So, I mean, I'm just so impressed with everything he's shown me. Even when we were first getting acquainted, and he was showing me stuff off the rack behind him, his sense of color and the way they go together is just amazing, isn't it? And I think
even just the rack is awesome.
Well, I know.
My racks of yarn.
Now, do you actually spin the yarn, or are you more of a dyer?
No, I dye it. I don't spin it. I haven't got the time to be spinning yarn. I wish I did.
No, believe me, I understand. I get it.
Now, Craig has started spinning his own yarn, and he gifted me with some of his hand-spun yarn that I'm just afraid to touch because I think I'm going to ruin it. So it's still sitting where it is.
The only way that you could ruin it is if you felt it. As far as dyeing it, you can't ruin it. It's unique.
Exactly.
So maybe
it may not be what you're expecting, but you can't ruin it.
And if you don't like it, over dye it.
Right. You know, it's like, you know, like if you're not happy with it, it's like, okay, you know, get some RIT, you know, some of that RIT dye, you know, like a big old bottle of it, just, you know, throw it in, you know, or what have you. Just don't bleach it. Don't bleach. But, you know, just over dye it, you know.
Last time I was at your channel, Craig, you had just gotten, I think, a spinning wheel. Have you used it yet?
I have.
Yeah?
Just I haven't used it since I almost want to say pre-lockdown.
Okay.
So I mean it's been like, I want to say like over a year that I haven't used it because I've been so busy with other projects. But it's the Spinolutions Polywog. I love it.
Yeah. Oh, look, everybody, Granny D is
Hey,
here.
Granny D.
Hey.
We love Granny D. I'm doing another of my Granny D moss stitch shawls.
Yeah, the Polywog, it was very reasonably priced. For what it is, it was very reasonably priced. And the construction, very nice. It is small. It is lightweight. It does what it needs to do. The only issue that I had with the Polywog is the bobbin size.
Okay.
That's the only issue, because a lot of the time when you get a braid of roving, I think it's like I want to say it's like a 4-ounce braid, I think, or something to that effect. I think it's like usually like a 4-ounce braid of roving, and the bobbin, the way I spin, I could be completely out of it, but the way that I spin, it comfortably fits 2 ounces.
Okay.
Even though it says it's more, like I don't pack the bobbins. Like I don't, you know, put like so much on there that like, you know, it's full, because I want it to be easier to work with later. So I think that as far as for me, I would consider myself to be a novice. at spinning. For me, I think that the Polywog was a total win. Now they do have attachments that you can do, like putting in a bigger bobbin, but
Okay.
that is more money, of course.
Yeah, everything extra is more money.
Of course, which is understandable. I mean, I am not naysaying or anything like that, not at all. Now, if you are looking for a bigger bobbin, I think it's called the Bullfrog,
Okay.
which is like the next step up from that. I have my eye on one eventually, but what I would like to do is I would like to spin enough yarn and sell enough yarn so that I can justify getting a bigger and better one.
Yeah,
That's
makes
my thing.
sense.
You know, and I have spun a couple of skeins and you know, sold them on my Etsy store, and that's well and good, but not nearly enough for me to justify that much more of an expense. But
Yeah.
yes, it is very, very portable. It's very, very lightweight. You can like hold it and raise it in one hand. You can fit it in the trunk of your car. You know, I mean, I would take it with me to hang out with a friend of mine in a coffee shop, and the two of us would be with, you know, with our spinning wheels, you know, having lattes and spinning away and getting weird
I
looks.
can imagine.
You know, but
That sounds like fun.
oh, it was a lot of fun. But it's a great, great, great wheel. And also there was like hardly any assembly at all,
Okay.
which
Awesome.
was for me a huge bonus.
Okay.
You'll have to show me how to spin. I'm completely ignorant about that. I used to go to the New York Sheep and Wool Festival in Rhinebeck. People just say Rhinebeck, and others know what it is. Um,
Well, that's in
and
October, I think, right?
usually, yes, yes. I don't even. I'm sure they canceled it last year.
Well, I
They
would be
might
surprised
have
if
it
they
on
didn't.
a limited basis this year if it's not completely canceled again.
Oh, I want to go. I've
Um,
never been.
you
I want to do
must.
some damage.
I would always spend too much, but I met some lovely people. In fact, I met the author of this book. I just picked this up again at Joann's on sale.
You flashed it too quick. There we go.
Oh,
You did
the
it again.
Crochet Answer book.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
And her name is Edie Ekman. I met her.
Hey, Mimi.
And am I? Oh, hi, Mimi. I'm sorry that I keep missing people in the chat because I'm trying to just keep conversation going. But anyway, so I met her twice. One year I met her and I bought a book from her. The next year I met her again, where she was pushing even more books because she has several. And I think that she remembered having met me the year before because I'm sort of unique in my own way. And so I showed her some pictures on my phone of the things I had accomplished in the interim. I accidentally, I think, I don't know for sure, I might have accidentally shown her some pictures I didn't intend to show her.
That can be construed in many ways.
Yeah, I leave that to your imagination. But she was perfectly lovely. But anyway, just a week or two ago at a sale at Joann's, I found this. It's normally like $15, and I got it for 10.
Nice.
So I was thinking actually of doing some sort of a giveaway through Nightbot with this live stream and giving this as a prize. What do you guys think of that?
I think it sounds lovely.
Sure. Brilliant.
I don't know Nightbot well enough to be able to say for sure that I can make it happen. But I do. I really like Nightbot. Was easier to figure out than StreamYard. I will say that. And you know, I'm smart. I can do things. Dana's here. Hi, Dana.
Hey, Dana.
Hello.
Yay, Dana. Look who's on the chat here. We
Sun's
have
coming out. It's
Fiber
getting toasty in
Spider,
here.
we have Coco, we have Daniel from Pawply Yarns. Wow, and now Dana's in the audience. I have truly arrived. So anyway, so what are you working? Daniel, you said you were working on a blanket, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Can we see your progress?
I haven't got very far yet.
How big is it going to be?
I don't know, as big as I can be bothered to make it.
I know what you mean. Yeah. What about you, Coco? What's on your hook?
Well, I just finished another flower.
Oh,
Still in your flowers, Coco.
Yeah, I got a bunch to make for my baskets, but yeah, so I came up with that design, so I'm going to do a tutorial for that eventually too. Aside from that, off and on I work on my king size Afghan.
Okay. I'm doing this moss stitch shawl. I've done several others before. And actually, I wrote a pattern. It's very simple, and I'm sure that other people have written similar patterns.
Thanks, Dana.
I just made a tutorial, the creation of which nearly caused me, well, actually did cause me to swear. But that one is uploaded and scheduled to go live this Friday because I try to do tutorials every Friday. So that one is scheduled to go live on Friday, but anyone who is a Patreon subscriber gets early access to that video.
Okay.
Let's see. And Nightbot will tell you about my Patreon and all of my other stuff. We love Nightbot. Nightbot is so useful.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like I want to give Nightbot a reward, like, you know, a cookie or something.
I haven't used Nightbot since before Christmas. I hope I remember my login and stuff.
Well, that's a good thing about Google Chrome. It remembers everything for you. It remembers what.
Yeah, I've had to reinstall Windows a couple of times on my laptop, so I don't know. I generally use the same password for most of my stuff, so.
Oh, hi, Brenda. I didn't notice you coming in, but I'm glad you're here.
Hey, Brenda.
Hello.
I'm all tangled up.
So I'm just basically with this shawl, I'm using up as much as as much of this awful acrylic purple yarn as I have, and then I'll donate it. Oh, hi, Kim, the crafty elephant lady. I'm glad to see you. So, Daniel, when is your next Yarny event? You were saying that...
Hopefully, it'll be in person in September, fingers crossed. If government guidelines allow it.
Things keep changing. It's like every week they change because every week new information is out there. And I understand the frustration of people, but you sort of got to do that.
Yeah. Like at the start of this pandemic with the lockdowns and everything, I thought I was gonna have so much time to get so much done, and it's almost like I feel like I have less time than before, which is weird.
No, Coco, I totally understand what you're saying because I'm gonna probably get like smacked for this, but I liked being in lockdown.
Me too. That's me.
I was in my element because I don't like going out much anyway, and like I was able to just like eat, sleep, stitch, eat, sleep, stitch. It was just that's all I did, and I was totally cool with that for quite a while, and it was great. And I was just like, yes, I have, like David said, I have arrived. It's like this is my jam, but the irony though is that you think you're going to get so much more done. It's like no, not necessarily, because you may have more like availability to do what you want to do, but that doesn't mean there are more hours in the day.
Yeah.
So
and plus, like in the back of your mind too, you're like, I have all this time, so there's no sense of urgency. So
I
it's
know.
like,
I'm always on urgent mode.
oh, I'm not. I'm in lazy mode.
No. I'm like stitchy, 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 twitchy. You know.
No,
You know.
but the reason I liked it was just as you say. I'm a natural isolator anyway, and that's what I would love to do, and that's what I do every day now is just sit and stitch and watch YouTube. But now also I make YouTube, and that is one thing.
And very prolifically, I might add.
I'm trying to do a video every day. I'm trying to get myself swear word monetized.
That's craziness every day. I don't know.
Well, a lot of it is doing live streams because I enjoy them in the first place. They don't require editing, and it's like one and done. But also I do pre-recorded things, and if I'm doing like Sunday readings, the poetry things that I do, which I hope everyone will at least take a look at, because I love poetry and I love language, and I wish that everybody did the way that I do. But you know, the poems, I can record several in a day, and then edit them and upload them and schedule them all at once. The tutorials.
That was actually my plan last night, because I did that tutorial for the yarn ring, and I figured, okay, I'm all set up. I'm just gonna whip out a bunch of tutorials and like scatter them. But then I got, you know, on lives and got distracted.
I find the tutorials the most difficult because of my particular AV setup and trying to just get the camera right and the background and making sure I'm in frame all the time. I once got, in fact, I've been very fortunate in terms of negative comments, but the most negative comment I ever got was based on a tutorial where I was not, it was one of the very first ones, where I was not in frame all the time, and you know, it was hard to see what I was doing, and the guy, based on that, the commenter said that I had a horrible channel and unsubscribed, and I'm going, okay, bye.
Okay.
There's always people like that, though. There's always going to be people that you can't please no matter what you do.
Exactly.
Exactly.
You don't need people like that.
No, seriously. You learn that early on, and also, you know what the thing is like if you look at like my first tutorials compared to the tutorials that I do now, big difference. Okay, because like the ones that I do now, like, you know, I have that green background. You know, when I first started, I was using like, you know, like a blanket with like a really crazy pattern, and looking back, I cringe. I totally cringe because it's very, very distracting. And I was trying to use like, you know, different effects with the intro, and again, it was too distracting. Like, I'm thinking about perhaps revisiting some of those early tutorials and reshoot them, because also the audio isn't very good.
If you do that, I would encourage you to keep the old ones and even reference the old ones in the new ones.
Yeah.
And just say, this is, you know, this is how much I've learned about making videos.
You know, or perhaps even go back to doing sort of like a back to basics, because with the tutorials that I do now, I try to go at a decent pace, but also I'm sort of forgetting what it's like to be a beginner, because I've been doing it for like Gesundheit.
Thanks.
I've been doing this for like 20-something years, so it's very easy to forget that not necessarily everybody knows how to do you know, the difference between a half double and a double, or a treble or a double treble, or what have you. And I don't think that I fly through it at, you know, warp speed, but perhaps too fast for somebody who isn't familiar. So I have to relegate and, you know, raptor.
I got that kind of feedback actually from one of my written patterns that I had sent out to people, not even to test, but just to proofread, to tell me whether I had stated things clearly and in an understandable way, because that's very important to me. I used to do that for a living in the business technology environment. And I got that feedback, I think, from someone yesterday, and I don't remember exactly who it was, and it doesn't really matter.
I think it might have been Liz.
Could have, yeah, I think it was. But I think that in my patterns, I assume a level of knowledge of abbreviations and
you don't have your
not
index, but you know what I mean, the
like
list
glossary?
of abbreviations. Glossary. That's.
I usually try to do that at the beginning. I will list the stitches that are involved at the beginning. I can't say that I do it all the time.
Like
I always
the few patterns that I've done, I always put that at the beginning. You know, the list of abbreviations, even if it's, you know, CH for chain, you know, like, or SP for space, or, you know, like, yeah, I do try to be very thorough about that. And that's, if you can eliminate any sort of question, you know, like from the get-go, I think that that's really helpful. You know, and that's something that I learned. Like, if I had known now, sorry, if I had known then what I know now as far as the tutorials, I would have made them longer. Because like the ones that I do now, they could be easily argued. Like, dude, Craig, you could explain what you're trying to say in a much smaller period, you know, frame of time. But I'll do like a repeat or 2 repeats of a pattern so that there is no question. So that it is clear.
Well, actually,
it's hard to find that happy medium too, where it's not too slow for the advanced ones, but not too fast for the beginners. It's
exactly. You are so right.
And Craig, I have taken an example from you where I will do a repeat of a row once or twice again, just to show what's going on. Whereas before I might have said, okay, that's how we do, I'll meet you at the end. But,
yeah, it's a very difficult balance, you know, and especially with the longer repeat patterns, it's like on the one hand, I really don't want to bore people, but on the other hand, I want to be thorough. So yeah, it's a total balance. And that's why with a lot of the videos that I've done, like maybe within the past year or two, yeah, it's a multiple part tutorial. Because I'd rather be thorough and eliminate, you know, X number of questions by being more thorough.
Yeah.
But you know, there are going to be people who either miss the point in the moment and ask the question, or they glossed over it, or they were looking away or something. So the questions are always going to be there. I've only focused on shorter tutorials. In fact, for a while there, I was trying to do 60-second tutorials of just one stitch or something like that.
That's like a tutorial tweet.
I'm sorry?
That's like a tutorial tweet, limited to X number of characters.
TikTok tutorial.
Right.
Yeah, I was modeling it after I don't have TikTok, but there's no escaping it if you have Instagram or YouTube. So I see all of these 60-second videos, and I thought I could do that. But then I was thinking, in the end, I came to the conclusion.
Where did Daniel go?
I don't know. We scared him away.
Wait, I'm going to add him back.
No, I'm back.
I did.
Oh, there he is.
Hey,
okay, there we go.
What happened to you?
I hope that wasn't me.
I don't know.
Anyway, I'm sorry about that. It might have been me because my hand was on. I have this Bluetooth keyboard in my lap because the keyboard on my laptop has had vodka spilled on it one too many times.
Well, it's close to rubbing alcohol.
Not quite, but
no, it's close. You know,
a whole can of beer on my other laptop.
It'll take the paint off of your car.
Oh, Daniel, there's a question up there for you.
Oh?
Daniel, what is that gorgeous red called next to the pink? This one. This one, Whisper?
Oh, that's beautiful.
It is
Oh
gorgeous.
yeah, that's pretty. It's
My
also
light's so
pretty.
bad.
I love color, and that's why I love Daniel's yarn so much, because he has such a beautiful sense of color and color coordination.
Yeah, this is Red Sky at Night, Whisper.
Sailor's Delight.
Want to see who's there? So my sister is waving hi to everybody.
Oh,
hello.
Hi
And
there.
bringing me a Coke. Thank you.
Now that's service. My sister never did that for me.
I wish someone would bring me a Coke. Oh.
So, what? Oh no. Okay. Anyway, what were we saying? Yeah,
You
the
showed the
Short
red
video.
yarn, and then I don't remember.
the colors are just beautiful.
Yeah, we were
Now-
talking about like 30-second videos.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
So I was. Oh, Craig, hold that up again.
What?
What you're working on?
Oh, it's a arbor shawl.
I did your arbor shawl a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah.
So
And I
pretty.
wrote it out. I wrote out your tutorial, and I sent it to you, and I never got a response.
Very nice.
Sorry, didn't know.
Well,
This
this was
is
before we really knew each other, but
well, this is Who's he Waltz? Where is it? Mandala in the colorway of Centaur.
I love Lion
Very
Mandala. I can't get enough of it. I have
It's
a
a
bunch
great
of it in my
yarn.
stash. Yeah.
You know, it's affordable. It's acrylic, so that's right up my alley.
Which
and,
means it's washable.
Yeah.
What yarn is it?
Pardon?
Sorry?
What yarn is it?
It's
Lion brand
I'll show you the
Mandala.
tag.
Oh.
I think it's harder to get on your side of the pond.
Oh yeah, we don't
Daniel.
have Lion brand over here.
Yeah.
It is
Unfortunately.
a lovely, lovely yarn. And the colorway, it really suits itself to the whole leaf motif going on.
Those are very, very nice autumn colors.
And
Yeah.
they are my favorite. I love autumn. Anything fall, autumn colors, you know, like sage, olive, moss, you know, like Kelly green, you know. There's something totally unnatural to me about Kelly green, but like any sort of like green that you could find in a forest somewhere, it's just love,
Yeah.
love, love.
I have a blanket that I stopped partway through that I call the Big Green Monster.
Was it Kelly?
It was, yeah, Kelly Green. And it's,
Yeah.
I bought 9 skeins of
Oh,
no.
the Walmart mainstay yarn. At least
Uh-huh.
originally it was cheap, and the mainstay is nice. And I might finish it, or I might use the yarn for something else. I haven't decided yet. And
mean,
I don't
to
have
me-
to decide today.
To me, Kelly green is sort of like a leprechaun wasn't feeling well,
Oh,
and that was the result.
never heard anything described quite that manner.
Apparently, Michelle is trying to.
Michelle said, "Fiber spider, but I had a stroke and need extra instruction. I appreciate it."
I'm sorry, what was that?
She said, "Fiber spider, but I had a stroke and need that extra instruction. I appreciate it."
Well, you know, I do what I can. So
I think that's a very good message. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, hi, Hook. Glad to see you.
I mean, that's why I do the repeats. Also, that's why I also put the timestamps in the description box, so that if you need to go back to a row, you just hit the little thing in the description box. In my earlier videos, I wasn't hip to that yet. So, you know, if it's, you know, when I first started, I'm sorry. But with the ones within the past, I want to say a couple of years, yeah, I do have timestamps in there. And I feel that does help. Even for myself, when I go back to one of my own patterns, I look through the tutorial. I'm like, yeah, I can skip the rest of this. I don't need to listen to myself yammering on.
I think that's very useful. I haven't gotten to the point yet where I am able to do that.
It's
On
very,
the other hand,
very helpful.
My tutorials are not terribly lengthy. I don't do. Most of them are short ones. Even just a hat, I break into two. I have two different versions of the circle that you use to start for a hat, and then I have the the horizontal part of my hat, which is based on a stitch I learned from you, Craig, and the horizontal part of my rice stitch hat. And the one I just recorded and uploaded is going to be my moss stitch shawl. But honestly, tutorials are meant to gain audience.
Yeah.
Oops.
All right, I'll come and get him. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
I didn't know what that was at first, but
Woke me right up.
have you guys met Daniel's dog Oslo? Oh,
No.
he's so cute. He's a little Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. But there he is. Oh my gosh.
Oh, the little woofers.
I've had to go get the dog.
He is so cute.
Precious.
Oh my goodness. And I didn't know this, or if I did, I forgot it. I didn't know this until the other day, but he also has pins based on an image of Oslo.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just so cute. Oh, Brenda, you're leaving us?
Take care, Brenda.
I hope you'll
Bye,
come
Brenda.
back.
Bye.
Oh, God.
He's so dainty compared to my pitties.
Sandy says, well, one of my only good hats is made from Craig's pattern. That's nice.
Which one? There's so many out there. So little time.
That's true. Oh my goodness. If I think about the number of tutorials you've done, Craig, wow.
Well, on average, one a week for the past 4 or 5 years.
Jeez Louise.
I feel bad for anybody named Louise.
Ah!
I feel more sorry for Karens now.
I know, because I have a friend named Karen, and I'm like, I didn't ask her, but I'm like, how do you feel to be in such close association with the most hated and reviled name? Because of the meme-ish stereotypes involved,
I wonder how the name Karen became associated with that.
I'm not sure.
I'm not entirely sure either.
Didn't it come from a TV show or something?
Maybe.
It could be, but I don't watch TV, so I wouldn't know.
I mean, it almost sounds like the friend from Will and Grace.
Okay. Oh, yeah, exactly.
Now, I don't know if her name or if her character name is Karen, but also, I mean, she doesn't have the look of the meme typical Karen.
Yeah.
And
she's not a complainer. Sure. She's just hoity-toity.
Well, hoity-toity, but also
Yeah.
I remember saying to someone that
she's a diva.
Even though I thought some of the writing was very amusing, I didn't really like any of those characters.
I never really got into the show. I've seen it, but I didn't really get into it. I'm not that much of a sitcom kind of guy.
Yeah.
So many people, they go crazy over Seinfeld and Friends. I didn't really like either of them myself.
No, I mean the last one I was passionate about was Brady Bunch.
That's good.
YTFP Chris says, I think it is disgraceful to use a name in a disparaging way like that. And I would agree. Because not every Karen is that. I have found some lovely Karens.
Hmm.
I've known some Karens who were simply soft. Ha, ha, ha.
You're goofy.
What? Has
Well, it's
that
like,
just
like with
occurred to
me.
you?
What? Well, like with me, I would say, like Laverne and Shirley, The Honeymooners, The Twilight Zone, Doctor Who,
So I
stuff
grew
like
up.
that.
We when I was a kid, I guess we were like 9 and 10 or something. My parents would always go out on Friday nights for their mixed couples bowling with their friends, and because there were 2 of us, they would leave us home alone. Nowadays, you probably couldn't leave kids that young home alone, but
So that's why you turned out this way.
Yeah, that's one reason. Yeah, but anyway, our Friday night TV routine would include Brady Bunch. I'm not sure. I think The Odd Couple was on Friday nights at that time. And That Girl, when it was still being broadcast, I know distinctly that Love American Style. Who remembers that? Was on. See, I told you I'm the oldest one of the bunch. And of course, Daniel knows nothing about any of these because they were all before he was born and American TV.
How old are you, Daniel?
Guess.
If I
25.
remember correctly, I would say 26.
No.
3?
Nearly right, but I'm not 26. I'm 25.
That's what I said. Woo!
I was so close. So close. Because I remember watching.
No, 24. I'm 24.
Now you're just
Not
messing with us.
25. I'm forgetting
I have a
my
son
age
older than
now.
you.
Yeah, I'm 24.
Froggy says I'm dating myself, and I'm going, well, I haven't had a date in a long, long time. So
Join the club. Join
I
the
don't think
club.
that's what she meant. Hey, Froggy.
So I mean, I don't care. Who knows? I'm 58. So, in fact, that's your opportunity to tell me I don't look 58.
Well, I was
You
going to
don't look
say, so
58.
you managed to surpass the ketchup age.
I've never heard that
Oh,
phrase
okay.
before. I love
Took a
that.
second.
Well, and I think the reason why it's called Heinz 57 is because apparently there's like 57 varieties of Heinz products or some such. I think that's why they call it that.
I think originally it was, but nowadays, I actually saw this recently on a TikTok video, that the reason that label is there on the bottle is that if you tap at that very spot, it helps get the stuff out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, it's
I always
totally
thought it had
true.
like 57 spices or something, but I was
Like
just an
the
assumption.
kernels, 11 herbs and spices.
But I used to be a diner junkie, and yeah, it was all about hitting that 57 on the side of the bottle because I was all about the cheeseburger deluxe.
I'm sorry for the coughing.
Okay. French fries are an essential.
Oh, I love French fries. Other people are fessing up with their ages right now. And people are telling me that they're close to me in age.
42.
So, honestly, I felt such a sense of entitlement when I reached 50. I'm going, I don't have to do that. I'm 50 years old. I don't have to do anything I don't want to do. And I still feel that way.
David,
yeah,
you're sounding like my mom.
That's not the first time I've been told that. In fact, I don't think it's the first time you've told me that.
Daniel could be. Whisper said Daniel could be my yarn dyeing son.
Whisper has, I believe, a 22-year-old son. Who
my oldest is 26.
Whisper's 22-year-old is very easy on the eyes, by the way. So it's his 13-year-old, so give him a few years. Woof.
I have 3.
Mama J's boys. Oh, my
no.
goodness,
Oh, no.
Did she make some handsome men?
There we go.
I think I did it again. I'm gonna have to get this keyboard off of my lap.
Are you having a Britney Spears moment?
Oops, I did it again. Oh, I'm so ashamed that I even know that reference.
I'm kind of as well, because I'm not really into music so much, but it's like it's like a catchphrase. You know, oops, I did it again. It's like, yeah. Well, between that and leave Britney alone.
Oh my God, I loved that.
Leave her alone.
Did you ever see that video that was a supposed casting video for the Leave Britney Alone video?
No.
I will have to find it and send it to you, because that was even more, that was just hilarious.
You know, it's like all I need to do is like sort of like wrap a sheet around my head, you know, like I'm in bed and I'm like, there's the sheet, and you're like, leave Britney alone, just stop it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. He got his 15 minutes of fame out of that, certainly. He was on Letterman, wasn't he? That young guy who did that?
Was that long ago?
Yeah, well,
it's been a while. I want to say that probably somewhere from...
I punctuate my life by real estate, and at that time I was living in a rental in Yonkers. So that would be...
I want to say it's over 10 years ago.
It would have been between
time freaking flies, man.
07 and 09, I think. Yeah. I will have to look for that, because that casting video was just hysterically funny. Because they would get all these actors in, and they would ask them to act in ways that were like actually very stereotypical. So they would ask a black actor to act black. And that sort of thing, and then in the end, one of the people behind the table sort of gave a demonstration of what they were looking for that was perfectly brilliant, and then the other guy behind the table said, "You're hired." It was, "Hi, Connie W. Welcome in. I hope I haven't been missing very many people. It's hard to follow the chat and be fun." But,
well, can you pat your head and rub your belly at the same time?
Oh, please. I've got enough belly. I can pat my head and rub my belly with the same hand. Look at all those beautiful yarns behind Daniel. Show us some more. Show us something you haven't shown us yet.
Oh, well, if you've watched my YouTube channel,
which everyone should, by the way.
I don't know. What have I got? I'll just show you this. Does anyone like pink? I don't know.
Well, she's an okay singer.
I love pink. She's awesome.
So this one. It's
That's
like
really
light pink with grey. I love
pink and grey combo.
That's it knitted up.
That's very pretty.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it is very nice. The light is washing it out a little bit, but still you can see.
You can tell though it's still pretty.
It's being really fast.
Do you have any hanks there of the pink yarn that I ordered?
Oh no, I think you got my last one, David.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to make.
So don't run out.
I'm going to make my Alicia shawl out of that pink yarn. And I'm going to use it for a scarf myself. because I'm not parting with that stuff. It's expensive. No, it's realistically priced for hand-dyed yarns, and the postage is realistically priced as well.
Yeah,
But,
I try to put the postage as low as I can, but I can't really go much lower.
You have to take care of yourself. Do not try to defend yourself for that, because you really do have to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
It's tricky with small business owners, really.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's very tricky. Because like on Etsy, they try to encourage to do free shipping to, I think, get like a better like visibility. And my thinking is that it's like, you know what, I'm sorry, but no, I can't take that much of a bite on the shipping. You know, because I bag like whatever the item is, I bag it, then I box it, and I like do the whole tapey tape thing. And, you know, I only have like a couple of sizes of boxes. Like I don't do the envelope. I don't, because I'm totally paranoid with the items that I'm shipping. So I always bag it and box it. Partially because I want to make sure that like the product is totally safe and it's going to get where it needs to get to and totally safe. That, and also, call me old-fashioned, but I think it's always more fun opening up a box. You know, like if I could send a box and it's like covered in brown paper and it's tied up with a string, you know, like and sealing wax and like the whole 9 yards, I would totally do that. But I don't think that would do very well in the mail. But, you know, like with the shipping, it's like, you know, I totally understand what you're saying. It's like, you know, you try to make it cheap, but you gotta do what you gotta do. It's like I get my boxes from the section in Walmart, like the shipping section, where it's like, you know, they have all these boxes. And, you know, they have a variety of sizes and they're very reasonably priced. You know, I get like a couple rolls of duct tape from packing tape from there too. And it adds up. So Daniel, I totally understand.
And Chris just made a good point as well. He said shipping is way too high, many times higher than the item. It's killing people's business, not the business owner's fault.
It's true. When I made an
people
order,
always saying to me, "Oh, your shipping's so expensive," and I'm like, "That's not my fault."
Right.
Like, if you want to blame someone, blame the postal service, because I don't take no money from the postage.
Right.
I literally charge the postage plus enough money to cover the packaging that I'm using.
Yeah, those people are just used to buying from like big box stores and stuff, where like they can afford to.
Well, for one reason, for one thing, that is one reason I do not sell my finished objects, because I can't be bothered with the shipping. If I'm doing a gift or a donation, I will pack it with love. If you're ordering something, I'm trying to like get a bargain, I don't care. But I'm not going to negotiate on the value of my time and talent. And I would honestly rather do it for the love and give it away than make money from it. And with considering that I almost always buy bargain yarns, it's not that much of an expense. Now, with Daniel's yarns, the stuff that I make from that is never, ever, ever going to leave my hands. Because they are realistically priced and the postage is realistically priced. So I'm not parting with those things. But I like to give things away. I like to send gifts. In fact, if
I would do so much more of that if it didn't cost more than what I'm sending to send it. So like,
I know.
Like I think any giveaways I have, unless it's like a finished item or something, I'm just gonna like, once I know who wins, I'll order it from Amazon in their country and have it shipped from there. It'd probably work out way cheaper.
Exactly. And that's one reason that I don't do very many giveaways, because I think
Well,
that people do a lot of giveaways to draw in viewers. I don't think that they hold on to those viewers all that long. I think that those viewers come for the wrong reasons. And in the end, I'm not convinced that it's worth it. So I do have a giveaway for my Hat Not Hate campaign. And if all goes well, it will coincide with a monetization party. So it should be a really, really good live stream that I do in August. I'm sorry, late July. So keep on the lookout for that, people. But still, I'm dreading the postage for that, because
Hey, Coping with Yarn.
Oh, Lisa's here. Hi, Coping. I love you.
Who's it? And Nixie, you absolutely get paid for your time. You're not going to make $50 an hour, but yes, you charge for your time.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that whatever the materials are, you charge 3 times the materials. You know, for
I heard like what I heard was like there's a combo. I think it was double the yarn and whatever you decide per hour of time.
Yeah, I never do per hour because I work weird hours with that. And I don't know. I mean, I've heard the axiom of like, you know, take the cost of your materials and triple it. Me, I just try to have like a sort of like a ballpark range depending upon the item, and also the complexity of the item. But David, what you were saying before about giveaways and so forth, I try to do them when I hit milestones. You know, like
That's
a subscriber
really
milestone. So to make like an occasion out of it, you know, that sort of thing.
I'm glad that for mine, God willing, it will coincide with monetization, so that not only will we be able to have a fun party where I actually count up all of these things in front of people, because I haven't been counting my hats, because I don't want to be influenced by that or anybody's guesses. I haven't been tracking the guesses yet. But it's going to take a lot of manual tracking in order to determine the winner, because it's not something you can do with the random comment selector. But all of that has to happen after the thing does. But it will be an event, and you better believe there's going to be champagne. Oh, hell yeah. So, what was I saying? Yeah, it's I interrupted you, and I don't even remember the point you were trying to make.
No, I was saying that like with giveaways, it should be an occasion, you know. But I mean, that's just that's how I operate. To those that do giveaways more frequently, more power to them. If you can afford it, go ahead. You know, I have limited means, so I try to narrow it down to it being an occasion. Like when I first started, like when I hit, you know, X number of subscribers, I'm like, yeah, celebration. And I would do a giveaway. I think my first one was at maybe 500 or 1,000 subs, something along those lines. I can't even remember because it's been a while. And it was funny because when I was doing the giveaway, I wrote down all of the comments on little pieces of paper, like all the entries, and I had them in like a little fishbowl. And I did it that way. Now, no. I can't do that now. But that I did when I first started. That's what I did.
That's how I do my giveaways.
Pardon?
That's how I do my giveaways too.
Yeah. And you know, I could do that. But now I do the random comment picker. And so like whenever I hit some sort of, you know, what I would like to think of as like a milestone, that's when I do another giveaway. I have no idea what I'm going to be doing next. I think the last one that I did, it was a granny brick wall, join as you go blanket. It was a finished piece. But I'm not sure what I'm going to be doing next. I'm open to suggestions, but I have no idea what I'm going to be doing next when I hit my next sort of demarcation. I don't know.
And like I mentioned in Ladybird's Live earlier, I am taking the Wheel of Cocoa out of retirement very soon. I'm having a giveaway with the release of my next pattern.
You're going to have your
sometime
own
this week.
spinning wheelie thing?
Yeah, but mine's Wheel of Cocoa.
Wheel of Cocoa.
Yeah, that's what Ginger called it.
I'm envisioning cups of cocoa that are like falling off the wheel as it spins. And making a mess all over everywhere. That's what I would do, probably. Hi, Janet Lepre. Hi, Ricola.
Oh, hey, Ricola. Hi, Janet. Is it Ricola or Ricola? I never know. Like
Ricola.
I need one of those really long horns and a Tyrolean hat. My fedora will do just fine, I think.
Oh, Janet says she remembers Love American Style. She says she's older than I am. Nobody's older than I am.
Love my wheel.
Let's see. Oh, look at those colors. Hey, Daniel, show me the you did a sample of my shawl, right?
Yeah, let me go get it.
And that's the pattern that's going to go in the kit that you're selling.
I'll go and get it.
So, can you imagine one of Daniel's beautiful yarns with my pattern, which I sort of like this particular pattern very much. Now his test sample, he said, was with a cheaper yarn that he had on hand. But,
ooh, that's nice.
It's in the form of a boomerang shawl, but it has some of that filet stitching in it.
So it's an asymmetric.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's the Alicia shawl.
Named for my friend Alicia. Would you believe I just packed up a package? I sent off a shawl and a hat to her, but the shawl was not an Alicia shawl.
Oh, the irony.
I should have thrown in an Alicia shawl because I have several here that I've made. In fact, I have one at hand. This I made with some of the ice yarn that I got from a recent order from Yarn Nut. Do you know yarnnut.com?
Yeah.
She is a US yarn distributor, and you can order ice yarns from her rather than directly through Ice Yarn, and you save the shipping from Turkey. So the shipping is a whole lot better.
Well, that's my big deterrent from getting from Ice, because the shipping is killer. You know, I mean, I love their product. From what I have used of their product, I love their product. I love the variety. You know, the fiber.
Oh my God! Crystal is here. Hi, Crystal.
Hi, Crystal.
Yay!
Hey, Crystal.
We love Crystal. Let me see. I'm going to put the StreamYard link in here if Crystal would consent to come up.
She usually just likes to lurk in there.
Actually, she did come up in somebody else's chat recently, and I think that person was moved to tears in the moment. But I would be too. I mean, the first time she came to one of my chats, I wanted to squeal like a schoolgirl. Well, I always want to squeal like a schoolgirl anyway. But anyway, I'm glad that Crystal is here.
I have to say, I was fangirling a little with Craig. First time I've been like face to face with you, so.
Yeah, Craig deserves the fame that he has, but he's also perfectly lovely as. No.
I'm just me. You know this. I've said this 2 million times. I am just me.
I know that, but I'm saying you deserve the fame that you have, but you're a perfectly lovely person, one-to-one.
Yes.
I just do what I do, and I keep. Well, all right. How do I put it? I do the best that I can, and I keep trying from there. You know, like I just do what I do.
Exactly. Oh, hi, Ingrid.
Hello.
I said hi to you before. We love Ingrid. Well, we love everybody, but we love Ingrid. Anyway, okay, YTFP Chris, I think I know what you're saying, but not sure. Perhaps deserve the recognition over deserving fame.
Aren't they kind of one and the same?
Yeah, in today's society, that's sort of how it is. Fame equals merit, and that's not always true at a deeper level, but that's how it's seen. Anyway,
like to me, fame is just you're known by a lot of people. It's nothing more than that to me.
Exactly.
Well,
agree.
Well, I don't even think of myself that way at all, really.
Yeah, but you know, Craig, I was following you years before we met one-to-one, and I loved your videos, and still do. Hi, Fiber Floozy. Hi.
Jill.
Hello.
Fabulous, Jill.
Anyway, I'm thrilled that Crystal came to visit. I don't know whether she's still here with us, but and Fiber Floozy is here, and look at the board I have, the panel I have in front of me. Such wonderful people. Oh, look at all the love for Jill. Yes, we love Fiber Floozy. Oh, Daniel, show everybody the yarn that you did for Fiber Floozy.
Okay, hang on. There we go. Oh, you can't bloody see it.
Lighting is a bitch, isn't it?
There you go. You can see it a bit better.
Except I didn't say the B word.
So you've got round speckles down here. Okay. And you've got some there too.
I was going to say it looks like cotton candy till I saw the speckles. So it's cotton candy you've dropped in the dirt. It's very pretty.
It is.
That's Jill's skin. It's based on her logo, so.
Okay.
That's very nice. Yeah.
There we go.
So
that's Jill's skin.
I wish that we could arrange for you to have a U.S. distributor so that those beautiful yarns could get into more people's hands.
Well, I've had some followers of US yarn shops follow me on Instagram, so I've got my fingers crossed that will come soon.
Well, if they know what's good for them.
Wow. Exactly.
You also don't want to get overwhelmed either if you're not prepared for like huge orders out of nowhere.
Exactly. There is that as well.
I've had it before where shops have just messaged me out of the blue and said, we want to stock your yarn, can you do it? And I've managed to get it done. So
oh wow.
Usually I think I'm pretty prepared when it comes to bigger orders.
Okay, well that's good.
You should do some sort of an analysis. I was a business analyst in the corporate world, so where you can determine where the break-even point where it is worthwhile to just give up the day job and do yarn full time.
I want to give up the day job, but at the moment that isn't happening. Like I've been working all through the pandemic and it hasn't changed for me. So at the moment, things aren't going to change. Business isn't strong enough at the moment.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I totally hear you on that one. You know, I would love to do this exclusively, believe you me.
Well, I was unemployed when it began, and I'm unemployed now, so it hasn't changed much for me. But
I was actually in
Yeah,
school
rub it in,
when it
David. Rub it
started.
in.
yeah.
I literally had 3 weeks
Oh,
left of
please.
school when they did the lockdown, and then I couldn't finish my school until like months later.
That's difficult.
Yeah.
Hi, Pat Dancer. Pat, were you having difficulty before? I don't understand what was going on. Pat Dancer was saying earlier when I first started up that she couldn't get in or something. I don't understand.
I don't know. I missed it.
Well, it was before you joined us, Coco. It was like when I just started up. I started up an hour late because
Well, I was going to say maybe she was referring to like when you were asleep.
I fell asleep. And then it was Daniel who woke me up with a phone call, with a message on the phone, and that was his third that woke me up, his third attempt.
I was panicking, because I was like, "Where's David? There's people waiting." Like,
well, I sent you a message at like 12:30 something, and I'm like, "Yeah, where are you? Hello."
I was like refreshing. I'm like, huh? Like about 5 times, like, make sure to be in my live. Make sure to be in my live. I'm like, I'm here and you're not.
Yeah,
it's okay. We're
human. What it is. We're having a good time now.
Better late than never.
I'm not worried. Let people say what they will, because they're gonna anyway.
And I'm like, maybe it wasn't Eastern.
Yeah, because I was, am I early? Because obviously the time difference, I was like, is my timings completely wrong? Have I like?
Well, the thing is, like, David, if this was April 1st, I would get it, but it's not, so I didn't get it. It's like, you just like have like, we will be going live any minute now. Any minute now. Any minute now.
Yeah, I figured you passed out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he passed out as well.
Actually, that's how I do. I do naps more than really a full night's sleep.
I can never have a full night's sleep. Never.
Exactly, and
I don't really either.
It's in the end, it's not good for us to live like that. We should try to make it so that we sleep.
Yeah, it's called a hammer. It works.
Might want to try melatonin before you go to that extreme.
Well, melatonin, though, I mean, I have tried that, and I don't personally like it because the dreams, whether good or not good, are so vivid.
Really?
Yeah, for me, yeah. Like the dreams are very, very, very vivid and usually weirder, more accentuated. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good.
First I ever heard of that.
Do you know what's weird? In the past week or two, I have had several dreams where I was bleeding profusely.
Huh.
And
sorry?
Bleeding profusely.
No, I heard you. I was just saying sorry. That was
and I need to just look up what that means symbolically.
Yeah, you might want to check that out.
Yeah. And it's, I've never had dreams like that before. It's like, it starts out with a nosebleed and suddenly I'm like bleeding a bunch from my side here. And I'm going, well, I don't know. So I have to look that up and figure out. Hi, VJ. AJ, did you bring lunch for everybody?
Hey, VJ.
Where's the fries?
I have never remembered a dream ever.
Usually, I think that's the way I think that's the way it works. I think that's how they're designed. That you're not supposed to remember them.
Well,
Some
I've
people
just
do.
your dream meant, David.
Sorry?
I've just Googled what your dream meant.
Did you?
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
is he a
Apparently,
psycho
Do I
killer?
want
Is
to
that what it
hear
means?
this?
apparently, I don't know how true this is. 'Cause it's just the first thing that came up on Google. But apparently, feeding in dreams is most likely associated with gain or loss of energy in reality.
Loss of life force kind of thing. That makes sense.
Or energy, yeah.
Yeah, I've been planning as soon as like they unlock stuff in Canada, whatever. It's Zach and Katrina. We want to do a little get together. But then the last two dreams Zach told me about, he kills me in them. So I'm like, I don't know if I want to meet you now, Zach.
That's
I
I
like
don't
Katrina very
dream.
much. I haven't interacted with Zach much except for being in the same room at the same time.
He's very quiet, hard to get to know, but he's a sweetie pie.
I don't dream. I don't have nightmares. I don't nothing.
I think
I mean, I may have nightmares. I just don't know about it.
You
Well, 9
only
times out of
remember
10.
you only remember your dreams if you wake up in the middle of them. Otherwise, your brain does whatever it needs to do with them, and your brain
That explains
really
it.
does
When I'm out,
need
I'm
to
out.
have them.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, when I go to sleep, it's just all right. It's black. You know, there's just nothing going on, and
Yes.
before you know it, I wake up and I'm like, okay, great. I don't feel rested. I didn't have any, subconscious movies playing, and yeah, so yeah, but yeah, it's usually like the irony about dreams is that when they're really good, that's when you wake up.
Yes.
Okay. And then when it's a really bad dream, you're not waking up. It's like, oh, come on, pinch yourself, pinch yourself. That's the irony.
I hate it when you're in the middle of a really good dream. Because I used to dream, I don't anymore. When you're in the middle of a good dream, you wake up and then you try to get back to the same dream the same night, and you're just like, no, why isn't it coming back to me?
Yep. It's that again, that Murphy's Law irony. It's like, no.
You need to know what happened next.
It's
like
some.
I just won the lottery. I just won the lottery, and I found the love of my dreams, and it's like it's all coming together. But then conversely, it's like, okay, you're having a dream where like the brakes fail on your car, and you're heading down a really steep hill, and you remember that you forgot to pay your car insurance, and like those dreams, oh, they just keep going. And Freddy Krueger's in the back seat. It's like it keeps snowballing on you. And then all of your teeth fall out of your head.
I've got a habit because when I sleep, I don't go into like a deep sleep. I tend to go into like the in between deep sleep and awake,
like a doze.
Yeah, and I game, as I've heard you game too. I've got a habit of thinking I'm playing a certain game and then waking up and being like, was I really playing that game? Like, because my partner was listening to some Japanese thing on YouTube, and I was like, I was sleeping, and then I was like, have I played that game before? Because I swear I was dreaming that I was like playing that game.
I think we've all had the dreams where like we were unprepared for a school exam or something like that.
Yeah.
I have had
well, that wasn't a dream. I was never prepared in real life.
Well, the thing is, I would have those dreams, and then I would wake up, and I'm like, wait a minute, I graduated 15 years ago.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Or some such number. I'm like, no, I'm not late for class. I'm like so not late for class. I haven't had class.
That or very late.
Yeah, it's like I'm like, no, seriously, that's so not a thing anymore.
Lisa the Grammy is with us. I didn't see you come in, but I'm glad you're
here.
My equivalent was having to do a concert or a recital when I wasn't prepared. I didn't know the music or I didn't have it memorized. And lately, I've been having those dreams again. It's very strange.
That is strange.
And it was always very, very weird. And I never really get to the end where I can see whether I have actually done a good job or not. But oh, thank you, Fiberfloozy. Fiberfloozy just joined my Patreon.
Jill's fabulous. We love Jill.
We do. You know, if I ever get some income from this, I'm gonna start joining other people's Patreons too.
I have so many Patreons I want to join that I just can't afford.
Exactly. You know, even my Patreon, actually, I only have one membership level, and it's the lowest dollar amount that Patreon recommends. And would you believe somebody unsubscribed? They did 1 month in this, and they decided they were not getting the value they were looking for, and unsubscribed.
Well, did they say that, or maybe the payment balanced or something? Because I was like members of 2 YouTubers, but this month I couldn't. Like, I'll pick them back up again next month, but this month I just couldn't.
Well, I don't know the circumstances. I have not spoken to this person about it, but I did get a notification that she had chosen to stop with the next month. And since tomorrow is June 1st, you know, that's when the next month goes around.
Okay.
But, and it's true. Sometimes you can't do everything that you want to do. And I have been there. Believe you me, I have been there.
Like I was saying before, life happens, you know? It has the perpetual way of surprising us. Or, you know, the movie Christmas Story. Just when our joy is at its zenith and all seems right with the world, the most terrible of circumstances befall us. You know, it happens. You know, you never know.
Yeah.
It could be anything.
Exactly. And, you know, I used to end every month in the red, and things were getting periodic things that were like scheduled automatic debits were getting bounced left and right. And I had to choose which ones I could make right. I'm a little better. Oh, look, Nightbot just told us about Daniel. Go to Daniel's website and buy his yarns because they're beautiful.
The more you buy, the more I can put back on the shelf.
Exactly. Actually, Daniel, you were there a couple of days ago. Was it Wednesday when you were there and Crystal came in and she said that she would take a look at your yarns if you did an Aran or larger weight.
Yes.
And you don't have any of that right now.
No.
But if we all buy some of Daniel's yarn,
if you all buy some of my yarn, I can get some.
Wink, wink, hint, hint.
Subtle with a capital
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
I've had enough of that for now.
Oh, I know why. So what's going on? What else am I missing in the chat? Pat Dancer says, I continue to dream I'm in school and can't find my locker. I don't think
I
I've
would
ever
always
had
forget my
that
combination.
dream.
I would always
that
forget
was
my
my real life.
David.
What?
Michaels is spotlighting Josh from Combat Crochet today.
Michaels is? Oh my God! let me just go to another tab.
Michelle
And
just put it up saying, I just got a text from Michael's. They are spotlighting Josh from Combat Crochet.
oh, I think that's wonderful.
Really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Because today is the day that my interview with Combat Crochet went live.
It all comes together.
Very cool.
And I think he's wonderful. He does great work. He found crochet as a healing thing for his PTSD issues after, you know, serving in combat, actual combat. And now he is working with other veterans and teaching them. And I think that is so admirable. And you know,
what was his old name again? Like Yarny Pants or something?
Mr.
His
Yarny
old name
Pants.
was Mr.
Okay.
Yarny Pants. Yeah, I didn't know him then, but when I first learned of him, I reached out and said, "Yes, I want to work with you to find ways to spread to embrace mental health through crochet, through yarn crafts." And he was really into it. But so far, the only thing we've been able to do is this one interview. So I hope
We gotta start somewhere.
Yeah.
I hope that I'm spreading awareness
No worries, Gustav.
about you know, about his work. I mean, he's a regular guy. He has a job. He has a family. So that you know, healing work is not his full-time job, but he does crochet because it makes him feel whole, and he is helping others to attain that feeling. And I think that that is wonderful.
It is.
I mean, they have done studies, you know, as far as knitting and crocheting and its therapeutic value, because you do get into a zone, if you will. And as far as the implications that it's not manly or something like that, well, it's like, okay, if I read or heard correctly, way back when, soldiers would knit their own socks. You know, that was part of it. They would actually knit their own socks on the field because, you know, like there wasn't anybody else there to provide it for them, so they would do it themselves. You know, another great one was during, I believe it was World War I or II, knitters were used as spies.
I heard about that.
And they would actually
in patterns.
They would knit in code, and they would then take that piece of knitting and they would give it to somebody, and then that was decoded as far as the yarn overs and the purls and the knits. It was encoded. I've also seen people knitting in Morse code as well. It was either Morse code or Braille. I think it was in Morse code that people were knitting with knits and purls. You know, I mean, men way back in the way, they used to knit their own waistcoats. I mean, yeah, it's
Chris is suggesting that knitting was a men-only thing at one time. And yeah, I would believe that, because with everything, if you look at it, everything, whether it's crafting, anything creative, when it originated very often with women, when it became useful or profitable, men usurped it. And then when it became drudgery, it went back into the hands of women.
You know, me, I love it. You know, I mean, I remember when I worked at Michael's, I love this. When I worked at Michael's years ago, I would teach crocheting there, and they would have an open house where all of the various class instructors would sit at a couple of tables at the front of the store, and they would talk about the classes that they were providing and so forth. So I would be sitting there and I would be crocheting, you know, to try to get people interested and so on and so forth. The looks that I would get one woman actually flat out said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm crocheting." And she's like, "But you're a guy." And I said, "You noticed." It's like, yeah. It's like, there's no corner on the market. It's a gender-free activity. And it just seemed to throw a curveball at her. I'm like, uh-huh, yeah.
Hi, Heather. Heather Catherine Hicks.
Heather.
Yeah, I've said before that I have, for waiting rooms and other things, I'll carry a project bag with me.
Oh, yeah.
I usually have a portable project. And I can't tell you how many times people have said, well, I've never seen a man knitting before. And I've said, well, you still haven't, because this is crochet.
That's good. I mean, well, yeah, that's such a very, very common thing, trying to explain the difference between the two. I get that all the time. And, you take it with a grain of salt, because, I mean, I do both. So you just run with it.
Knitting is a mystery to me. I don't know that I'll ever get it. And I'm okay with that, because there's so much that I can do with crochet.
Getting better with my knitting, but I need to literally focus on nothing but it, or I screw it up.
They are they're different animals, I mean, they're both stitching, they're both fiber arts, but I mean they are different animals. It's like the rules are like it's like outer limits versus the Twilight Zone. It's like it's like they're both TV shows, they're both kooky sci-fi, but it's like, yeah, one's one, the other is the other, and never the twain shall meet. They both have yarn.
That's where it ends.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of where it ends. But they're both fun.
Dana says she wants to knit a pair of socks. I've actually never done socks. I have done, larger scale Christmas stockings, but they didn't really come out all that well. Oh, I got an email message that Fiber Flew to See did support me on Patreon.
Well, my dears, I have to scoot. I have to skedaddle.
That's just
but
fine. I'm so glad you were here.
It was lovely to join all of you.
It was so nice to see you in person, kind of, sort of.
Kind of, sort of, ish. If you add ish to the end of anything, it's acceptable. It's all good.
There you go.
But thank you for having me.
Japanese food, ish. Yeah, right. Yeah, that works.
Fish-ish. Fish-ish. Yes. Whatchamacallit. So yeah, thank you very much for having me on. And I hope that all of you have a really great holiday weekend, nice and safe and happy and all that good stuffs.
Take care.
Okay.
Have a good one, everybody.
You joined us, and thank you. Come back if you're able while we're still broadcasting.
I will try. I have whatnots going on today, but I will try.
Whatnots.
I know, the who'sy whatsy whatnots. Anyway, listen, guys, you have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
There we are. There are 3 of us now. I need to adjust my...
I feel like I grew a whole bunch. I was teeny tiny, now I'm huge.
Yeah,
I'm really annoyed.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Daniel?
I'm really annoyed. You know, I messaged you earlier saying that you ordered some fowls, David. They've been emailing me saying they can't find my address on their system, and I'm just like, why can't you find my address? I've given you my address. And they've emailed me again saying, oh, our warehouse can't find your address. We've tried formatting it differently, but we can't find it. And I'm just like, why can't you find my address? It's simple.
That would be annoying. Yeah. People have, do you know, this is one of those nightmare moments. When I was working as a part-time marketing consultant for my friends, the business that my friend worked with, I accidentally deleted an entire database.
Oh dear.
An entire
Hey,
list.
AJ.
Oh God. And there was no way that I could get it back. I made phone calls. I tried desperately. But once it was gone, it was gone.
Mm.
So they had to start building it. But you know, the owner of the business was going, "Oh, wow!
Send up, baby girl.
My bill for this particular, data service has gone down. It's great. That's because you've got, 300 names instead of 3,000. Oh wow. Anyway,
To answer you, AJ, I'm making a king size Afghan. It's kind of like a repeat of those color patterns. I have like one color pattern left, and I'm done. Finally.
Are you doing manual color control or is it a self-striping?
Oh, manual, just not color control. It's just separate skeins of yarn, solid colors.
I'm too lazy to do manual color control.
Well, I won't color control a cake. Like, I refuse. Like, I won't pick apart a cake. I rarely buy them, the self-striping yarns.
Oh, Lisa is also leaving the room. I'm glad you were here. Thank you for coming, Lisa, coping with yarn.
Bye, Lisa.
Barbara is going to light her grill. I hope she'll have burgers for all of us later. Because who can say no to a cheeseburger? Sorry to the vegans in the room. But hello, Andrea Lang. I haven't seen you, but I'm glad you're here. I didn't see you come in. Is that your first comment now? Barb says she is distracting Daniel. No, I'm sorry, that's my job. I'm here to distract Daniel for various reasons. But anyway, so Daniel, do you have another yarn that you haven't shown us before that you want to share with us now? Hi, Proverbs.
Wizards that I'm buying yarn. Hush. I'm just trying to find my IBAN number.
Oh, yes. Surin is here. Hi, Surin. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. I have known Surin for years and years and years. He's in Denmark. I've never met him in person, but I love him dearly because I've known him online. Let's see. I hope I haven't missed anyone else who's in the chat. Yes. And Surin, I do love you dearly. Oh my gosh. It's well over 10 years that I've known Sarah.
What else are people saying? Everyone's still saying together. Oi, Bob, stop chatting, Daniel.
Andrea Lang says thank you in supporting your new friend David in his YouTube adventure. I don't know which Daniel or which David you mean. I'm always grateful for all the support that I get.
Hi, Proverbs.
You can tell he's outside the U.S. because he says Proverbs instead of
Proverbs.
Yeah, exactly. There's a YouTube channel that I love to follow. It's called Lost in the Pond, where a British guy who has been in the U.S. for I think it's almost 10 years now, and he talks about different lifestyle and language differences between the two, and it's actually fascinating. And he talks about language. Oh, there's Oslo. Everybody stop what you're doing and look at Oslo.
He's too cutie.
Oh.
My dog's gonna hear me talk like that, get jealous.
Oh wow.
Oh, here she comes. Is mommy talking to someone other than you?
He's so love him. That's where the name Pawpaw Yarn comes from, right?
It is Oslo.
Yes, we love him.
Oslo. How did you come up with the
X.
name? Well, you want to get down now.
Okay. Someone was asking whether all that yarn behind you is for sale.
It is. It's on my website, www.pawplayarns.com.
Daniel, you have the privileged status of being able to post a link.
Oh.
If you want to.
I'll comment while I'm on here.
Yes, Saren, I just posted a poem that begins with that George Bernard Shaw quote about the U.S. and America being two, or the U.S. and Britain being America, two lands separated by a common language.
I'm back at it, Proverbs. I posted an update a couple of weeks ago. I just posted a tutorial last night, so I'm getting back at it slowly but surely.
Thank you, Bob. I'll get your yarn sent out soon.
VJ says her cat said that she can't stop. Fiber Floozy, I think you and I should get together and find a way to distribute Daniel's yarns in the U.S.
Who said that? Oh, Daniel, isn't he just a dog? Thank you, Ingrid.
Well, I have an empty store under me. I can open a Daniel's yarn shop downstairs.
That would be fun.
I wouldn't trust me, though. I'd probably use it all.
Separated by a common language. I love ordering from the US, so any US businesses out there, give me a message.
Just think of it. If we could order in bulk from you, we would save a lot on shipping.
Mm-hmm.
And I think in bulk numbers, we would probably save on the per unit cost. And then we could sell it domestically with much more reasonable shipping. That's something.
I think that's what puts people off ordering from me is the shipping cost. Because the shipping cost is so high. Yeah. I do have US customers, like Jill orders from me quite a lot. And I do have a couple of other people. But I think people that aren't used to hand-dyed yarns and the cost of hand-dyed yarns, especially when ordering abroad, it is pricey.
Well, if you're used to Red Heart Super Saver or Walmart Mainstay yarns, in the first place, the prices of a hand-dyed yarns are going to be surprising, even though they're realistic. And I would never ever fault you for the prices that you state for your yarns. And then Americans, you know, our whole thing is I want what I want when I want it.
And the problem is the exchange rate is so fluctuated.
That is
it changes so frequently on an hourly basis. Even it changes, and it can go up and down. So 1 minute you could pay, say, $20 for a skein of yarn from me. In the next hour you could pay, say, $23, $24 for that skein. It all depends on the exchange rate.
And what you actually get charged is going to depend upon what the rate is at the very moment it gets posted, which is usually at the end of the business day for your bank or whatever the financial institution is where you have that credit card.
Because I've noticed even PayPal, because I've ordered from Canada and stuff before, and PayPal charge their exchange rate completely different to what Google says it should be. So, because I ordered, I don't know if you've heard of this company, Coco. It's called the Aberdeen's Wool Company.
I've heard of it. I haven't ordered from there though.
I ordered from them, and Google said it should have been 25 British pounds. But then I went into PayPal to pay for it, and it came up, and then it came up as 27 British pounds. So PayPal charged their exchange rate completely different to Google, but I don't know if it was Google's not reliable. I don't know.
I know some places, maybe PayPal is one of them. They'll actually charge you for doing the exchange for you. Maybe that's what that was.
Yeah,
that's what it's
an additional fee.
If that's what it was, PayPal didn't make it clear that that was what it was.
Yeah.
PayPal has a higher.
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, Heather just put PayPal has a higher rate.
I think if there's a separate surcharge for doing the international transaction, they're obliged to state that separately. And that is actually pretty common for that to happen. I've seen it in some of my orders. I don't believe I saw it with yours, but I haven't looked at my bank statement lately. I had a scam debit from my account that was international. And when I called them, there was also a separate charge because it was an international charge. So when they resolved it, they credited me the amount of the charge plus the amount of the surcharge. Yeah, which was good.
And Chris said, yes, PayPal is always more expensive. Had that happen when ordering from the UK. This is why I've taken PayPal off of my website. I've had nothing but issues with PayPal, and I've had enough of it, so I've completely taken PayPal off my website now. So
yeah, PayPal and I are not really friends.
Oh, but yeah, I don't like PayPal at all. And especially when it comes to my accounting, because I do my accounting manually every month. And with the fees and stuff, it just makes it completely and utterly ridiculously difficult.
I can understand that, yeah.
So what do you use then without the PayPal?
I do have a business PayPal account, but I don't particularly use it. All I have on my website at the moment is credit or bank card.
Okay.
There is other options that I've looked at getting, but I haven't looked at them enough to be able to add them to the website.
Okay.
Because I don't know how it works. I've looked in this pay in installments thing, but I don't know how that works. So that's something I need to look into more.
Someone was suggesting another international service. Who was it? Ying X said something about Starling or Monzo for overseas.
Yeah, when I was looking into Monzo.
Okay. Of course.
As well. Me too, Daniel. They keep saying I'm not verified. Yeah, I had the same problem. I got an email from PayPal a while ago saying that they wanted more details from me about my business, and I gave them all the details that they asked for, and it still wasn't good enough. They still wanted more, so I just told them to, I'm not even going to say it, but I told them where to go. I said, I'll take my custom elsewhere.
You can say it here. I'm not monetized yet.
All banks will include an exchange rate fee, so I don't think that it's exclusive to PayPal.
We got distracted a minute ago when I asked you to show us a yarn that you haven't shown us yet.
I don't even know what I haven't shown you. Oh, I'll show you this one because I really love this colorway. Have I got? Yeah, I've got a skin here. This one. I love this colorway.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
that's
pretty.
beautiful. What's the name for that?
This is called Olympus. This is just a regular sock-based super merino nylon, but I also have it on alpaca. If there's anyone that loves alpaca,
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
and Whisper ordered one of these. This is
Oh.
Rudolph. I dyed this one for Christmas, but it was so popular it sold out about 4 times.
Wow.
I'm sure, yeah. I
So
just
I
noticed that Andrea is here, and Andrea is local to me. I just met her on Friday when I was at the eye doctor, and she works at the office, and she noticed I was crocheting while I was waiting, and we had a wonderful conversation. So let's all welcome Andrea.
Hey, Andrea.
Aberdeen, North Carolina.
I know where Aberdeen, North Carolina is.
I live in Aberdeen, Scotland.
I wish I lived in Scotland rather than North Carolina.
This one's yours, Whisper. I've got it here.
Mm. Oh, yeah, Andrea, you should know Granny D if you don't. She's up near Salisbury, between Salisbury and Concord.
What is it with American English towns all being the same?
Because there were so many English settlers in America. That's why we have a New York, a New Amsterdam, a new this, a new that. And we have a Rochester. We have, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe there's a Wilmington in England, but Aberdeen as well. There's there are probably several Edinburghs in the U.S. You know what I mean? It's the English and Scottish and Irish settlers.
I didn't know that.
Actually, I'll go ahead.
I was just saying I didn't know that.
Yeah, exactly. I am fascinated by language, and I have seen a lot of documentaries about language, and I understand that our American regional accents have a lot to do with the fact that the people who immigrated to, say, the U.S. South, came from a different part of the UK than those who immigrated to the Northeast in the U.S.
Well, much like the US, us lot in the UK, we have so many different accents and ways that we talk. Like, I'm originally from the south of England, so I'm from quite a posh area, should you say, of England. So I talk completely different to, say, someone that lives in the north of England. The language that we use is completely different. The slang that we use is completely different. It's just crazy how different one language can be in the area that you live in.
I love the differences in accents and language and terminology within a country and between countries. And I am totally into that George Bernard Shaw quote, although in the US we would say George Bernard Shaw instead of George Bernard Shaw, about US, about America and Britain being two countries divided by a common language. I love that stuff. I love learning about that stuff. To listen to myself a little better. I think that's fascinating. But then, as a grown-up, as much as I am, there are so many fields of knowledge that I have recognized that I wish I knew more about. I mean, I'm sure that's you know, you're very young, but I'm sure that's happened to you, but I know it's happened to the rest of us. There are so many
Mhm.
things that I wish I knew more about.
Oh
Like,
goodness.
I don't know if they do it in schools now, but I wish we got taught more American history because obviously we're quite connected countries anyway. I thought that we would have been taught at least a little bit of American history, just so like because obviously there is British and American people in regardless countries, but I wish we did get taught more American history at school.
Well, you know the saying that history is written by the victors.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure that what you were taught is very different from what we were taught.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I saw recently, actually just last night, one reason I was up so late, I was watching videos. There is a video going around that has to do with the history of the Star Spangled Banner, the national anthem of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And there are people of various nationalities reacting to that video, and it's quite an emotional story. So I'm not going to get into it because I'm.
Someone just said, I live in a town in Massachusetts and was named after a lord from Scotland, Lord Athol. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that was, yeah,
Yep.
because
Exactly. Exactly.
in Aberdeen, where I am, Mimi, we have an area of Aberdeen which is called Athol, and that might be what it's named after. I'm not 100% sure because I don't know much about
Hmm.
um, the history of Aberdeen and Scotland, so that might be part of it.
Now, for American history, there are several books out there by the writer Daniel Zinn, Zinn, um, that tell the untold history. In February, which in the U.S. we call Black History Month, which I think is terribly patronizing and condescending. Um, a black comic who is herself very highly educated posted a video about Black history showing. Uh, it was actually a counter to the argument if we have Black History Month, why don't we have White History Month? And she's going, I mean, the standard argument is every month is White History Month, but
Yeah,
she
that's
actually,
just history.
yeah, she actually showed um, a lot of things that I didn't know. I will have to find that link, and if I can, I will post it in the description. But she showed a lot of things about racial history in the United States and
Mm-hmm.
why racism is so strong in the United States. I mean, we talk about, well, of course, there's a history of slavery and considering people of other races as being other species. Um, but there's also the thing where, in the time of slavery, um,
See you
men.
later, Granny D.
Oh, Granny D's leaving us. Bye bye. Love you, Granny. Um, in the time of slavery, men were separated from the women and children that they were attached to because they were more valuable as a commodity that way. And so that kind of
Really, guys, I'll be
attachment,
back in a second.
okay, that kind of attachment was um, severed, and that has come down to the present age. That is part of why this particular person, I don't even remember if it's the same person, argues that there is such a split between the men who father children and the women who bear and raise the children. And you see it more among African Americans than you might among other racial identities. I don't want to appear racist. I'm repeating. Oh God, I've sort of gotten myself into a trap here, because I'm repeating an observation that I saw that seems sociologically valid, but I do not know all of the scholarship behind it.
I don't see how something that happened that far back, that they weren't even around to witness, possibly a couple of generations already, would affect that mentality.
Oh, but it would.
Yeah.
It would. I mean, there things like there's a mentality that has been observed with every different nationality that comes to the United States as an immigrant, the first generation, where they have this mentality where they have to work, they have to do what is necessary in order to support their families. Mm-hmm. And then in the second and third generations, that mentality is so deeply ingrained, they don't understand when the younger generations don't have that necessity, and they have the freedom to question the dominant paradigm, mm-hmm. and they have the freedom to think for themselves. And then the older generations are saying, no, you have to toe the line. Do you understand what I'm saying there?
Yeah, but that proves my point, because the newer generation is trying to go off on their own. Like, the mentality isn't ingrained in them, it's taught to them. Like, it's not something that's hereditary, I guess.
But slavery endured for so many generations.
Yeah.
That kind of mentality, it's not surprising that it still endures. That thing where that separation from the father and the family unit.
You might have to look into that a bit more.
Yeah. Anyway, I will try to find, and it didn't go into that particular video I'm thinking of didn't go into this depth, but it did talk about the traditions behind what we consider perfectly innocent American things, like having a police force, and the racist roots. Let's talk about puppies.
Yes. Where's Daniel's puppy?
Puppy's downstairs now.
Oh,
I'd bring mine in, but I got yarn on the ground. They'll stomp all over it.
Usually I wouldn't let Puppy Dog in here, but otherwise he would have been downstairs on his own. So
Puppies are wonderful.
They are. I love my little thing.
They could be a pain in the butt, but you love them anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't be without them.
Mm-hmm. Like, I literally last year moved to the middle of nowhere because that's where the carpentry school is that I went to, and my son went to it last year. Mm-hmm. So I moved here so that he could walk to school if I did go back to work. But I stayed here despite that there's nothing around, just because this is literally the only place I could find an apartment where I would be allowed to have 3 pit bulls.
Yeah, I live in the middle of nowhere too. I love living in the middle of nowhere. It's so quiet.
Yeah.
Actually,
kind of miss McDonald's and stuff every now and then, but
you're better off without McDonald's. Have you seen the videos about what actually goes into McDonald's food?
Yeah, I don't want to know. La 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 la.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to know what goes in McDonald's. I like McDonald's too much.
Well,
yeah, I don't have it often, but every now and then it's a nice treat.
Oh, sorry.
Then my tummy hates me after, but.
Okay, Soren, please come back. I'm glad you're here. I hope I didn't put you off with my babbling. What was I saying? Puppies are wonderful. McDonald's, my observation, McDonald's in Europe is completely different from McDonald's.
I've heard exactly the same too.
Even from Canada to the US, that's different.
Because the food purity laws are very, very different. And what they allow in the US, which is, I would bet you dollars to donuts, completely based on business rather than health, the food purity laws are very, very different.
But now we're not in the European Union anymore. Those things could change. Because the European laws are completely different now.
I don't understand what's going on over there. Heck, I don't understand what's going on here.
Basically, it must have been, 5 years ago? I think it was the first election I was actually legally allowed to vote in. No, it must have been longer than that then. Because I just turned 18 when the I can't remember what they bloody called it now. When the election came up, and basically David Cameron, who was our Prime Minister at the time, said, right, we're going to have a vote on whether we want to stay in the European Union or not. Everyone voted to leave the European Union, and then David Cameron left because he didn't agree with it. He wanted to stay in the he wanted to stay in the European Union. And then we got a new Prime Minister, Theresa May, and she signed Article 50, which basically means that we have to leave the European within a certain amount of time of that document being signed. She couldn't get a decent deal with the European Union, so she got the sack. Then we got Boris Johnson, and then he started talking to the European Union and basically got a deal. I don't even know what this deal is that he got. I don't have a clue. So basically, as of January of this year, we have officially left the European Union. So we can now make our own laws up, our own everything up. Apparently. But I don't know.
That was Brexit, yeah?
That was Brexit. Yeah.
Okay.
So now it makes it cheaper for us to buy stuff from places such as the US and outside of the European Union. Otherwise, we get taxed a lot.
Okay.
So I started buying a lot of stuff from America and Japan and places like that because it's cheaper for me to bring in.
Cool.
It's all very confusing. Everything is confusing because it's all about personal agendas and particular party agendas and special interest groups agendas, and it's at the bottom it's really all about money. Everything in life is about money.
Yep.
Exactly. Now, don't get me wrong, I love the EU. I love EU countries. I love visiting EU countries. I visited Belgium and all those places so many times. But I love European countries. I don't have nothing against the EU at all. But I don't know what the whole agenda was about, because the government was just telling us all of these different things. We didn't know whether to believe it or not, and I don't know. We just kept getting told so many different things about what to do and what we should believe and what's true and what's not true. But I don't know. Half the time I don't even understand what's going on. I don't actually keep up with politics now.
It's just like in our country, it's whom you choose to believe. It's not even the message, it's who do you want to believe.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter what they're saying, it's whether you want to believe them or not.
It's enough, baby girl.
And if I get involved with it emotionally, it makes me crazy, and that is one reason I'm a hermit. It really does make me crazy because I mean, there's a huge part of my mind that says, how can people possibly think that way? You know?
I agree with you, Jill. I don't believe any of them. Half the time, politicians, especially over here, I don't know about over in the US, but over here, it's all lies.
No, it's a politician thing. Some more so than others, but you're basically just picking the lesser of two evils.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what's really sad? When you look at what we are taught to believe, the American people chose as the lesser of two evils. But then again, you have to believe there is some integrity in the election systems in the US, which I long ago gave up on thinking.
Need to get rid of politicians, would be more for welcome change. Yeah, I agree, Chris. Get rid of them all.
More politicians would come up in their place. They're always going to be there.
Yeah, someone is needed to, kind of run things, make deciding factors, final decisions, and otherwise we'll break into total anarchy.
Fiber Floozy says she's thankful for her freedom, and we all are. Freedom includes the opportunity to question the dominant paradigm and question what is going on. Fiber Floozy is thankful for those who fell for that freedom. And that is what Memorial Day is all about in the US.
We don't have Memorial Day. We don't have a lot of patriotic days over here, to be honest.
Do you have Remembrance Day too? I know the UK has Remembrance Day.
We have Remembrance Day, and it is done over here, and it's done right over here. We have our minute silence, and we have the remembrance parades and stuff. But we don't have...
I saw a photo a year or two ago of a poppy field that was planted in, I don't know, some sort of a public space, and it grew up and it was totally red and beautiful. And that was a Remembrance Day thing.
We are over here, we're very serious about Remembrance Day.
I think you celebrate the same time we do up in Canada. We do it November 11th.
Yeah, same day.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's what we call Veterans Day.
Okay.
Andrea says, if politicians would remember they are public servants, there to serve the public, not serve themselves, we might have a better chance.
Yeah. Like, not all politicians.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Not all politicians are like that, but there is a lot of them that just think about getting their wage packet every month. and they don't think about what the people want.
Well, getting in is a whole marketing show. And then once they're there, it's a totally separate marketing show, and it's all about marketing. It's all about public relations and presenting yourself in a way that you want to be presented. So, and for a lot of these long-term politicians, it's about job security. Some of them have been there in the U.S. House. Some of them have been there for 40 or 50 years.
Our politics was just really confusing, and I don't listen to it anymore.
Yeah. There is no one solution because it's not one issue. I don't have a lot of hope for solutions coming because it's not going to happen until somebody benefits financially from it. Just like this whole trend toward electric vehicles instead of internal combustion engines. And we have these goals for, like, you know, a very high percentage of vehicles being electric instead of internal combustion and relying on fossil fuels within a certain number of years. Well, by the time the actual stated year happens, there are going to be 3 or 4 different changes of government. So you don't know that year goal is a true goal. And on the other hand, some of it is a little short-sighted because in the case of electric vehicles versus internal combustion, we don't know whether the electric vehicles cause less environmental damage than the internal combustion yet. It just might be different damage measured in different ways.
And I don't think the electric car thing is just environmental. I think they're worried about running out of oil supply, and they want to be electric before that happens.
I think that's true, and they talk about the phenomenon of peak oil, where you have reached the peak supply and it just starts dwindling from here, but that keeps changing. Let's see. Interesting. Andrea says if the politician's base pay was that of a boot camp recruit and they had to earn their raises, we might have a chance.
Yeah.
Nixie Pixie says, if voters were truly invested in our politicians doing as they say they will during campaign season, we would have a lot more turnover and a better chance of getting what we need. Yeah. There's
so many factors need to be taken into account.
It's true. It's not a black and white issue, and America, at least in the U.S., people prefer black and white issues, yes or no, true or false. And life doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Fiber Floozy, you asked if I saw your earlier post. I'm not sure whether you did.
Yes, I did, Michelle. Thank you very much.
Everyone should order from Daniel if you have the resources. He prices realistically, and the postage from the UK to the US is not cheap. But if you can, please support him because he does beautiful work.
It'll be worth it when it gets to you as well.
Mm. Let's talk about puppies.
Yeah, you're all paid up, Whisper. I've got your yarn right in front of me.
Fiber Floozy, I don't believe I have seen the documentary 500 Nations.
Oopsie.
So there is a documentary that has been going around lately about the origin of the Star-Spangled Banner and the story behind it. And the way the story is told is romanticized, I will admit, but at the same time, it's very stirring and very moving. And there, I saw it because I saw several reaction videos to it, where people from other countries are recognizing why Americans idolize the flag. And it's because of that whole Fort McHenry episode in, I can't remember, is it 1804? We were taught this as school children, but there's more to the story that actually comes out in this video. But anytime that sort of thing comes up, Fiber Floozy, the documentary 500 Nations was produced by Kevin Costner. I have to look for it then. Okay, puppies. Andrea says, how many animals have you known named after food? She had had dogs named Brownie and Muffin and a cat named Biscuit. Ooh. They sound delicious.
I had a cat named Cinnamon, but my stepdaughter named her. I just called her Meow Meow.
Huh.
I haven't known any animals named after food.
How did you choose the name Oslo?
Literally, we went to see him, and then we bought him, and then we decided in the car on the way home, we were just like, oh, Oslo's a nice name. And then what I didn't realise is the place I was working at the time, she's Norwegian. And she said, oh, did you name him after the capital of Norway? I was like, no. She's like, oh, that's the capital of Norway. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
It's also a bad word in Germany.
Is it?
I didn't know that.
Well, not exactly, but Arschloch is, a-hole.
Oh, Arschloch. I know what that means.
I know what that means too.
I didn't know this animal personally, but there's a homesteading YouTuber I watched, and he's got a pig named Pork Chop.
Oh, I love that. That is so cute.
I think it was, what is their channel? They started out on HGTV, and now they have their own channel. They're known as Magnolia something.
Don't turn me in, Whisper.
Chip and and his wife. Anyway, on their farm, they started out with 2 pigs that they named Bacon and Eggs.
Yes, Jano. Sorry. I'm surprised someone else knew who the channel I was talking about. I learned the bad words in German because my grandfather would say them to me all the time.
I know a little German. I don't know a lot, but I know a little.
I studied a lot of German, and I lived there for a few months. And honestly, my German, the best thing for improving my German was developing a crush on a German guy that I met online after I had returned to the US. And then I purchased these German study. They were cassettes. That will tell you how long ago it was.
Okay, wow.
And I had a considerable morning and evening commute. So I would listen to them on my commute. And the thing about doing these cassettes is that they required interaction. I could study like things in a book, but the interaction thing really, really helped. There was like this, what I call a blood or a tongue-brain barrier, where the interaction makes a big difference. So I learned an awful lot doing those self-study things. I wish I still had that level of skill with German, and I also wish I was still in touch with that fellow because he was very nice. Even you know.
Me too, Fiber Floozy. I started YouTube with homesteading. And that's sad that I mean, I haven't been to his channel in forever, but he was a lot of fun. I liked him a lot. It's too bad he stopped.
Yeah,
Floozy's writing in German now. Oh God, everyone's writing in German now.
I can only count, order McDonald's, and say bad words.
I understand little bits of it, but I'm like, what? I don't understand a lot of what Whisper said. I understand more of what what Jill said.
I know Ish and Deutsch.
Whisper lives an hour from the German border, really. Fiber was 3.5 years in Germany. Chris says the only German he knows is German chocolate cake. I fully approve of German chocolate cake.
Germans know their cake, that's for sure.
I never got in Germany.
People didn't understand how I lost weight when I was in Germany. But it was all the
good
walking,
Lord, I gained
really.
like 20 pounds in 3 weeks.
It was probably all the walking. And being budget conscious, but it's good, yeah.
I understand you said that now. You said that, Jill. Oh. It was a long time ago I did German, though.
Fiber Floozy says, Streuselkuchen. Ja. Ja, natürlich.
I really got to get back, though.
I remember when I was in Germany, we had a task given that we had to make our own food for lunch, and we had to go to the local farmers market and order everything in German.
Oh, goodness.
I chose the easiest one because I'm a wuss.
A really great way to learn a language when you're there and you don't know it is to watch children's TV and sports TV.
Makes sense.
My friend, very good friend, was there for several years, and he was in the chorus of the the Deutsche Oper Berlin, the German state opera in Berlin. And so he had the summer off. He spent the whole time studying German kitty lit. And when he went back in the fall, people commented on his improved German.
Mm.
Oh, Fiber
When I was in
Floozy
Germany,
is
I pretty
putting
much
up.
watched, I don't know what it was called, but it was equivalent to like MTV or whatever, just English music all day. Because I understand a word.
Fiber Floozy is putting up a Patreon video featuring Daniel's yarns.
I will watch that later on, Jill.
Mm.
But that happened to be the one of the videos that I was actually video calling you while you were filming it.
Now, Daniel, I have to say, on your channel, when you reposted our interview, you chose probably not your choice, but the particular thumbnail that came up was really, really unflattering to me.
I didn't choose it. I'm not at that stage in my YouTube channel where I know how to change the thumbnail.
I think, oh, Debbie Reynolds, are we all going to start singing Tammy?
Oh, Jill said it was one of the videos that I was video chatting with her when she was recording it.
I think it was through Jill Fiber Floozy that I first learned of you. I thought it was one of the other
I'm sure it was
yarn
Jill.
YouTubers.
Because I remember you being on a couple of the live chats when I was on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll use camera for thumbnail.
Mm.
I'm still getting used to the whole YouTube podcasting business at the moment.
Actually, I find it enjoyable, which is good because it's also useful if you call yourself a businessman. I'm sorry, Coco, what were you going to say?
I was just Fiber Floozy said to use Canva for thumbnails. I used to use Canva actually for my intros and stuff before I switched to videos.
That's where I got my intro from.
My latest.
But I use videos now.
My brand new logo actually was designed by Daniel, and I have it on a lot of Etsy merch now. And it's very beautiful and very simple. So I just put up the StreamYard link if anyone else wants to join us.
I love my new logo. Finally settled on one. Took forever. I was all over the map initially.
I just had the same logo ever since I started.
Yeah.
And I'll keep the same logo until whenever.
Okay, Catherine Heather is saying that dinner calls and she's leaving us. Please come back this evening if you want to.
Bye, Heather.
Bye, Heather.
Let's see. My logo, my original, the artwork I used was created by my ex when we were together, and he has very, very great artistic talents. In fact, he has a lot of talents where I don't. So he created the whole thing with the Bearded Yarn Dudes. I came up with the name Bearded Yarn Dudes, but he created the image with both of us.
What would have happened if either of you wanted to shave?
Life as we know it would have ended. Honestly, I have shaved in the past, either because there was a beard trimming accident and I had to just
Beard trimming
start
accident.
over. Or I thought, oh, I'll try this. And then after a day or two, I'm going, okay, this is over. But he actually has quite a bushy beard now. We're still on very good terms.
Because I actually ended up on his Twitch page the other day, David.
Did you?
Because I was going through your link, not your page thing, with all your websites and blogs and stuff on.
Oh, my link tree?
Yeah, I was going through your link tree and something came. Was it on Etsy? I can't remember. It was on something, and it took me to his Twitch page.
I don't think he uses Twitch very much. He used to do a lot of live knitting on Twitch. He started the whole thing when he started knitting, and I got him started knitting because I wanted to divert him from another hobby he was doing that I thought was annoying. And then he became an expert at it, and he does amazing work as a knitter. And I will never say anything negative about his work or about him in any
It's
way.
nice that you're still on good terms with him, though.
Yes. Yes. The whole breakup thing is not appropriate for this discussion, but we are friends, and I still love him dearly, and he still loves me.
Oh, that's lovely.
AJ said hi, AJ. I'm glad to see you back.
He said he'll be back in a little bit.
Oh, you will be back in a little bit. Okay. Sorry.
Whisper said her birthday is 11th of June. She's giving away tons of goodies.
Oh, yes, Whisper. I did see some mention of that. I want to be there for your party on June 11th.
Whisper, can you send me your link? I haven't got your link.
Whisper is moderatified. She can post it here.
Did you say moderatified?
I did indeed. I make up new words as they are necessary.
I'm gonna have to take off soon and eat, and then the game's on at 7. But I can stay for a little longer.
I'm surprised you've stuck around as long as you have. I'm also grateful. Thank you so much.
No worries. Could probably stick around another 15 or so, but I gotta get supper on.
Whisper just posted her link. I would encourage you to click Alt link or whatever it is that brings it up in a separate tab so that you keep me open. Oh, look. Nightbot is telling you about my Ravelry patterns, and just last week I added a couple more patterns to Ravelry. It is my goal to add several new patterns to Ravelry each month. I am totally delighted that Daniel is willing to do a kit with one of his yarns and my Alicia shawl pattern, because I think it would work up really, really beautifully.
It's very nice.
One of his yarns, yes.
Or if you don't want to buy the pattern and the yarn from my website, you can just buy the yarn from me and then buy the pattern from Ravelry from David.
Well, in theory, you would probably pay more if you do it separately. Okay, Fiberfloozy says she doesn't do Ravelry and asks if I'm putting them somewhere else. People have recommended Ribbler to me, and I just haven't checked it out yet. And I really need to, because a lot of people say that Ribbler is better than Ravelry. I just haven't checked it out yet, so I don't know yet.
Andrea, it's a hockey game.
So yeah, Barb says that Ribbler is awesome. So I just need to do that. I need to put my Ravelry patterns on Ribbler. Fibrosity, I haven't heard of that. Interesting.
Never heard of that either.
I also
Well,
have
you heard
merch.
of Etsy and the other
Oh,
one.
hi, Lori. I'm glad to see you.
Couldn't you pop them on your Etsy shop, David?
My Etsy shop, I originally I did have some patterns there, but I was getting no response. So now I have the patterns on Ravelry, and soon they'll be on Ribbler. And on Etsy, I have merch. So some of it is branded with Bearded Yarn Dudes, including the amazing logo that you designed for me. And some of it is more general. I have a lot that is for Father's Day and for graduation season. And then as time goes on, I will add more. But I have some really nice branded merch up there on Etsy. And Nightbot will sooner or later give you the Etsy link, or you can go to my link tree and find it there. What were we saying before I got into that bit of self-promotion?
We were talking about the pattern.
Patterns.
There you go, Nightbot's just posted your Etsy.
You gotta love Nightbot. You really do. It's so efficient. It does its job. It doesn't talk back if you train it well. You have to tell Nightbot which what to do, and a lot of people don't know that you can control Nightbot's spam detection function. In any case, yeah, we love Nightbot. Anyway, yeah, I have merch on Etsy, including that beautiful bee logo for Bearded Yarn Dudes. Whisper, you are the best moderator ever. You keep posting all of my wonderful links. Okay.
Jill.
Fiber Floozy asks what you're working on.
I'm making a blanket, Jill. It's not very big yet, but it's getting there.
Is that somebody's pattern or?
It's your pattern, David.
Is it? Which one?
Your pattern.
Oh, that's the same stitch pattern that you would use for my Alicia scarf or shawl, except you have expanded it into a blanket.
Exactly.
Lovely, lovely. Oh my goodness.
So rather than increasing at the edges, you just go straight.
Mm-hmm. You said the S word.
Straight.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I don't remember what that means.
David does so many patterns, he doesn't even recognize them.
Well, thank you.
Actually, I think it really works well as a blanket. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Whisper just posted my channel link.
That's why I say Whisper is a wonderful moderator. She's always posting links, even before Nightbot gets to it. And Nightbot is programmed to do it at a certain interval. But Saren says straight is not a bad word, but it's a word you need to be careful. Ah, see, I can't even say it. Yeah, straight is a word you need to be careful with. Yeah.
Need to put that up there. I struggle to get my yarn organised.
So, Daniel, why don't you show the ginger bear yarn again? It's been a few hours. People might not have seen it.
Here it is.
I think that is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
I have no idea what it looks like knitted up because I haven't seen it knitted up yet.
I cannot wait to receive mine in the mail, and I haven't decided what to do with it yet. It's fingering weight, and I haven't used fingering before except when I double-stranded to create something that was akin to a DK. And that worked out well, but I want to do something.
I guess you could do.
Sorry, my dog just gave me a heart attack. Jeez.
I guess you could
just bark out of nowhere.
But because the way the colours are, it might not match up.
Thanks, Whisper. Oh, you be quiet. Crazy dog.
YouTube, stop unsubscribing me from my yarn.
I always advise whenever you go to someone's channel, double check your subscription and notification status. Oh, look, Cami wants to join us.
Hello.
Hey, Cameron.
Hey.
I'm starting out a new Afghan.
Awesome.
Is that going to be one?
It's going to be a granny rectangle.
Granny square?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Say that again.
It's going to be a granny rectangle. I'm just going to keep going and going.
Okay. I've seen a lot that are really beautiful like that.
Mm-hmm. I finished my other blanket on Saturday.
You found me, though. Hey, Katrina.
Oh, Katrina, I'm glad to see you.
Hey, Katrina.
Hi, Cat.
Okay. Katrina, if you want to come up, I'm posting the link for anyone who wants to come up. We
Come up
a big crowd here.
I was just on Cat's panel earlier.
Okay.
Before dinner. Don't mind me, I'm plugging in my phone. It said 12%. It said 11%.
I don't even know what my phone says.
My phone's in charge.
Ooh,
So.
I need to plug it in. Fortunately, everything is right here at my hands. I've got my yarn, I've got my hooks, I've got my phone, I've got everything. I might as well just dig in for the duration. One might almost suspect that Cami is a Michigan fan.
Yep. My grandparents, two of my grandparents graduated from there. Well, actually, one did, and my aunt did.
Michigan has a really, really good music school.
They do.
Both the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor and Michigan State.
It is fiber floozy. Sorry.
Anyway, let's see. So what's going on? Have I missed anything?
Basically, someone's trying to find Coco. And Whisper remember to hit the like button.
Please do hit the like. Please subscribe. And please watch as long as you can. I am trying to get monetized, and what stands between me and monetization right now is watch hours.
How far
A
off?
lot of hours they expect.
I'm sorry?
How far
A
off
lot.
are you?
You need 4,000 hours to be monetized. I am just under 3,000.
Okay.
But the last time I did a marathon live, when I did the Easter one, I was online for about 10.5 hours, and I gained a very significant number of watch hours from that. Okay, Surin, who is telling us he went to a village flea market this weekend, and one of the stalls was a woman spinning the most wonderful yarn from merino and silk and selling it for something like $10 per 100 yard skein. Oh my God, that sounds wonderful. I would have been transfixed just watching the process.
Yeah, I would be too. I love watching people spin yarn.
When we used to go to the New York Sheep and Wool Festival, Mike would bring his parents because it was something that we would all do together as a family. And his dad, who was a math professor, would be fascinated by the spinning exhibitions, much more than anything else. The spinning just really spoke to him in a way that was really surprising. Exactly, sir. And how could that cover her costs? Okay, Craig is talking to me.
Can't imagine. Yeah,
Okay.
I agree.
Exactly. And when I go to those fiber festivals, I need to learn to leave my wallet at home.
Everyone in the US needs to come to some UK yarn festivals.
Oh my God, how wonderful would it be to come to the UK and do a yarn festival road tour? Wouldn't that
We
be
have some really good
fun?
things there.
I used to fantasize about doing like a two fat ladies road trip based on the locations where they filmed their episodes, some of which were so amazing. Or a Mary Berry road tour.
Yes, I want to go to Yorkshire Yarn Festival in person.
I want to go to Yorkshire, the county in person.
I would have to fly out with an empty suitcase just so I could come back and just fill it with yarn.
Whisper is asking, have I watched Sadie's Spincraft? And I haven't. I don't know.
I keep saying to Jill that I need to come to the US just for the yarn shops.
Well, Daniel, you'll have a place to stay.
We always want what we don't have.
Yeah. We don't get me wrong, we have some amazing yarn shops over here.
You really do. I was watching some of your fellow content providers for the Yorkshire Yarn Fest.
Well, my competition, you was watching my competition, was you, David?
It's not competition. You are all fellows, you are all colleagues, you are all seeking the same goal.
They're all lovely. I get on with a lot of yarn dyers. They're all very supportive.
I would think they would, because your sense of color is not like that of any of the others that I saw when I was watching. So I think that you are unique in that way.
I think I tend to be a bit more bolder with my colours, especially nowadays. I tend to be a bit more adventurous with my colours. When I first started dyeing yarn, I was very, very cautious about what colours I was using.
Well, there's a public for the audience, or for the cautious colors, but there's also a public for the courageous and bold colors.
And
I love what you do when you're bold. Well, I love what you do when you're cautious as well, but the bold colors are simply beautiful.
Yeah, and I've recently noticed that people want the bold colours. Like after releasing my Pride scheme, people have been all over it. They've loved it. And, I need to do more colours like that more often.
I hope you get lots of scales from sales, not scales, from the Pride scheme. I think that's quite beautiful. It's a lot better than, you see some package store yarns with rainbow colors, and it's sort of meh. But I think yours is just beautiful.
Yeah, I love it. I'm just so over the moon at how well it's sold. Like the 50 grams aren't selling amazingly well.
But Crystal is back. Thank you, Crystal, for coming back.
Hey, Crystal.
Everybody loves you, Crystal, but that's no surprise.
It's getting too hot to work on this sucker. Ugh, it's too big to fold even. Jeez Louise.
No, that's very true, Soren.
So, Crystal, I've been trying to introduce you to Daniel of Pawpaw Yarns. As soon as he is able, he will have some Aran weight yarns or heavier. And I would be willing to help in the transaction so that you could review him and give him some business.
Thank you, Jill. I love it too.
I am just waiting on pins and needles, waiting for the arrival of my order for Daniel of the gingerbread yarn.
How long does it usually take to get there from the Scotland?
Well, I posted it out last week.
Okay.
And according to the tracking, if the tracking is correct, it will arrive with David on Wednesday.
I hope that is true. I can wait until Wednesday.
David will be sitting out on his porch on Wednesday just waiting.
No, actually, it's at the UPS store.
Oh, okay.
Well, you don't think I'm going to give one and all my home address, do you?
I would love to see the full scheme with the breakdown of the. I do have some in full schemes still, but they didn't buy very well. And there's white bits all through them, and it looks horrible. So I can't sell it, unfortunately.
Okay, guys, I gotta go get supper going and get my Habs shirt on, so I'm all ready for the game.
Okay.
I'm glad you were here, Coco.
It was fun. Thanks for having me.
Love you.
I'll run into you again
I
shortly.
hope I'll see you soon.
I'm sure I will, or you will, or whatever. My brain has gone to sleep like hours ago.
I understand that.
All right, take care, everybody. Take care, everybody in the chat.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
So, Cami, it looks like you're spinning there. Tell us what you're doing.
I'm actually spinning wool. This is a drop spindle.
I have no understanding of how that works at all.
Drop spindle, David. Basically, you spin the yarn by hand rather than with the spinning wheel.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell this is fresh off the sheet. There's still hay in the wool.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do what Crystal does.
Is it scarfable?
Yeah. I love the smell of wool. And I got a whole nother bag of gray wool. My cousin gave me a whole whack of brown wool. Here's some gray. Here's some of the gray.
Hmm.
Isn't that pretty?
It's beautiful. I just don't know how it works at all.
Once I do it every now and again. If somebody mentions like wool, I'll pull it out. But I don't do it much anymore because the spindle, the way you flick it, and you have to sit there like this with your left hand or whatever handed you are, and go like that with your dominant hand and spin it, and it takes a toll on your wrist.
Mm.
And then she gave me all these different colors. There's this one is like a green and a brown, and then there's tie-dyed. There's a whole bunch of different ones that she gave me and I spun.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I wish I knew more. But you know, there's so many things that I wish I knew more about.
Yeah, and then this little piece right here, I'll use it to felt.
Hmm.
I have a whole tin of wool scraps. Right here, it's an old cigar container my dad had, and he gave it to me. See? It's completely full.
I used to keep a coffee tin full of yarn scraps.
See?
Hmm.
And then I actually found a whole kit at the Goodwill store. You may have seen it, David.
Now, do you do the dyeing before you spin it or after?
Usually
or
you want to kind of do it. You kind of want to like dye the yarn and then spin it. Because then it'd make it easier. But look at this. There's 36 different colors.
That's nice.
And it was a felting kit. I got it right here. It came with this, not the some other stuff, but it came with the felting tool and several replacements, and all little leather like finger grips for your non-dominant hand when you're holding up the ball to felt it. Because I'll show you what the felting tool looks like. It's like a metal toothpick, and it hurts. Look at that.
Not a big fan of felting, meaning that I'm not a big fan of doing it. The finished product, I think, is often quite beautiful, but I don't really want to do it myself.
And I like this handle. It actually has a nice grip to it. I'll show you. So you just flip it, pull it up, and then put the tool in there, and then push it back in, and you can hold it like basically like a pencil.
That looks cute. That would work certainly.
And then it came with really sharp scissors.
Scissors are always good.
Yes.
Fiber Floozy asks if you have any tips for felting.
Just, be careful of, like, as you're doing it, just pull your wool apart and do little sections at a time and keep your non-dominant hand away from it. That's what my cousin taught me. And my cousin also gave me a little cushion, a little foam piece to, put on your lap so you don't stab yourself. Because it hurts.
Oh, I bet it does.
I'll be back.
Okay, I'm putting the link up for anyone else who wants to join us.
And then when I go to put my spindle away, what I'm spinning on, I just leave on it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is actually a bag for needles, for the long straight needles, and I just put it in there.
That makes sense.
And it fits actually really nice.
Okay, Whisper asks me what I plan on making after I finish this particular moss stitch shawl. I have a request from a friend. Actually, it was an offer to this friend. I said I will give you stuff if you will post pictures wearing it, because he has a greater social media presence than I do. So once I finish this, I will make a hat and scarf set, because he spends a lot of time. He's an opera singer. A lot of people I know are opera singers, and he spends a lot of time working in Northern Europe. So even though he doesn't need it now, he will need it soon. Hi, Mark. I didn't see you come in. So I think I might need to plan. Well, I started to say I think I might need to plan my next trip to Europe, which would have to include visits to both Daniel in Aberdeen, if he's still in Aberdeen, or wherever he is, and also to Søren in Denmark.
Hi,
And
Mark.
other people I know. If you know the channel Knitting by Macho Men, it's a perfectly wonderful fellow in Portugal who is also of, I think, Finnish, some
Hi,
kind of
Mark.
Scandinavian origin, but he shares the Portuguese and the Finnish origin.
Oh, Serene lived in Aberdeen as well.
Oh, Søren lived in Aberdeen? Lovely. But anyway, he's a perfectly lovely gentleman, and I had a really, really great interview with him and posted it last week. So I would love to meet him in person. There are so many yarn people I want to meet, so that is what I'm going to plan my next trip to Europe around, is the people I want to meet. So it would include Daniel. It would include Sarah, and it would include Federico. I love rolling my R's like that. In the knitting by Macho Man, it would include some of the other people.
Yeah, I know where that is, Saran.
Oh, Mark mentions my poetry reading yesterday. I do Sunday readings of poetry. And yesterday I featured 3 contemporary poets, one of whom was Mark. And Mark is saying that I did a good job with that reading. Fiber Floozy asks where I am. I am in Wilmington, North Carolina right now. So what else is going on here? I really don't want to miss an awful lot. Oh, Whisper says I have to visit her in Holland. I could not possibly miss visiting her. But since Søren is not my only friend in Denmark, I cannot possibly make another Northern European trip without visiting her as well. Oh, my hotel bill is going to be astronomical. Let's see. Somebody's cracking something open.
That's me.
I hope it's delicious.
Go to Disneyland Paris with Daniel. I won't be going for a while, Fiber. Jill. Not with the way COVID's going.
You never know. Daniel, please do let me know if you ever visit the US. I will drive to see you. Yes,
Barb
sir.
says she has a guest room for you, David.
I know, Søren. I have known Søren much longer than I have had a YouTube channel. I've known him probably, let's see, when did I get onto live stream? I would say 15 years. But he is a perfectly lovely gentleman. And his intelligence makes me feel incredibly humble. And he is just wonderful. So I think people should look into knowing Søren. So what do we got here? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Thank you. Everybody still says hi. Say hi to my sister.
Hey.
I'm going to.
Hi, David's sister.
That'd be me too, Whisper. That's been one of my plans from the beginning. But don't get me started on Disneyland Paris.
Oh, lovely, lovely, sir. So, everybody says hi to my sister who has now left the room. Sometimes we disagree, but in general, things are lovely. I mean, we share our late mother's house, and in title, legally it's hers. She could, I don't want to get too solid on my shawl, but But yeah, anyway, we get along lovely, usually. So, what else is going on? Everybody says hi. I'm glad of that.
What does roving mean? I've got some roving here. I can show you.
You know, there are types of yarn construction that I don't completely understand. I don't completely understand roving.
This is roving.
It goes from thick to thin.
And then it's got like really thin bits. Where's my camera? There you go. Do you see the difference? Oh, where's my camera? There you go. That's roving.
But the yarn you're holding up, it doesn't look like it's truly spun.
Yeah, that's roving. It's not completely spun.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, yeah, it's a different spin to say this yarn. That's roving. That's just normal. Roving spun.
The question that came around, I guess a month or two ago, that included my favorite yarn construction. Honestly, the only thing I know is traditional, the whole wound yarn construction. I have tried yarns that I now recognize were roving, and I didn't like them. And I know some people prefer roving over others, but
I love roving. I love working with it. The only problem with it is if you make a mistake, it would be hard to pull it back.
Yeah, wool is hard to pull back once you work with it. Because of the way it's constructed, once you crochet or did it up, you have a really hard time frogging it or chinking.
Yeah.
Kat, are you coming up?
okay, I'm just reposting the StreamYard link if anybody else wants to come up.
I'm drinking. I got coffee in my cup. Just regular black coffee.
I like your mug very much because it has dogs on it.
Thank you. I got it. I got it for Christmas.
Mine's got dogs too.
There's a Oh, I love the dogs. There's a Kelly thinks that's a spaniel. Then there's a Scottish Terrier.
Oh.
Good old German breed Weimaraner. Pug. Dalmatian. Dachshund. Which is German for Badger dog. Then that spaniel again. And then another pug and Scottish Terrier. And then on the inside it's got paw prints. There's my coffee. I quit drinking coffee, creamer in my coffee when my granddad died. Because my mom was making coffee and I heard him say, literally, you ain't drinking no cotton picking sissy coffee in my chair. So I went cold turkey. But I will have it on occasion. You know, like if I go out, I'll put creamer in my coffee.
So, what else is going on? Did I miss anybody who came into the room? I hope I didn't.
Thank you, Fiber.
Okay, Michelle, I got you, I think. VJ, I got you when you came in. Katrina, always. Andrea left and will be back later. Okay, let's see. So what's everybody doing? So I suppose I could do general announcements at this point. I do have a Linktree link.
What giveaway, Jill?
Sorry, say that again.
Jill had a giveaway going that I didn't know about. Unless I did, unless that was the US only one, I can't remember.
So Jill Fiberfloozy has a giveaway. I'm not sure if I knew about it. Honestly, I don't do that many giveaways because I have enough yarn already to start a store.
Well, I told Kelly last night that I've got so much yarn that if I buy any more, my room's going to kick me out to make more room.
Yeah, it was the US only one.
That just might happen. When Bagger Day does a giveaway, I do participate only because I know I'm not going to win, but she has such beautiful, colorful yarns that I want to win. So, but she said that she's never had anyone win twice, and 2 years ago, I won an ice yarns giveaway that she did. So I'm doomed. I will never win a Bagel Day giveaway, but I'll keep entering.
I won a Triple C giveaway once.
How was that? What was the prize?
One of her patterns.
Mm.
It was on Liz's Live Talk with Liz's birthday live stream.
Okay. Did
And
you
then
get
I
to
also
choose the pattern or?
Yeah, she said just pick the pattern and let me know and I'll email it to you.
Mm-hmm.
And it was then I went over to Liz's live stream for the after party and I won again.
Wow.
And that was my first time ever on her channel. And I won.
That
So
sounds cool.
I didn't have a PayPal account, so she's like, well, you tell me what you want. So I said, how about a gift certificate to gift card to Amazon for your choice? So I had to email her how to do it. And then she sent it to me.
Now, the only giveaway I have planned, I'm licking my fingers because I have a tuna salad sandwich in front of me. I have an ongoing Hat Not Hate contest where people who are subscribers, you have to be subscribers, are invited to guess the number of hats I can complete by the end date of the contest, which I think is July 21st. And there's a second contest to guess the amount of yarn that's left over. And that itself is going to be tricky because the amount that I start with is like a movable object. I mean, since I started this project, I have been gifted with more blue yarn. And someone just recently threatened me with even more blue yarn.
Oh my God.
I have no idea what the outcome is going to be in terms of yarn left over. I have to do some high school algebra. Algebra does follow you into real life, people. Remember that. But I have to do some high school algebra too.
I was just sped. I didn't have to do algebra. I got out of it. I was in special education.
To determine
we weren't forced to do it, unlike the general education.
Well, I think you lacked out. You missed out because it's not there for specific skills. It's there to teach you to think critically and rationally and analytically. But back to me. For as far as the leftover yarn goes, I'm going to come up with, looking at what I have left at the end, just come up with an average weight per yard of what I have, and then weigh all of the yarn I have, and based on that, determine the yardage. Because I can't do it skein per skein. That's just stupid.
That's ridiculous. That's way too much work.
Exactly. So if I just come up with an estimated average and base my estimate of the yarn left over on that, I think that will work, because it's all worsted weight. It's all the same weight, so it's not going to be a big deal. And we don't need to get the big accounting firm that used to audit the Oscars, the Academy Awards. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We don't have to get that kind of a thing going on. I will ask my sister to count the hats before I do, and then I will compare with her to make sure that our count matches, and if it doesn't, to find out why. But other than that, it is what it is. It's my contest. I can do what I say or what I want.
Right. You can fix the way we look, David.
What?
You can fix the way we look. There should be like pictures. There should be like pictures under you, and you click them.
Oh, do you mean like this? Okay.
Yeah.
It's not doing. There we go. That's what you mean?
Yeah, and there's several different settings you can choose from.
Yeah, but I'm okay with the way this looks. If I wanted to show another screen, I would check out those other settings.
Yeah, because if you click on a certain person, it'll bring them up. It's called solo. Ursula does it on her lives.
But I'm okay with what we have. Daniel, you haven't said anything for a while. What's going on over there?
I'm listening.
Show us another yarn that we haven't seen yet.
I don't know. I don't know. This one maybe. Yeah, okay. This one.
Ooh, I love the color.
So it's got like pink speckles and blue speckles. You can see it more up there. And it should have yellow in there somewhere. It's hard to see in this light. Yeah, you can see them just up here. Yellow speckles. That's called Drop the Cake. I have that on high twist as well. I think you've pretty much seen all the rest.
Well, then show your newest ones again.
Yeah. That one. That one. Oh, I didn't show you my sparkle. Hang on. So there's this one.
That is stunning.
This one's sparkle.
Beautiful.
This was for Yorkshire Yarn Fest. Wisteria. And then you have the DK mini set again. Well, there you get your purples and your greens. And then my Pride one.
That's beautiful.
Is that Selena Sparkle? It is Whisper. And then Ginger Bear.
And of course, Ginger Bear is my favorite.
Ah, look, I spoke to Liz and she appeared. I said Liz's name and she appeared. Life Talk with Liz.
Thanks, Whisper. Yeah, it's lovely.
So I want everyone to visit Daniel and buy from his online yarn shop because his yarns are so beautiful. I really, really do love his sense of color.
I love you, Liz.
Hi, Liz. I'm glad to see you here.
I saw the Yorkshire yarn best yarn. Thank you, Whisper. Much nicer in person.
There were a lot of really, really great vendors at the Yorkshire Yarn Festival. I think you were in very honorable company. I think that your work is every bit as good or better than anything I saw from any of the other vendors from the Yorkshire Yarn Fest. It's just amazing.
Yarn is okay.
Liz asks if I have slept. I actually did sleep. That's why I started this live chat an hour late. I was supposed to start at 1, but I started at 2 because I fell asleep. And then it was because of people messaging me on my phone that I woke up and realized what was going on.
Is level 3 is number 3 weight yarn DK?
I think so.
Because I don't know the US yarn weight.
I think 3 is a DK.
Yes, in the US, 3 is DK.
Michelle asked me a question earlier.
I'm sorry, I'm eating a sandwich as we're going on.
So, Michelle, I have this one. That's
Ooh,
called.
I love the colors.
Those are stunning.
Stunning.
I have this gold one. Oh, the label's coming on. And then I have this one.
Beautiful. When you hang them up on the rack behind you, do you sort them by weight?
Yeah, I sort them by weight and color. So I tried to get similar colors next to each other.
Liz is asking where her sandwich is. I'll bring it to you next time I see you in person.
We actually had hamburgers for dinner. And fries.
Love hamburgers.
I haven't had dinner yet.
David, you'd love the way my dad cooks a burger. He makes a good burger.
Show
the yellow one. Yep, that one.
This one, Liz. It's called Fruit Salad. This is DK.
Søren says stop showing him a yarn or else he will buy the whole lot. I think that's a reason to keep showing him yarn.
I think I like the gold because it would be neutral for baby. But I would love to use your pride one. They're both lovely, aren't they, Michelle?
Who says that colors are gender specific? That is an early 20th century idea that we need to just get rid of. That's a late 19th, early 20th century idea that we just need to get rid of this whole pink and blue thing. I think it's ridiculous. So, okay, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, let's see, what else do we have to talk about? Keep me going, people.
Forgive me if I'm looking down. I got YouTube on my phone so I can see the chat. Because I'm on my
That's
iPad and I can't see the chat.
Soren said, I mean, I love Daniel as well, but I suspect he doesn't ship as easily. Also, my boyfriend would object.
Saren, you can't have Daniel, he's mine. Assuming his own boyfriend allows. Hi, Violet Newbie. I didn't see you come in.
Yes, David.
Violet.
In the US and the country, pink was for boys. Oh, pink was for boys and brown was for girls.
Well, I'm a boy and my favorite color is purple.
So, Violet, in southern Mississippi, what are your observations about color and gender? Do people stick to tradition as if it's a law?
Oh, that'd be in Louisiana. That'd be a whole nother subject. My one of my friends was born in, I believe, Lake Charles, and I asked her what she thought about that, and she just went off on that. Then I said, Rose, where's the popcorn?
Daniel Whisper is claiming you as her yarn dyeing son.
Yeah, I was just.
Okay. I don't mind having Whisper as my mother-in-law.
You can be my mother-in-law, Whisper.
Just so long as I get Daniel. Let's see. Not a lot going on in the chat. Looks like we have 22 people here. I'm going to post the StreamYard link again. If anybody wants to come up and you're someone that I know you, give it a shot.
A lot of misconceptions today about gender that did not apply to recent history.
It's true, Chris. Oh, Sarah, and I'm willing to share. Oh, hey, Sandy. I'm glad you're still here.
Hi, Sandy.
Have you seen Sandy's new puppy? Such a cutie. Oh my goodness gracious.
My eldest son wears pink or lavender shirts with either a black, charcoal grey or brown suit every day. He will get handmade shirts from Italy and have them hand-dyed pink.
Oh my goodness.
Well, it takes a true man to wear pink.
Stunning.
I wear pink.
Oh my goodness, Violet, send me emails of the things that he wears. That sounds amazing.
Hi, Freaky Geek.
Hi, Freaky.
VJ is saying that Surin shouldn't give up in the fight against me for Daniel. Daniel's mine. Everyone should remember, Daniel is mine. Except he belongs to someone else. He's 100% geographically unavailable, and he's less than half my age. But why shouldn't I think about him in that way?
Mark said he's still here, eating supper and listening. Some guys are lucky.
Oh, sir, I bet you look great in a pink shirt with a navy suit. Well, actually, I think you look great in anything you wear, but that's a separate thing. Live talk with Liz. I'm not sure what you mean.
Whisper said she's going to tell on you to John.
Oh, AJ says that Bag of Hate just Bag of Day, BOD just put out a Hat Not Hate video. I will have to look at that. I hope everyone is aware of my Hat Not Hate contest, where subscribers are invited to guess how many hats I can complete by the end of the contest, and also to guess how much blue yarn I will have left over. I'm burping now because I just had a sandwich. Nah.
I agree, Violet. Completely agree.
Exactly, Violet. Yes, yes. Liz, you are far from boring. Very, very far from boring. Not at all.
How long is the Hat Not Hates going on for, David?
The whole thing?
Violet just asked how long it's going on for.
Hat Not Hate has been going on for several years. My particular Hat Not Hate contest lasts until, I believe, July 21st. You have to check the link. The link, Nightbot will provide you with the link. But Hat Not Hate has been going on for a long time. I would suggest that anyone curious just either Google Hat Not Hate or go.
There you go, Violet. Nightbot's just posted it.
Exactly. Or go to hatnothate.org. Exactly. Nightbot is such a good friend to me.
What time is it there, Daniel? 20 past 11 at night, AJ.
Oh my god, it's not even noon there.
It's night time now here, David.
So it is. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just before midnight, not before noon.
Daniel, I sent you a picture of the handsome sun David was talking about. Let me see this handsome sun then.
Actually, yes, Whisper does have a very, very handsome son. Okay, sir, and I'm glad you were here. Thank you for joining me. And everybody should go and look at Saren on Facebook or whatever social media he has.
I didn't know that, Whisper. I just read your message. About Chester. 20 past midnight. Yeah, because you're an hour ahead of us, aren't you, Seren?
I hate to lose all my European friends, but I understand when they need to go to bed, especially those who need to work tomorrow.
I go in at 10.
But you're in Michigan County.
Yeah. But I'm saying I go in at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I totally hear you, Whisper. I didn't even know that they were making a base in Europe. What flavour you got? No.
Actually using my grandma's needles. These are my grandmother's.
I have Vimto, AJ. I don't know if anyone's heard of Vimto. I don't know if it's just a British thing or I don't know.
AJ, look what I got.
Ola! That looks like it came
Hi,
from
Miss Ola Joe.
Hey, fabulous Ola!
It is. It's a It was a Christmas ornament, and I decided to take it off because it was way too heavy for my tree.
Name for crossing the Canadian borders Whisper. Where am I? Where? Oh, there I am. Not fair. No, I haven't.
Oh, dear Michelle. Michelle,
I love it
hope
too,
that turns out
AJ.
okay.
I've had this anchor. I've had this anchor for years, ever since I was a kid. My room is all decorated in lighthouses, and across from me there's a hang on, I'll flip the camera. Oops, wrong button. Camera, front, back. So, right there, that is the Michigan stone, in the shape of Michigan. So that's what Michigan looks like. We're in the shape of a mitten. I have had that thing for as long as I can remember. I love watching on my phone how far YouTube is delayed. It's
true.
hilarious to watch. I know, isn't it, Miss Ola Joe?
Oh, thank you for your order again, Michelle. 2 orders in one night, eh?
I want everyone to order from Daniel because his yarn is so beautiful.
I was telling my mom the Goodwill store will be thankful I'm not buying anything. I don't have it. I said the Goodwill store will be thankful I don't have any money. All I have is like $50 left.
Oh, Whisper, you're funny. How the heck did I get over 300 family members on this website?
Well, I will say 300 people have not clicked the like button yet. I will say that.
I had to support my fiber dies. Oh, thank you, Whisper.
We actually we do love Whisper a lot. She has really great content, both as an individual creator and when she comes up on people's panels.
I'll be back. I need to go and make tea.
Bring me
Oh.
some. Cookies would be nice too, or biscuits, as you would call them. Liz, you are a very loving lady, and I.
You are, my dear. You are just a wonderful lady. Yes, I can, Violet. I got YouTube on my phone. That's how I can see the chat.
Okay, so Cam, you can see what's going on there.
Yeah.
I don't know what she wants to make you aware of, but as long as you two can connect, that's fine.
Yep. In a minute, I'm going to show you guys how I knit on straight needles. Because it's like I'm doing it. I swear it's like I'm doing two different crafts.
Yeah. As I still say, knitting is a mystery to me.
You just got to get used to it. Instead of holding one hook, you're holding two needles, but this one is connected by a cord.
I recognize that, but there is so much crochet that I want to learn and achieve. That I can put knitting off for a bit until I reach those goals.
Freaky just says knitting is a different way to make knots. That's true.
Ola Joe says that she just ordered the ginger bear yarn from Daniel. I think it's perfectly beautiful. I cannot wait to get mine. He created the colorway at my suggestion because I said that when I had hair and it wasn't gray, that it was ginger. So I said a ginger with some pink and lavender would be just perfect for me. And then when he had created it, he showed it to me, and I thought it was stunning. And he asked me for a name, and I thought nothing would be better than Ginger Bear. So it's all fingering weight. But I think if we coax him, he might make it in other weights. Oh God! I'm looking at all the other chats. Do you know, it's funny. I went to the eye doctor on Friday, and I thought that I would need a totally new prescription, which of course means like $700 glasses because of the complexity of what I need. But my prescription had not changed at all, and I got them to fix my frames so that they sit on my face straight. So I came out of there just paying for the exam, which itself was not cheap, but that's not the issue here. So I did not have to pay for $600 or $700 new glasses.
That's
And
wonderful.
I think so too. And these frames, I think, do fit me perfectly. And if I were to look for replacement frames, I would want the same thing.
That $700 is more you can spend on yarn.
I know. Well, actually, Cami, there is a men's fiber retreat that I have registered for, and I'm thinking, oh my God, that's so much money.
How much does it cost, David?
Well, that particular retreat, I registered for a semi-private room, and for the retreat, the room and board was $500 total.
Yeah,
for
it's
3
about
days.
over here.
It's not a lot to ask, but it's a lot for my bank account.
Mm-hmm.
So I registered for it, and I hope I will not have to cancel for money reasons. But I registered and paid anyway, with the hope that I would be able to attend, because not only would that be amazing for my soul, it would also be a great way to network and to serve the people who follow me here on YouTube and the other social media outlets.
Yeah.
So but you know, in the end, I really want to go. I really want to go, and I hope that I can afford to go.
This is another thing. If anyone goes to yarn festivals, can you try and support the dyers, because they pay a lot of money to be there. Dyers do pay money to go to festivals.
Exactly. I mean,
Even
our
if it's
lovely,
a $3 mini skein or whatever, just something.
our Daniel paid to be a part of the Yorkshire Yarn Festival that he was just in. So I want people to support him with orders, and anyone who does that thing, does that sort of online thing. It's the same as with in-person retail craft fairs, where someone pays to have a table and show what they've got. They have to pay to be there, and they have to evaluate whether they get enough income or revenue to justify being there again.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a matter of faith, because you have to invest more and more and more to build the public and the audience that will eventually support you. But in the beginning, you're in the hole. It's a tough thing to do. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I was just replying to Whisper. He said, if I can get a stand at the Creodo next year, you're more than welcome to join me, Daniel. Message me the details, Whisper.
I am really, really happy that Daniel and Whisper are becoming friends. Because they're both beautiful people, but also because they can work well together.
That's interesting to know, Whisper.
So, NOI, am I missing anything else in the chat?
I just had to catch up with the chat.
Let's see, a lot of people.
Yeah, as soon as you get the details, let me know, and we'll talk about it. And again, it also depends on COVID as well.
Well, I got both my shots, so I'm good.
Are you really? What about the other strains that they keep talking about? So you really have to keep up with the news and see what's going on.
I wear my mask still. I'm not giving up my mask quite yet. That's for sure. Absolutely not.
I don't know what it's like in the US, but in the UK, even if we have had both of our doses. Like me, I've had both of my doses. We still have to wear the mandatory mask.
I think that erring on the side of caution is a good idea always, regardless of what we're talking about. So, and I just...
Yeah, we got the new strains here too, Barb.
We have already had 2 strains here. Yeah, we've had 2 strains here too.
And the governor of Michigan has actually said, you know what? Y'all want to act like jerks, go for it. I'm not stopping you. Y'all never listen to me anyway, so y'all want to act like jerks, I don't care. She's pretty much given up.
Mask is still mandatory in the UK as well.
Not here. They said if you're in Michigan, if you're fully vaccinated, you can go out and run wild, pretty much. But they're like, still be absolutely careful.
But can you believe?
But the policy at the Goodwill store.
Can you
policy
believe
at the Goodwill store is like the employees still have to wear masks. Even me, even though I'm a volunteer, I still have to wear a mask, but the customers don't.
Can you believe anyone who states that he's been vaccinated?
I think there's like 46% here in Michigan or something like that. Or just about.
We've had 4 days. I had both my shots and they work on all the strains.
Okay. Let's talk about puppies. Going back to puppies. We need puppies.
I got a picture of a puppy.
Lovely.
It's
funny how all of the social media know what you have seen. That's so cute. Oh my goodness.
That's my cousin's. I'll show you when they first got her. So the man is my cousin. And then that's his fiance.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's their puppy Charlie, like right when they got her. And I'm actually going to their wedding in September.
Lovely.
And then here's her uncle. So this is Charlie. Really? That's Charlie. And then that is her uncle Remington. Or as we call him, Remy. The big boy is my aunt's dog.
That's beautiful.
He's actually getting Remy's getting surgery this week. He's old.
Oh dear. So one of my favorite dog channels is called Oshi's World, where this couple that owns this perfectly beautiful golden retriever, and we've watched this retriever for several years, as a puppy and now as a grown-up dog, and soon we'll watch him as an elderly dog. But they posted a video just this weekend that suggested there might be another addition to their family that won't be a puppy.
They're having a baby.
That is my suspicion. They are not stating anything, but we have seen many, many instances where dogs become extremely devoted and faithful companions to babies, and and when the mother is still pregnant, the dogs actually, they're like glue. They just won't leave. They're it's like their job to take care of the mom and the baby. So I cannot wait to see how that turns out. So go and see Oshi's World, Oshies.
I'll show you guys a picture of our very first cat. Now we've had the same breeds. We're the same breed. Don't mind me, I gotta move a lot of stuff to get the pictures.
Oh, Michelle says her oldest daughter is a dog trainer at Petco. Oh my God, I would be bringing dogs home every day too.
When I went to college, I studied animal care at college. They had resident puppies, and they were so adorable. They were little Labrador puppies, and they were just so cute, and they just wanted to play and have cuddles. And
that's all any dog wants. They want to be in your life. They want to be your life.
Here's a younger picture of my grandma and grandpa.
Very nice.
Sorry about that. I'm having hot flashes again. Tizzy. Don't mind me, I'm talking to myself. Here's my grandparents' lake.
Nice.
That's out their kitchen window. Here's another one closer up. I grew up on that lake.
There are some
Odie Pody Pumpkin Pie.
very early pictures of my grandmother when she was very young that I saw, and my cousin mentioned to me before I actually saw it myself that my
here's my great grandmother. Here's my great grandma Hunter. Right there. That's my great grandma. That's his mother.
bye, Ola.
Bye, Miss Ola Joe.
Come back.
So here was our very first cat. That was our first cat.
Yeah.
There's my grandma and her siblings. Some of them. Everybody in this here picture has passed away. Now this uncle, this is my dad, my grandpa's youngest brother. He is 5 years older than my mother. That's his grandson.
Answering your question, Michelle, there is some colorways I want to bring back to stock, but I haven't got round to it yet. But there will be new colorways. I always try and bring out new colorways.
I think Daniel is brilliant with colors. I think he does beautiful work.
Here's my mom and sister. So here's me and my cousins. Some of them. There's me way over there in the corner. Then my sister. Then my cousin Drew. And then back there is his older brother Darren. Here's a better picture of us. Oh my God, look how fat I am. I'm in the navy blue. I'm in the blue jean. I look fat. And then here's some more of my cousins. The two next to my sister is my cousin Melissa and my cousin Shelby. Then that is my cousin Frank. And then that's Darren's girlfriend, Elise.
Whisper is saying goodnight and suggesting I don't get into any trouble while she is gone. I can't guarantee that, but I am very thankful for Whisper's presence.
Bye, Whisper.
Bye, Barbara, my dear. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Let's see, and Michelle says that Josh, whom I think you mean Combat Crochet, just went live, which is just fine. I would not fault people for going over there to see him and then coming back. That would be just fine as well, because Josh, Combat Crochet, is wonderful. Let's see, what do we got else? Michelle is asking about new colorways for Daniel.
Yeah, as I said, Michelle, I do plan on coming out with more colorways. So hopefully I will come out with some more.
Now, let me ask you this. When you, I think I asked you this before. When you have a colorway and you want to repeat it, how do you do that?
I do write down my recipes for colorways I do want to repeat. So there is certain colorways that I don't plan on doing again. Just because either it's not been popular or I just want it to be a one-off. I don't tend to write those ones down.
Now, Daniel, I got a question for you. When you started dyeing, like, who did you watch? Did you watch anybody particular on YouTube? Or
No.
What did you do?
I was self-taught. I taught myself. I did go to a workshop in a yarn store with another fabulous dyer in the UK. So she taught me the basics. But other than that, I was a self-taught dyer. It's all about experimenting with colours and being brave. With using different colours.
Based on your experience, having taught yourself, what have you learned about things like running, colors running or fading, or other customer complaints about yarns?
To be honest, I haven't had many customer complaints. I've had the odd one or two where they have said that the dye had run and they've got dye all over their hands and stuff like that. But
well, who does that sort of thing with bare hands?
Pardon?
I said, who does that sort of thing with bare hands? You can buy food prep gloves at any supermarket.
Yeah, there have been people message me saying that the colours run into their hands and they've got stained hands now. And they haven't complained, but they just asked me what they can do to stop that from happening. But the only way you can really get out of that is wash it out. Is get some warm water with wool wash and soak the yarn in it and wring it out and then dry it.
I have a hank of undyed yarn that our beloved Fiber Spider created and gifted to me as a giveaway prize.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it would be wonderful if you and I dye it together on FaceTime or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk about that offline.
Mm-hmm.
But I honestly, I don't know what to do with this stuff, and it's been sitting in my bin for a while, and I'm going, what do I do?
Michelle wants to know if vinegar would set the dye.
Yes, vinegar will set the dye, but it's best to use clear vinegar. Or if you can get your hands on it, use citric acid. Because you need an acid to set the dye.
Yeah, in the US we would call it white vinegar.
White vinegar.
Which is very clear.
Yeah, we call it white vinegar here. But yeah, either white vinegar or citric acid.
I have seen some YouTube posts about using undyed, or rather unsweetened Kool-Aid packets for dyeing. So the color is there, the acid is there, and you just add water.
Yeah, I've heard that works. But in my personal opinion, it's a hard one because obviously I don't live in the US, so I've never been able to use Kool-Aid before. If it was over here, I personally would not use Kool-Aid just because it is meant for human consumption and it's probably got loads of other E numbers and all sorts in it that is in there. But it is a possibility that it works. It could work for some people, but personally I wouldn't use it.
I would think that it works very well for some people who do it occasionally, but if you do it as a regular thing, or if you do it commercially, it wouldn't be that good a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, I think when I get around to doing this, this yarn with this wool that I have, we should do a FaceTime thing together so that I have your guidance, and then we can create a post that will interest both of our audiences. What do you think?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And you know what my favorite colors are.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Another way to answer Michelle's question is you need heat as well, not just acid. You need a source of heat. So the way I do it is I soak my yarn in a dye bath, and then I heat it in water over the stove. because you also need the heat to set the dye as well.
I think if you have a salad spinner, that's a great way to get the excess water out of it.
Yeah, I've heard
because
people
it's
do
only-
that. I think Kristen Amadal does that.
I have tried a salad spinner, but for me personally, it doesn't work well for me. Other people, it works really well for other people, but for me, it just doesn't work. I wring my yarn out my hand.
Well, there is no right or wrong.
Exactly. It's all about experimenting. It works good. Some ways work good for some people. Some other ways work better for others. It's all down to personal preference.
Exactly.
Just like knitting. Knitting's not for everybody.
Sure isn't. Huh. But
So
I
what
would
if-
love to work with you, Daniel, in the future on a.
Liz says, she says, David, my love, going to eat with my hubby. Love you. Daniel, it was nice meeting you. Cammy. Bye, Liz, my dear.
Okay, Liz.
Lovely to meet you too, Liz.
Stepping out. Well, I'm glad you were here, Liz. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, sorry, David. I know on chat I'm still here, but just listening and jumping off and on to other sites as well.
Well, I never expected anyone to stay the whole time because it's a pretty long time.
You've been going for almost 5 hours now.
Yeah, I came in late, actually. I started an hour later than expected because I fell asleep. But we're still here at 6 hours, for which I'm grateful. But, you know, what can you do? You can't keep everyone, and not everyone can stay with you. People have lives, damn it. They have their own focuses. They can't focus on me. And nobody realizes that their focus should be solely on me.
How many
What's
watches?
wrong with people?
Sorry?
How many watches have you got?
19 people, I see.
Well, it looks like we have 11 people right now. I don't know. It comes and goes. So,
yeah.
And since this is dinner hour, it might wane a little bit, and then pick up some more later. So it's always hard to predict. But you know, I'm here.
I don't have a life. Michelle doesn't have a life apparently.
Yeah, Michelle, neither do I.
Nor do I, Michelle. I work, I dye yarn, I sleep.
And you have a beautiful dog.
I have a beautiful dog, but he sleeps as well, so that works in my benefit.
So I hope that people. I haven't even kept up with what YouTube is telling you to do. The latest thing is directing you to Daniel's website, which I think is good.
Michelle, thank you very much.
Did you see my panda? Look at my weird looking panda.
Okay.
This part was way too big. The head would never fit, so I gave him a little bit of a neck.
We've got a YouTube now. Look, Crochet said she's got a YouTube marathon going on, and she has a laundry marathon as well.
Sandy was talking about her college-age son's laundry, the stuff he brought home for the weekend, and I was asking her, what, does he not know how to work the washing machine?
Oh, my mom said that's no. She dropped me off at the school I went to on the other side of the state, and she left me. So I had to figure out how do you do the laundry. And she kind of the first time before I left, she kind of showed me how to do it myself. She goes, now every washing machine is different. So the ones at the school may be different than mine. But this is just a somewhat of an idea. And then the next load, she actually had me do it. And then I leave and then come back, and my buddy, whom I'm still in contact with, said it went up. I said, you're kidding me. He goes, no. It was like $1 for washing and $1 for dryer. So you did two. It was $2. It went up to being $4 to do one load of laundry at the school. And it's actually haunted, and this is a true story. There was this room before I got switched. I went from one hall to another, and the one room was another friend of mine. And hang on, I lost it. There you are. So I'm sitting there with him, and there's nobody here, nobody but the two of us in the room. His suite mates are out. He and I are just sitting there minding our own business. All of a sudden, the shower turns on. And we go in there, and all of a sudden it like turns off. We're like, okay. And then we come into his bedroom, and the window is wide open. Now, mind you, his roommate was out of the question. His roommate was out doing his own business. And then we go to turn around because the door had opened, and we turn around, and there was this little girl in the window. And we're like, we're just watching the girl, and then all of a sudden the shower and both sinks go on, and the toilet flushes. This is no joke. And we're sitting there like, what in God's name is going on in this room? It's the two of us. And I'm like, your suite mates have no children. Your roommate has no child. Because, I mean, you could see the little girl vividly. It's as if she was a real person. And I'm like, I never stepped foot in his room again. He had to meet me at the stairs. And then the water tower, somebody actually jumped off of it. Off of the water tower, because they had its own water tower. And if you went out at midnight and stood there, you would have been able to hear a thump. And that was a girl apparently a girl committed suicide off of that water tower. If you want to look up the haunted history, look up Michigan Career and Technical Institute. I'm not making this stuff up, people. It's like, it was freaky. So on purpose, I would go out at like midnight, at like 10 o'clock, and just wander. And I'd seen things I'd never seen before. Because you drive 2 hours on the freeway and then half an hour through cornfields, pretty much.
Sandy, you say your son doesn't have the motivation to do some laundry.
Kick him some motivation, Sandy.
Does he have the motivation to wear clean clothes? Does he understand when there is no other option?
I was taught at a very young age about housework and cooking and everything like that. And then when I got older, my mum told me to get on with it myself. I know how to do it yourself.
I actually learned how to sew from my grandma. She taught us, my sister and I, one-handed. By hand, so you need a button, I can sew it on by hand. So that my friend would purposely wait for me to, like, at the weekend, and bring in clothes to school. And he's like, Cam, would you mind sewing this on for me? I'm like, what's wrong with your mother's hands? He's like, I wanted you to do it. So I ended up charging him $25 a button. I became rich.
That sounds like a good racket.
Yeah. And then this one guy at the workshop, he comes in one day and goes, he saw me sewing buttons. He goes, "You sew?" I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "I got a suit that the buttons, you know how the suits do, they only, sew the buttons on to get them out, and they pop off very easily." He goes, "Would you mind sewing them?" I said, "Sure. Just bring it in." And I sewed them on.
How much
But I
did
didn't
you
charge him.
for that? You didn't charge?
No, because he was he'd only, it was that one time. But my friend was constant. My friend Greg was constant. And after a while, my friend Greg learned that I didn't charge it, so he eventually went to his mom to sew on the buttons.
You're too nice. What's that? Is
Sorry?
it Sandy?
What?
Is that name Sandy? Hook, crochet?
Yes,
Yes. You're too nice, Sandy.
Yes.
Sandy is an
she
absolute
is.
sweetheart.
We love Sandy. We also love her little puppy. Hi, Michelle.
We have a house that was built in 1966, bought it 2 years ago. Now I'm working on it. Go you for doing it yourself, Michelle.
Michelle, I can beat you out. My sister's house was built in 1890. The one she's currently living at. And I actually just found an article about this guy. He apparently gave the Adrian Times a article about this guy, something, and they actually mentioned her address, and it was from, I gotta see, please be in here. 1901. It says old papers tell the story of 1901 train wreck. Lenaway shocked as 80 lose lives 55 years ago. Oh boy, the jerks are yelling at it. My neighbors yelling at his kid. Instead of going to pick her up, he yells. Oh, we call them the crazy people.
What do they call you?
I have no idea. But I swear, it's like, I say, why watch soap operas when you got the jerks across the street? The woman of the house took her two kids and granddaughter, and I think step grandson on vacation. Her ex-husband overdoses 3 times in a week. In 1 week, he overdoses 3 times. Then he takes a week off, overdoses again. Twice.
And that's all in the same house?
Yeah. And then he takes a couple of days off, overdoses again. And she finally said, "That's it, you're out. Get out." She's like, "I ain't have that kind of crap around here. Get out." I swear, it's like all you got to do is sit out there and watch it. The boom booms have started. Can you hear them?
The what?
Fireworks.
Oh, yeah. I haven't heard it here yet.
Oh, up here. over here in Michigan, in my neck of the woods, it's terrible.
I used to hear it a lot in New York.
Oh, I
You
bet.
got a lot of extremes of everything in New York.
Yeah.
I lived in Yonkers. A friend of mine told me that his father always said that Yonkers was full of hills and hoes. I didn't comment.
You know, I've been to New York, but I haven't been to the Yonkers land.
You haven't missed a lot.
Because Yonkers was actually named after the Yonkers land. And then you have New Amsterdam.
Mm-hmm.
There's a podcast I listen to. It's called The Bowery Boys. And I have learned a lot about New York. You'd actually like it, David, living there. Look up The Bowery Boys on Apple Podcasts.
I will certainly do that.
And every year... Go ahead.
I know the Bronx was named for a particular family estate named Bronx. So
yes.
They called it the Bronx estate. So,
yes.
And it's interesting. Oh, look, Michelle wants to join us. The Bronx estate.
Hi, Michelle.
Hello, Michelle.
Hello. Hi.
Interesting. Oh, look, Michelle wants to join us. Oh, somebody's echoing.
There, that's
cool. Hello, Michelle.
Hello. Hi.
Interesting. Oh, look, Michelle wants to join us.
You looked like you were about to fall asleep.
Michelle, I think you're echoing.
I got it.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Oh, yeah, she sorted it. It's gone.
Okay, cool. Cool. Yes. The Bronx was named after a particular landholder family called Bronk, Bronck.
Yes, and that name changed so many times throughout the years.
Mm-hmm. There's a part of the island of Manhattan that geographically is part of the Bronx.
Yes.
And another part of the island that geographically is part of the Bronx but is part of Manhattan. It's very confusing, and it's all very, very much at the top end of Manhattan, where I used to live, and is a very good place to live for people, particularly people of an artistic bent who are looking for budget rate apartments. Although the whole market has gone crazy. But Upper Manhattan, what we used to call upstate Manhattan, was a really great period. Anything above 200th, or what we would of course call Dyckman Street, was fair game. And I regret,
yeah, that's where all the rich people moved.
I don't know about that, but
because all the people like the Amsterdam or Anderson Cooper's family, they moved upstate, like during the yellow fever pandemic, the flu pandemic of 1918. The rich families that were still left during those, they moved further up, and then once it hit there, they moved up even further. That's why you see a lot of old time mansions, is because of the rich people. They had so much money, they built a house in a certain part, and once it hit said part, They just abandoned it and left and moved further and further up.
Actually, there are some parts of the Bronx that are stunningly beautiful in terms of housing and parklands and everything else that people just don't think about, but they are amazing and can be had for,
like the Morse Jamel Mansion, for instance.
Not sure about that, but they can be had for like fractions of the cost of a home in Manhattan. And nowadays, or at least when the last time I looked at such statistics, Brooklyn had become the most expensive borough to live in because
I believe that.
Everyone wanted to move to the trendy parts of Brooklyn, which were the ones that were artistic and a very short commute to Manhattan. Brooklyn is pretty darn big. All of the counties are pretty darn big. That's why they're counties. So every one of them has good parts and bad parts. And that's what it is. Anyway, Michelle, tell us what's going on.
Well, not much. I picked up one of my Christmas gifts to try to finish it.
It's early for Christmas.
I'm started on my Christmas gifts. I've already started on mine.
Yeah, I've got about half of my grandkids done. I've got 9 grandkids, so if I don't get started in January, they're not getting done.
My grandma had 10.
But I'm working on that one that you like.
Oh, that
looks the pretty one.
Yeah.
I love the colors.
That's that's
Mosaic.
the Apache Tears thing with Mosaic, yeah. I tried that on a small scale, and I don't think I would recommend it on a small scale. For a larger scale, like blanket or something, it's great.
We have 2 neighbors getting married. So I made dish towels and dish rags for them. And then I've got to set this color.
Ooh.
That's pretty.
Like that one? There's the towel for it.
The purple and blue go amazing together.
So I finished those up today. I just finished up a couple baby dresses.
Wow. I wish I was that motivated to get that much done.
Oh, that's all I do. I don't have a job. I don't have anything to do. I watch the babies and crochet.
Daniel has a few other distractions, like a day job.
Yeah, I don't have one of those.
Yeah.
I've been off the last couple of days, so it's been nice. I've got some crochet done.
Yeah.
I don't think I've put them up yet.
For those who aren't too tired of my self-promotion, Daniel has a kit available with the pattern for my Alicia shawl, if you would show that, Daniel, plus a skein of his yarn. I don't know how he's priced it, but I think that his yarn plus my pattern would be amazing.
Oh, that's pretty.
Oh.
So, and it's really completely adjustable. It depends upon how much yarn you have and how big you want it. So,
and you can use whatever yarn weight you want for it as well, which is really good.
This is one of the baby dresses.
Oh, that's cute.
It's a bag o' day,
Google.
Of course.
of course. This is another bag o' day.
Oh, that's
That's
cute
cute as
too.
well.
And then for that one, I have a blanket.
No, it's
Oh, that's-
I don't know what the pattern's called, but I've seen that pattern before because it's a very similar pattern design to the virus shawl.
Yeah, it's grandma's something. German shells, maybe.
I can't remember the name
You
of the
mean
pattern.
I think it's German
creative,
shell.
Grandma?
But I thought it was beautiful.
Such a lovely design.
Yeah. And they're all out of cotton, so they'll last for a while and be comfortable.
Lovely.
But that's all I've been working on. That in the bathroom.
We don't need to see the bathroom.
No, you don't want to see it. It's just lath right now. I took all the plaster down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Our bathroom, well, actually, both bathrooms need redoing. The kitchen needs redoing. A lot of things need redoing. This is a place that was built in the 90s, probably. So some of it is not aging as well as one might hope.
I
This
understand.
house was built in '88.
Yeah.
This one was built in 1903, so it's due. I've refinished the floors and
When my sister moved into her house, the first year they were there, they ended up changing out the windows because she looked at her first bill and was like, "Oh my God!" And she calls my mom and goes, "Mom, do you pay this much for heating?" And my mom goes, "No." She goes, "Check it." My mom's like, "Morgan, check your windows."
yeah. This house has insulation, but it's old insulation, so it's not doing its job very well. So when I take down all the plaster and lath, I'm re-insulating too.
Yeah, that we have that difficulty. It's part of a townhouse community, so we're attached to other homes. There's a limited amount of modification that we can do.
Yeah.
But the things that we would like to do would include, even if we don't change the floor plan of the kitchen, changing the materials, because after 20 years, they're getting a little old.
Yeah.
And the appliances as well. And also both of the bathrooms, they just need work.
Yeah, I'm just going room by room. Next will be my bedroom, and the laundry room is fine. It just needs paint. And then the kitchen. It needs a whole new floor plan. So
Doing a new floor plan would be difficult, although not as much as if we used gas for cooking.
right.
But we could get someone in to help us plan a new kitchen floor plan.
So that would cost you a lot of money, wouldn't it?
It depends on how much you can do yourself and how much you have to hire someone to do.
Now the least expensive option for us in our situation would be just having the cabinets refaced, having new countertops put in, and that would go a long way.
Just new doors and drawers, or paint the ones you have, or something, and then new counters and some paint on the walls. That doesn't.
there are companies that do that.
Mm-hmm.
The next would be to plan a totally new kitchen in the same space.
Yeah.
But we would have to consider where the plumbing is.
Yeah.
We would have to consider whether we want to bring gas in for cooking. I prefer gas for cooking, but we don't have it here.
I prefer gas, and all we have is electric as well. But it's not my gas.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Daniel, what did you say?
We're lucky we've got gas. I don't like electric cooking.
Yeah, I don't like electric either.
Well, both of
My
them
grandma
just
had
take
it.
getting used to. It's
The
just what
only
you
reason why
get
she had it
used
is because it would have been way too expensive to heat, to use, and they'd constantly have to fill up the pig,
to. Exactly.
which is just a gas container, and we always called it a pig because it was kind of in the shape of a pig.
Yeah. Now there is a gas fed fireplace.
So you have gas, you would just have to run it.
It's still it's an external source, and I think that we would just have to get that refilled and have a way to go from the fireplace all the way to the cooking surface.
Yeah.
And I rather think the expense would be more than it's worth, especially in terms of resale value.
Right.
So for our kitchen, refacing the cabinets and redoing the countertops, that would go a long, long way. I just
Mom, guess what?
replaced
Remember
the microwave.
Night?
Hello, grandchild.
No, that's child.
Shaggy and
Child, hello, child.
That's my youngest, Jade.
Friday freaking night. I have Shaggy in it.
They're saying hi.
Hi.
What does your T-shirt say?
Mom, can I get some more candy?
He wants to read your T-shirt. Periodic table of texting.
That's cute. That's cute. So anyway, back to my kitchen. If we I think that the least expensive option would be just to reface the cabinets and replace the countertops. And some of the appliances need replacing and some of them don't. Now, my parents moved in here probably 30 years ago, and so this might be the third refrigerator they've had. It still works. I'm not going to replace it.
Yeah.
The dishwasher, I think, is the original dishwasher. It needs replacing. I just replaced the microwave that's built in above the oven. It needed replacing. That sort of thing. So it's a selective thing. But I think doing the refacing and countertop thing is less expensive than getting someone in to just rebuild the whole thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially if you're thinking about eventual resale, because it's first impressions that sell rather than information about roots and such things. So what am I missing in the chat? I've been going
Nothing's happening in the chat.
Are we the only four here?
Well, according to what we have, it looks like there are 13 here.
Who's here? Make a comment.
Exactly. Make yourself known. Comments are gold.
Who have we got?
Exactly. Comments are gold. I will say that over and over again. Comments are gold. It doesn't depend
Make yourself
upon
known.
whom you are watching, or what the, or even what you say.
Debbie Reynolds is here.
Are gold.
What are you working on, Debbie?
Chris is still here.
Hey, Chris. I'm glad to see you. Chris, send me an email because I want to know you better. Who else do we have?
Who else have we got on here?
It's getting a little twilighty here, so I might just have to set up my stand with the light. Hi, Liz. Glad to see you.
Liz is still here.
Still waiting for the food. I'm always waiting for food.
Jerry
I
needs to
always
hurry up
want
with your
more
food.
We had a late lunch, early supper, so we just went to the drive-in. I had an Indiana tenderloin. Do you remember those, David? An Indiana tenderloin?
Not sure I know what an Indiana tenderloin is.
Well, Indiana's pretty much the only place you can get them, but they're tenderloins about that big. They're breaded and fried.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Oh, cheese, tomato, and onion.
So then I'm starving right now.
It sounds delicious.
They are.
I love watching YouTube food channels.
Yeah.
I do too.
Because, well, actually, I love cooking. Because that's a sort of another creative channel. You know, I gain knowledge from the YouTube things that I watch, and possibly anything else that I read, and then I try to become creative in what I do with that knowledge.
My son-in-law is becoming a pretty good cook.
That's good to know. Yeah. I think my cousin's son-in-law actually completed chef training and is a great chef. But you know, nowadays I don't see my extended family enough. I would not know this man if he walked up to me and slapped me in the face.
Yeah.
So he's the husband of the child, I think actually the grandchild of a contemporary of mine. I really hate that I've lost that connection with the extended family.
Yeah, after my grandma died, it's like the whole family fell apart.
I started a Facebook group for grandchildren of my specific generation. My mother was one of 5, and from those 5 came 4, 4, 3, 2, 2. 15 grandchildren.
Oh my.
So, but that group has become quite dormant. When we were kids, we were close to our cousins, even though we were geographically removed, because that's when my parents moved to Minnesota for job reasons, and most of our family was still in North Carolina. But we remained close in many ways, and I still wish that I were as close to them as we were then. So what's going on?
I'm still
in
close
the
to my
chat?
cousins.
Chris loves food as much as I do. Liz says she'll eat anything at this point. Huh. Liz is still waiting for food. You know, when you get food, share it with all of us.
Liz, I think Gary needs the chancla.
Say that again?
I was telling Liz, I think Gary needs the chancla.
Exactly. So Daniel, show us another yarn that you haven't shown us before. We love Daniel's yarn.
Show me the other two I'm getting.
You take a bite of something.
Perfect timing.
Yeah. That's the first one.
Oh, that's pretty.
That's really small. There you go.
This is my daughter.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
You're going to get
Michelle's daughter.
Love you.
Love you. Yeah. That's going to be pretty. I have no idea what I'm going to do with it. Yeah, I got two because I'm thinking the shawl. Yeah. I'm thinking maybe the Asgard shawl.
These are the sock sets. I think you got the lemon and lime.
Yep.
Yeah. So they're all your sock sets.
Yeah.
And
I'm
then
going to have so much fun.
So they're all there ready to package up.
I just ordered the sock pattern. It was released today. So I got that and I'm ready to go.
Brilliant. Well, hopefully your yarn won't take long to turn up.
Yeah.
Whereabouts are you?
Indiana.
Indiana. Oh, it shouldn't. You should be all right then.
Gary,
So, Michelle, you're just south of me.
I love the Music Man.
Oh, me too. I think the Music Man and Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, they are like the two in competition for the great American musical.
Yeah.
But anyway, Daniel, I was going to say that Daniel is offering his yarns in collaboration with one of my patterns.
Hey, Linda's here.
Kit. Oh, hi, Linda. Glad to see you. Yay! But Daniel is offering...
Rocky Horror Picture Show. Yes, Rocky. No, not Rocky. Fiber.
I like Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Rocky Horror Picture Show is a classic.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Yes.
I was in high school when that came out.
I wasn't even born when it came out, but I love it.
Oh, please. You weren't even born when I had my last... You're very young. Anyway.
Linda, was it Linda? I'll put it in the description for you.
Anyway, let's see. I'll just repost the URL if anyone wants to come up with me.
And Fiber Spider's here.
Yay, Fiber Spider. We love Craig more than words can say.
And I'll be 30 on Thursday.
When my oldest daughter got married, instead of having a traditional first dance, they did the time warp.
Oh, I have the time warp in my
Oh my gosh.
So good.
You see those things on YouTube where they coordinated and they like I think that's fantastic. I saw one just yesterday where the harp was playing when they were expecting the bride to come down the aisle, and the harp played the theme from Star Wars.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God, that's true.
And once people realized what was going on,
Thanks, Jill.
they were in hysterics, but still trying to contain themselves and not laugh too much. And I think that is going to be a very successful marriage.
Yeah.
Because they both have a great sense of humor. And that's what you need.
Yeah. You have to be able to laugh at yourself.
You know, people suck. So you have to know what to take seriously and what not to. Because people suck.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm going to say about that.
When my daughter walked down the aisle, they did something from Willy Wonka. When they walk into the place where you can eat the flowers and stuff.
I
can't think of the song.
Oh, I can't remember the name of the song.
Sing it. I can't even sing it right now.
I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember the name.
I'll be back, guys.
Wonder something.
Isn't it Come With Me and You'll Be in a World of Pure Imagination?
Pure imagination. Yep, that's it.
Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure fascination.
Yeah, that's the one she walked down the aisle to.
AJ just joined us. How are those kiddos, AJ? Are they enjoying the holiday?
Oh, we've got 2 Lindas in.
Okay, I've just posted the StreamYard link if anyone wants to join us again. Oh, AJ, I can't imagine anything better than watching your own children having a blast like that. Speaking as someone who's never had a child.
I'm back.
Oh, we missed you, Daniel. We missed you terribly.
Oh, AJ's back. Chris said, such lovely times, they don't make good movies anymore. Yeah.
They don't.
They don't. Craig's trying to come in.
So it would appear we love Craig. Okay, now I can't find him. Okay, where we go? I don't know what's going on. I want Craig to join in.
No, I'm not, Jill. Not after our chats that we have. Oh.
Okay, I just posted the StreamYard link. I really want Craig to join in.
I can go down if
saying he has struggles. I don't know what to do next. Daniel, you are so good to stay with me all of these hours. My goodness gracious. It's very late there, and don't you have to work tomorrow morning?
No. If I'd worked tomorrow, I'd be asleep by now.
Oh, good.
No, I've got tomorrow off. Yes, our Zooms get crazy. Yes, they do, Jill.
Oh, you should have been on Creations by a Yankee Christina Anderson last Friday. I was
Say
on
that
her
again,
channel
Cammy.
for like, I was on Creations by a Yankee Christina Anderson's channel on her panel last week. Oh my God, it was crazy. I stayed on there like 3 hours, and then I ended up getting off, and I ended up being on there another hour. And then after that, I ended up staying out on like another 2 hours. I was playing a couple of games, and I'm like, I look at the time, and I'm like, oh my God, it's 3:30 in the morning.
Well, me and Jill, obviously because of the time difference, I Zoomed with Jill. I think I got on about 1 o'clock in the morning with my time with Jill, and we got off at like 8 o'clock in the morning my time. We were on for like 7 hours.
It's true, Jill.
Well, Jill is fascinating.
Jill has some crazy stories, don't you, Jill?
Okay. I don't know what else to do except to post the latest StreamYard link for people to come up. Craig is telling me he can't come up using that link, and I don't know what that's about. Because I have the paid version of StreamYard, so I can have quite a few guests if I choose.
I need to carry on reading my book, Jill.
Oh, look, night.
He says he's here, but off stage.
Okay, I can't see. Oh, there we go.
Did it work?
Yeah, he's coming. There we go.
Hello.
There you are. Yay!
How you doing?
God,
yes, I am back.
Sometimes
I had dinner, and
Oh.
I am back.
Did you bring enough for everybody?
Well, there's also cheesecake, but no, I don't share.
Oh, wow.
If anyone wants any.
What was that you were sharing, Daniel?
Wafers.
Oh,
those are yummy.
Those are very good.
I love those.
It has been my observation that sweets overseas are a lot better than sweets in the U.S.
These aren't English. These are Japanese.
Ah.
Even better.
They do amazing sweets.
Oh, quite.
David, I should send you some chocolate, some fudge from Mackinac Island.
Send me anything you want to that is edible. I will gladly accept it.
Because you would love the fudge.
Yeah, fudge is good.
Yeah.
David,
we
Jill
also make our own.
I'm sorry, I missed something there.
Jill said you
need to hit Gary with the chancla. Beat Gary with the chancla.
Jill, all you have to do is click the link. You'll come up with a different tab, and it will give you the opportunity to join this particular StreamYard session. When you do that, you also need to mute your session in YouTube because there is a delay and there might be an echo effect.
There will be, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to get sweets. What is the box serving? I don't get mine from Japan sweets, Jill. I have a Japanese shop close by to me, so I just go there.
There you go.
I have company.
The best
Oh,
kind.
look at that.
Best kind of company.
Well,
You're making.
no, puppy would be better.
Yeah, puppies take more work.
Well, I
Uh,
meant the furry kind. The furry kind of company is always the best kind. Whether it's puppies or kitties. You know.
Come here.
I would agree.
Say hi.
Hello.
This is Madison. Say hi. Oh, you sigh. You sigh. Huh? You don't want to talk?
Oh, Fiber Floozy is saying she knows how to join in, but she wants to learn how to host. It's actually quite easy.
Yay, Kimmy's back.
Don't you?
you hit the live button, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness gracious! And it depends upon whether you are the free version or the paid version. I had to get the paid version in order to record conversations, and I have used that for the interviews that I do for my Monday Men's series.
How much is that, if I may ask?
I think it's I don't quote me on this, but it's approximately $25 a month.
If you
So
can make use of it, that's good.
It's not cheap, but I do use it a lot. I use it
Oh yeah, now you
for
press it.
recording things. If
Now
like
you
my
would-
poetry readings, I just create
you would
a
press it. Yeah.
meeting where I am the only attendee. It's not.
Yeah.
It's set to be recorded for later use, and I just do whatever I want to do as far as the reading goes.
Yeah.
And then I download it, edit it in iMovie, because iMovie is also paid for, because I have a MacBook Pro. And then I move on with my life. So,
You're such a baby.
Yeah, there's a really good app that I use because I have an Android phone, and I do everything, all the recording, editing, everything through my phone. And the app, it's called Viva Video, and I've been using it since the beginning. And for a premium, I think it's like $5 a month. And I think the only like real stipulation though is that like the videos, if you're recording a video and then uploading it, it can't be over an hour. Otherwise, it runs into like issues like, no, I'm not having it. No, it's too much. But as far as editing and if you want to add effects and music, it's very, very, very easy to use, and I've used that since the beginning.
I've heard of that, but I haven't used it. There are all sorts of applications that you can find. And perhaps I will find other applications that work better for me. I'm just talking about what works for me now.
Well, right. You know, I mean, of course, you know, march to the beat of your own bongos. You know, I always say that. You know, whatever works best for you. You know.
You here?
So anyway,
I mean, of course, also it depends on what operating system you're using.
Yeah. And I'm more concerned really with my hardware because I really think that my MacBook needs replacing sometime soon.
Thank you, Linda.
So that's where I think I will focus my. See, I can't even speak of it because it's so expensive. But but that's where I think I will focus my attention in future. Because, for one thing, I've already got enough yarn to start a store.
Chris says he can barely hear you.
Well,
David.
That's really me. I've always said I speak softly and carry a large hook.
Check your audio settings.
This
Hit
is
the
my
camera
large
mic
hook.
gear icon and check your settings.
Yeah. Go away.
It is, AJ. It's great.
Anyway, as I was saying before, I was distracted. So I probably need a new MacBook before I need anything else. I've got a ring light that works pretty well, and when I learn to use it better, I can use it to record things with my phone. It's really the MacBook itself, which is several years old and needs refreshing. So it's not a surprise that I should need a new one. So
my little computer's over, I'm going to say over 10 years old. Way older than that. Probably more like 15.
Okay.
But I need it because it's got Microsoft Word on it. And I don't feel like paying $175 for Microsoft Word.
Oh, for a newer version of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Which you would probably have to do, which comes with a newer OS, which comes with a newer computer, yeah.
And they only give you the free trial.
Actually,
and then I made like 3 different accounts just to keep that free trial for a few weeks. That's what I did on YouTube Music when I downloaded it. They said, your trial's ending. Do you want to extend your trial? And I said, yes. So I got it for like another 3 weeks. And the trick is, if you want to do that kind of stuff, like YouTube Music, just get an Amazon gift, get a Visa gift card or whatever, and just punch it in and just use that. And then once it runs out, Linda Simpson wants to know what you're making, Craig.
Oh, it is. Yeah, by the way, if anybody's messaging me, I can't see the actual check because I'm doing this all on my phone. It is a wraparound granny shawl using Karen Big Cakes.
And people are telling me that I sound low, but that's my nature, so it just takes getting used to. That actually looks quite beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, it's I think toffee brickle.
Ooh, I love those colors.
Yeah, toffee brickle.
And that's a Lion brand.
No, Karen Big Cakes.
Oh, a Karen cake, yeah.
Yeah, there was a viewer, Kathy, who had sent me a whole bunch of stuffs. Very, very sweet and kind. And so it was two of those Karen cakes, 2 others, sort of like purple and green, and a whole bunch of Pounds of Love, which is one of my go-tos.
It looks like Linda Simpson is still with us. Okay, I've got some private chats, some private comments, and I don't know what they are. Oh, I don't know.
So I thought that this would be a nice project to work on during our chat, because with Granny, you could just go on autopilot. You don't have to bat an eye or think or anything. It's fabulous. That's one of the reasons why it is one of my favorite stitches.
This is
World War
III.
Craig. Exactly. World War III could be going on, and you could still do this no problem.
Yeah, exactly.
World War III is probably already going on.
I'm giving the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, give us the benefit of the doubt, David.
As long as we have our widescreen TVs and our huge SUVs, nobody cares.
No. Just Wi-Fi. That's all I need in life. Wi-Fi and coffee.
life. I can watch.
Anyway, enough cynicism. Anybody else want to come up? Okay, now I am struggling. I was trying to fiddle with StreamYard, and now I can't go back.
Craig,
So-
I've never done a granny square until one of your videos.
I made a convert.
You did.
I tell you, it is by and large,
granny
it's just seriously one of my
squares
favorites.
are very easy and very boring. I'm sorry, but I said it.
I love granny squares.
So do I.
You're
That was one
outnumbered,
of the
Dave.
first things I ever learned.
I'm okay with being outnumbered. I'm accustomed to being in the minority, but
They have their place.
they have their place. In fact, I did a pattern recently that combined 3 different types of granny squares. One was a traditional granny square. One was a solid granny square where it was basically all regular double crochet stitches. And one was a hybrid of the two where 2 of the quadrants were regular and 2 were a traditional granny square. And then I made a pattern combining the 2 of them. And is somebody else wanting to come up?
Kim said, "Can I come up quick to show the yarn?"
You better get up here, Kimmy.
I don't know. I don't see the request in. I don't see any request to come up. Kim,
It's right before the Nightbot says, "Don't forget to hit the subscribe
I saw
button and the like."
Kim's. Okay, there's Kim. And I'm going to click add.
Hi, Kimmy.
Hello.
Hi, Kim. Yay. I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna stay for a second. I just want to show you guys the stuff that I'm plying on my spinning wheel, okay?
Ooh.
Oh, you're doing spinning.
Yeah, I'm doing some plying. Okay, so I don't know how to turn my phone around, so I'm just gonna do this. Okay.
Do the best you can.
Okay. Wait. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Ooh.
Pretty.
Here's what it's looking like on the.
Oh wow.
That's really pretty. Is that an
I
Ashford?
like that. Yeah.
You know what? This isn't. This was handmade by somebody because I live in Canada, Ontario, and I was looking on Facebook Marketplace and I found it for $250, but I got them down to $200. I know. And the guy had handmade it. He handmade it himself for his wife and him. So the kids didn't ever learn to spin on it, so they put it up for sale, and I bought it.
Total
so
steal.
Now, yeah.
I'm
so
going
now
to leave
I
you
spin
guys
on
to
it.
yourselves while I try to adjust my lighting right here. I'll be back in a second.
Because that looks professionally made.
Yeah, no, he did a wonderful job. Like, oh my God, like the whole wheel, like everything is done. Yeah, everything is done. And look, it even came with little, like handmade little things for the orifice to pull. Yeah, and it's got a little hooky here that I hook it on. I just love it. Yeah, I went kind of crazy. I bought 3 of them. I bought 3 wheels. Oh
Why not? If you can, if you got the space for it, sure, why not? You know, you don't need extra bobbins. You got extra wheels.
Oh, that's another thing. It came with 4 bobbins.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, we were talking before about the Spinolutions Polywog. It's the one, the only wheel that I have. And what I really like about that one, it has an open orifice hook.
Oh, nice.
and so that you don't have to like thread the fiber through with, you know, like
I've
pulling
never,
it through. It's open. It's awesome.
oh, whoa. Okay.
Yeah, and also the spindle and the orifice hook that goes in front of that. It's magnetic.
Oh my God.
Yeah, really
Magnetic.
strong magnets. Oh, it's awesome.
Things are really looking up for spinning wheels nowadays. Oh my God.
Seriously. I mean, I
know about the
absolutely
e-spinner.
love
I've
it.
heard of the e-spinner. You know that little e-spinner?
Mhm.
I've been thinking about one of those because that would be something that I could take with me everywhere.
Actually,
But
you know what? The Polywog, I could fit that in the trunk of my car, no problem. It's very
really,
lightweight. It's very small. It's not even, I don't even think it comes up to my knee. It's very small, but it works.
you have to look. Now I'm gonna have to look. You know that. I'm gonna have
Well,
to go look.
just call me a little devil's advocate, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. We're
But
all enablers here.
afraid so, but I believe in if you know something, share that knowledge, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I did luck out on this wheel. I really love it. It's a nice break from
Gorgeous.
what I'm crocheting, you know. I like to crochet, but I knit too. So
So do I.
actually,
It's fun to be ambistitual.
Yes.
yeah, I just did a pair of socks. Look at these.
Ooh.
Ooh, did you get the other one done, Kimmy?
Pardon?
Did you get the other one done?
No, about halfway done. It's gonna
Get
be
it done.
I will. Holy, I will. He's telling me to get it done. All right. Well, anyways, I just wanted to show that. I'm not going to stay on because I have been on lives for the last 2 days, just in and out on. It seems like that's all I've been doing for 2 days. So
Well, thank you for sharing.
yeah. So thank you for listening and liking it.
Of course.
I'm glad I got to meet you too, and I'm glad I got to see Cammie, and I'm glad I got
Of course.
to meet who's up there, Daniel,
Yep.
Michelle. Even though David just kind of left us hanging. What's up with that?
I'll be back.
But anyways, okay, we'll see you guys later. Bye.
Hi, Kimmy.
Hi.
Bye. David, where'd you go? No, now he can hear us.
I'm
Where'd you
back.
go?
Did you miss me?
Yeah, where'd you go? You fixing your lighting?
Well, there was also another errand I had to run outside the room. But then I came back and I was working with my ring light, which is over there, because I don't want
Oh, I
to
can
have...
see it. I can see it in the picture.
Thank you for sharing. But yeah. The light, I'll just say the lighting is better now than it was before. But I left the room for a second, and then I came back and tried to connect my lighting up, and I had a few struggles there. I resisted using bad language, although I have quite an extensive vocabulary of bad language.
Say colorful. It's colorful language.
Yes,
Yeah.
colorful.
Even in different languages.
Yeah, indeed. But I think that my lighting at least is better now than it was a few minutes ago. And that's really, aside from the other purpose that I had for leaving the room, was my primary objective. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Bye, Linda, my dear. Bye, Pink Linda.
Oh, is Linda leaving us? We love
finally. She
Linda.
said
I'm
the last
so
time she
sorry
was
that
leaving.
I know the hours are late there. Oh, God. I'll tell you what else is going on.
Well, I think it'll be an all-nighter. I got a spot of tea.
You've got a what?
Spot of tea.
Oh, a spot of tea, have you?
Diet Lipton green tea.
Oh, I'm
mixed
so
berry.
sorry.
I
That sounds
needed it.
revolting to me, actually.
David, you just gotta give it a taste. At first, I didn't like it. I actually tried it at my graduation party. My neighbor's granddaughter had it. I said, Sammy, let me try a drink of that. And she's like, don't touch your lips, because she had been sick. And she was just in the hospital, so she didn't want to give me any of her germs from the hospital. So I just kind of poured a little bit in my mouth, and it was actually really good. It was this diet one.
Yeah,
But
the people love green tea, and I
do
just
too.
don't.
Never been a fan.
I don't get it.
I've tried it.
As far as tea goes, if we're talking iced tea, give me some regular tea bags. I'll pour some hot water over them. I'll steep it. I'll dilute it. I'll refrigerate it, and we're fine.
Now, I think as far as hot tea, black currant tea.
But
that
that
is
sounds
good
like
stuff.
a flavor there. I don't like flavored teas.
I'll be right back.
Black currant tea is really, really good. It's a little bit fruity, kind of like me. It's good.
So my nephew gave me these. My nephew gave me these. There's oolong.
Okay.
Which I absolutely love. And then hoja, whatever that means. And he actually gave me, it was green tea with roasted rice, which was absolutely divine. And I drank it one night, and I stayed up until it was time for my alarm to go off. And I said, never again. And then my friend gave me this, it was hibiscus tea. Pure hibiscus. And so I drank it. And again, I stayed up all night.
Ever tried Chinese gunpowder?
Yes, I have. It is delicious.
I've heard. I haven't tried it, though, but I know of it. I just haven't tried it.
You'd like it, Craig.
So, Daniel is not saying much. What's going on with you over there?
He's stitching.
Yes. I'm on the bit where I need to use my math skills, so I'm concentrating.
Uh-oh.
See, that's why I'm going with something mindless here,
Yeah, I try to make my patterns very simple in that way, so that it's just an easy repeat.
It's not good having over 200 stitches to count.
I did that this morning and ripped it out. I was doing the single crochet chevron.
Oh dear.
From Bonnie Bay Crochet. And I got to like halfway down the second row, not even half. I said, screw this crap, and I took it out.
I love Bonnie Bay, but very
so do
often I have found her patterns more trouble than it's worth. I mean, I hate to say that, and I will probably regret saying that publicly, but, a lot of her patterns are just more trouble than they're worth.
Well, it was my own doing. I did over 200 and some odd of chains.
You ever tried doing the foundation, like the foundationless single crocheting?
I thought about that, but it was the chevron, so I would have had to sit there and do the foundational single crochet, and then do the whole pattern all over again.
It doesn't work for every pattern, but wherever I can, I try to use the foundation single crochet, even if it means adding a row of single crochet at the beginning. which is
'Cause,
not
I mean,
always a
I
bad
know how to
thing.
do it. I'm not a huge fan of it, but also usually I don't do like really, really wide projects. So, or if I do, it's because it's a center out project, like a square blanket that starts from the center and works its way out. No, actually, last night, yesterday, I had done it was a live stream on my own channel, and somebody was talking about the arbor stitch shawl, because I was working on an arbor shawl, and somebody's like, because I also have a square blanket using the arbor pattern, and somebody's saying, well, can you figure out a rectangular version of that? Because I understand not everybody's into a square blanket. Sometimes you want a rectangular blanket. I get that. So I was
And
fiddling
knowing
around.
you stayed up all night to figure it out, right?
Well, I figured it out. And this is with Red Heart Ombre.
Oh, I love that.
That's beautiful. Yeah. Kim says that she
So it's
loves
a work in progress.
foundationless single crochet, double crochet, and half double crochet. So it has its place for a lot of us. And I use it when I can. I feel like it took me a while to gain the foundation single crochet and other kinds of stitches skills, and I use it when I can. I still can't. I'm not sure I can do a foundation half double crochet yet.
Michelle, is that Apache Tears or is that Tapestry?
It's Mosaic Apache.
That is really pretty.
Stunning. Stunning.
That's very, very pretty.
Thank you.
Also using the black. I'm sorry?
I've been doing a lot of mosaic lately, so.
Well, using the black and the variegated, it makes me think of pop art. I really like that.
Well, it's for my teenage granddaughter.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
That's cool. Yeah. One of my goals for the year was to do something in mosaic. I started to do a design for a toddler cardigan, and it's actually pretty nice looking.
Yeah, I like it.
Ooh.
But I don't know that I want to stick with it.
Put it away for a while and maybe you'll come back to it.
You know, or, you know, it would make like a really extravagant washcloth.
Yeah.
Perhaps, yeah. Exactly.
You know, a really elaborate, you know, placemat, you know.
I am not a bit displeased with this work because I think I did just fine with mosaic work. And I think it turned out quite nice. But for the overall project, I don't know that I want to stick with it. So
y'all, I'm gonna hop down and be in the chat. I'm gonna hop down and be in the chat. I've been on here long enough. I've been on here like 4 hours.
Have you really, Cami? Okay, that's
I think 3 or 4 hours.
Just do what you need to do.
Yep. David, it was very nice to come up.
Oh, I'm
Thank
glad
you for having me.
Thank you so much. Okay.
And then there were 4.
And Daniel, you still haven't said very much.
Hi. I'm okay.
Let me see. How's it going?
What, me?
Yeah.
It's very late there, Daniel. Why are you still awake?
Why am I still awake? I'm still awake. I'm not tired. That's why I'm still awake.
Okay. Yeah.
He's wired on wafers.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's young. He can do that.
Well, he's very young, for one thing. He also creates the most beautiful yarn designs. I want everybody to go to his YouTube, his YouTube channel and his website and see his beautiful designs. Yeah, Fiber Floozy says, because he's still a youngin'.
Yeah, I'm a youngin'.
Yeah. I don't know if you use that term over on your side of the pond, but we say youngin' over here.
You're still a youngin'.
Oh yeah. Let's see. I'm probably missing a lot in the chat. Kim said something about Magic Circle. And
Did she say she likes using Magic Circle? Oh, I hate Magic Circle.
I hate it too.
I'm not fond of it myself.
I hate it.
I love it.
No.
It's got Magic Circle in it. I'm like, no, move on.
Yeah.
Well, I figured out how to do it so it's easy for me. There's so many different ways to do it, but you've got to find the right one that works for you.
Exactly.
I mean, really, what all I do is I just, if you're needing to do like a whole bunch of stitches into like a magic circle, either A, chain 4, slip stitch to the first chain, boom, there's your ring, or B, the first chain that you do, make that into your magic ring. So say, for instance, you have to do like a magic ring and 3 double crochets into that ring. Okay, so you chain up 4, and then into that 4th chain, the first chain, just do 2 more double crochets into that chain. Into that first chain. So just use your first chain as your magic ring, and then cinch it later.
The last 2 patterns that I published actually were just like that. You start with a chain 2, and in the first chain, you do 3 single crochets, and you do what you need to do. And at the end, you're going to sew in your loose ends anyway.
Right.
So whatever it looks like, and the more rows you do, the less offensive it looks, but you're still going to sew it in at the end anyway, unless you do some kind of an edging where you could still sew it in, or you could just like stitch it under whatever edging you're doing. I don't do a lot of edging. I think that a lot of fancy schmancy stuff is a waste of time, really.
Well, like that's how I feel about picots. They're sort of like embellishments. I mean, it's nice to embellish things sometimes, but to me, picots is sort of like adding sprinkles to a really extravagant sundae. You don't need them.
Exactly.
I like to use picots a lot when I'm doing baby dresses.
But see that then you there's the cuteness factor.
Exactly, and that's the
cuteness factor for baby dress that lends itself.
Yeah.
For instance, if you have, say, vanilla ice cream, sprinkles are more than welcome. But if you've got Rocky Road ice cream with hot fudge and marshmallow and cherries, you really need the sprinkles.
Yeah.
But for a baby, anything baby oriented, embellishments are always welcome.
Yeah.
Now I want ice cream. Thank you.
Sorry.
Cream too, and I ice cream. It's like 1:30 in the morning, so I ain't gonna get ice cream.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
What have you got in your freezer, Daniel?
Huh?
What have you got in your freezer?
Yeah, nothing. My freezer's empty.
Oh dear.
That's got picot.
Well, that's adorable, but see that lends itself to it, so that works.
And you said that was a Bag o' Day design?
Yes.
Yeah. We have to give her the credit. She actually,
yes.
For those of you in the chat who were not here, she stopped in to visit earlier, and I'm totally flattered about that.
How's she doing?
Sorry?
How is she doing?
I don't know. She didn't stay very long, but I was flattered just by her presence.
Oh, you mean she wasn't on camera? She was typing?
No, yeah. She was just in the chat.
Okay, no, that's still cool.
That's
Don't get me
enough.
wrong.
I mean, it doesn't take much more than that.
Jill just had chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream.
Oh.
Oh.
Mm. I think there was a variety. There were two varieties I used to get from Ben and Jerry's, which is my favorite brand.
Ben and Jerry's.
Oh, you get that over on your side?
Oh yes, we do.
Look at that smirk.
My favorite varieties of Ben and Jerry's. One is New York Super Fudge Chunk.
Mm.
And the other is, I haven't seen this in a long, long time.
You better say Cherries Garcia.
No. Bovinity Divinity.
Oh no, we don't get none of those flavors everywhere.
It was your basic chunky chocolate thing, but it had white chocolate bits, which I believe stood in for the bovinity.
White chocolate is an oxymoron.
No, but it's so good.
No.
Who cares whether it's an oxymoron?
Here's the real debate of the ages, you know. You know, it's like, for me, it's like, you know, milk chocolate is okay. Dark chocolate is where it's at.
I love dark chocolate, but I like white chocolate too.
Dark chocolate can go Google.
What?
Actually,
dark chocolate's awful.
Oh.
Well,
it's better for you.
That
dark chocolate is like justifiable sin because it has antioxidants, so you can like justify it and get away with it.
Yep.
No.
I think
No. It's better than baker's chocolate.
True.
Not
I remember being a kid and thinking, "Oh, there's a chocolate bar in Grandma's cabinet." No.
Yeah. Famous last words, right?
Yeah. But I am given to understand that on the other side of the pond, they think that American chocolate is not very good.
Rubbish.
Yeah, exactly. And
well, but they have German chocolate and Swiss chocolate.
I like Hershey's.
No.
Hershey's is like chalk. No, you need like Dove.
We don't know.
Dove is good.
No. Shut up. We don't know that what Daniel experiences as Hershey's is what we experience as Hershey's. We don't know that what Michelle experiences as Dove is what other people experience as Dove. Generally speaking, the whole thing is tilted because American chocolate is just not very good.
You know, it's funny how you're trying to keep the peace and we're talking about chocolate because you're acting like Switzerland right now. Oh, the irony.
Do you guys want to send me some American chocolate then, and I'll be the judge if it's crap or not?
I'll deliver it by hand.
American Hershey's chocolate, I just no. Like like a typical regular milk chocolate. What's that?
It's got a plastic aftertaste.
Yeah, it's brittle. It's not very creamy. Like Dove, though.
That is why Europeans don't like American chocolate. But tell me about your experience with Dove.
Dove's really good. It's very creamy. It's very rich. It's very good. You know, Dove, Godiva is overpriced, but good. You know, it's totally overpriced for what it is. I mean, it's chocolate. It's not going to wash my car and take out the garbage. It's chocolate. You know, for that price, it better do something more than just be sweet. But you know, Nestle's now.
I will wash your car and take out your garbage.
Okay, if you want to, you know.
That's a side conversation.
But Hershey's.
Chocolate,
what was that, Daniel?
Isn't that great either?
I still missed that.
English
English
chocolate isn't that great.
either.
Yeah.
Now, when I was a wee fiber spider, I went to Disney and we went to Epcot Center, and in the English pavilion of Epcot, they had jelly babies. And I had to try them because of Tom Baker as Doctor Who and to see what they were like. They're sort of like gummy bears, but more of like a gumdrop in the shape of a baby.
Baby,
And
yes.
you know, they were so good. I can see why he liked them.
Jelly babies are really good.
They are. And that's the only place I've ever seen them. And I was just like, yeah, I can see why Tom Baker was all about the jelly babies. You know, because it didn't matter who was trying to kill him, he would always offer them a jelly baby. He's like, would you like a jelly baby? You know, and it's like, yeah, that'll make the piece, you know, interstellar and intergalactic.
I love that intonation also with British English. Would you like a jelly baby? No. Instead of, you want a jelly baby? Yeah.
But those were good. Those were really, really, really good. I have fond memories of those.
I love jelly babies.
I'm not that crazy about jelly anything.
Well, it's like a gumdrop.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, it's okay, but I'm not passionate about them.
Neil said she doesn't know no one sent her English chocolate. I'll send you some English chocolate, darling.
Oh, please do. Fibrous Floozy deserves any gift that we can send her. But you know, I myself, I used to have such a huge sweet tooth. I would eat a pound of Oreos in one sitting.
Oh, Oreos! Don't get me started. I love Oreos.
You ever have them deep fried?
I have not. I've been afraid. But
have you had Mars?
What's that?
Do you get Mars bars over where you are?
Well, what you call Mars, I think is what we call Snickers.
No, that's different. No.
We have Mars bars.
We have Snickers.
Well, we do have a Mars bar and we have a Snickers.
Yeah,
and
so
I'm not. But they're pretty similar anyway. They come from the same.
Deep fried Mars bar. Oh.
Well, deep fried Oreos, they should be labeled, you know, like bite-sized coronaries.
Yeah.
But they are so good.
When I was in New York, there was a place right around. I used to spend a lot of time at in Manhattan, the LGBT Community Services Center on 13th Street. Right around the corner was a place where it started out as a single storefront, but then it expanded to a second one. And they would do like English traditional fish and chips, but then they would also do English desserts like a deep fried Mars bar.
Oh, deep fried Mars bars are amazing.
I truly regret that I never ever ate anything from those restaurants, because I love fish and chips with all my heart.
I bet they didn't do it right though.
I think that the people there came from England and knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
And I had a friend who himself was born in England and knew the tradition, and he liked it. I just never wound up eating anything from there, and I deeply regret that. Now, I have had bad fish and chips.
Oh yeah, I've had bad
both
fish and
sides
chips.
of the pond. The last time I had fish and chips when I was in England, it was sort of nasty and greasy. But I've had really good fish and chips also on both sides of the pond.
The problem is you can't find the right places. If you don't find the right places, you're going to get crap.
The thing is, it has to be done. It has to be deep fried in a fat that will take the temperature that is required, and most of the time that requires an animal fat like lard, like beef pudding.
I used to work in
People run the other way when they hear those phrases. But if you cook it right, you don't get a lot of fat in the food. In fact, if you cook it wrong, you get more fat in the food than if you cook it right.
Yeah, I used to be a fish fryer in a fish and chip shop, and we used lard. Yeah, we use lard, and really good fish and chips. They've gone downhill recently. The owner just doesn't feel crap.
It's these darn health nuts.
Oh, please. You know, it's like every 6 or 18 months they come up with something new. But, you know, I think it's a true crime what they have done in pushing carbohydrates and devaluing and shaming the actual fat that occurs in food, because dietary fat does not make you fat. I will say that again. Dietary fat does not make you fat. And if anyone wants to argue on that point, I will get very snarky.
Well, it doesn't help that most of us don't want to actually get up and exercise. I know I don't. Well, my exercise is knit 1, purl 2, yarn over, pull through 2 loops. I mean, that's my exercise.
People tell me I should exercise more, and I say, do you know how strenuous crochet is?
Well, and if it's Tunisian crochet, that's a full body workout, because you're like,
that must be why I can't do Tunisian crochet right, because I've never succeeded with it.
I've got a Tunisian crochet hook set, but I haven't actually used it because I don't know where to start with it.
That might be why I can't do amigurumi right also.
Oh, amigurumi. Awful.
I've never even tried.
Awful.
I like amigurumi. It's fun.
Well, maybe one day when I'm old, I will try it. Oh wait, I'm old already. Maybe
my fingers won't do that little stuff anymore.
Well, I mean, you can work in a bigger gauge. Like, you don't have to work with thread. You could work with a worsted weight yarn, but you do need to use a small sized hook so that the fabric, you don't see stuffing through it, So like I'll use, say, like a worsted weight yarn, and then I'll use like an H or a G. But also I stitch tightly. I have a death
Lori
grip.
Armstrong is back with us. I'm so glad to see you.
Yeah, I have a bit of a death grip. So like if you use like a G, you should be fine.
Yeah,
you don't have to work with like a size D, You don't have to go that crazy.
Lisa's talking about fried catfish in the South. I grew up on those southern catfish, those fish fries, because my grandparents were tobacco farmers in rural North Carolina, so I know about that sort of thing. The fish fries, and they were just delightful. It was a social event. It was wonderful food, and who could ask for anything more? Hi, Lisa's Crochet. Anybody else come in that I haven't noticed? I really hate to miss people in the chat, but I do it all the time. And hi, Trisha. And Fiber Floozy just said be right back, so she'll be back soon, I guess. But I miss people in the chat all the time because I get distracted by the chat itself. You know, I meant to wear something that would look more flattering on me today, but you know, I woke up late and I just rushed in here and turned on the camera, and here I am. But I have my...
Liz is back.
I'm sorry, say that again. Hi, Liz. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But I don't mind because my T-shirt says Glimmer Glass Festival, which I think everybody needs to know about. It's a fantastic music festival in upstate New York, right around Cooperstown, which is where legend tells us baseball was also invented. But
yeah, sports.
Meh. Yeah, exactly. But the Glimmerglass Festival is wonderful. I have always supported them. I have written many wonderful articles about their work, and I will never stop supporting them, even if it's just with my words here. So I don't mind wearing this T-shirt that says Glimmerglass Festival. Besides, it's purple, and I love purple. But Trisha says she had to put a teddy bear on her porch. Getting chilly there, is it?
Teddy bear on her porch?
Not sure I really understand that, but that's okay. I don't have to. Believe me, I have learned in 58 years of life that I don't need to understand everything.
Was it to like distract the local raccoons?
Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what the answer
we have
to
a
that is.
rather severe deer population where I live. And
you poor deer.
Well, they love to eat my mom's roses.
It's really hard to balance that sort of thing where wildlife and development are in conflict. I don't have any answers at all, but I recognize the issue. Tricia says, or rather Lisa says,
there's enough if you want some.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that, you know, some of my neighbors would say that there's a perfect answer to that, and the answer is venison. But I'm I'm happy with, you know, hamburger, you know.
Okay, Tricia, I think you need to explain that statement a little more.
What bodies found the other day?
What's going on?
What's going on? Jill! Yay!
Hello.
Yay.
We're on the same page. Woo! How fun.
Hi.
Hi, everybody.
So we've got a spider and a floozy.
Woohoo!
And a bear. A spider, a floozy, a bear.
Well, then, David, that would make you a Fozzie.
I always identified with Fozzie.
Fozzie Bear.
Gonzo.
Honestly, I did. And also Ralph the bear, because he played
Ralph
piano.
was a dog, not a bear. Bite your tongue.
Ralph.
I just had to show off my granny.
Dog. It doesn't matter.
Everybody's got granny.
I like those colors.
It's very pretty. It looks like Monet's water lilies almost.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Is that the one you're
Look
using
at
to
you, Greg, with your literate references. Puff.
Let's see, where's the camera? I don't know where the camera is on this laptop, but this is
It's gorgeous.
it's all sock yarn held double. So
Very,
we've
very
got a lot of croy, lot of croy sock in here.
Very pretty.
It does look very nice.
See, and I got another one ready to go.
I am so very excited to get the hanks that I ordered from Daniel.
Yes.
Apparently,
Oh, let me show Craig mine.
Oh,
So pretty.
Oh,
Like
you have them in hand. I would be swooning at this point.
Well, you
But,
could ask Daniel. I was jumping up and down.
Yeah. If I were to jump up and down, no one would want to see that.
When
See my sock?
with that on, I was actually video calling with Jill when she was recording that video.
He is a floozy fanatic. See? Floozy fanatic.
I think it's beautiful. I can't wait to see what you create with it. I have 3 skeins.
I'm afraid to use it, to be honest.
I totally understand what that's like.
I have that feeling with every Posh yarn. I'm afraid to use them.
I know it. I know exactly.
This one, I just don't know. This one's just too special.
Exactly. I think with
get a shadow box.
I know.
Yeah. Get a shadow box.
I feel that way about it. I do.
I hear you.
I really do.
I now have a yarn Swift so that I can make it work with my ball winder. I hope my ball winder works well. So that I can turn them into
guess what Mr. Fiber's been doing today?
What have you been up to, Craig?
Well, what has Mr. Fiber been up to today?
Not that one.
I'm like, what have I been doing?
Your husband, Mr. Fiber. Okay.
Yeah, why doesn't that surprise me? He's always hiding skeins of skeins of yarn.
Oh, that looks lovely.
Good man.
He washed my yarn for me.
Are they all from their skeins?
What are you going to do with all of that yarn?
Collect it like the rest of it.
Place a label on it and put it on a shelf?
It's going to fill up the rest of those spaces behind me.
I wish
I
I
still
had
have
the
space
space
behind me.
for the kind
Well, that's what a space is. It's an invitation to be filled.
That's right.
Yeah. I wish I had the kind of yarn walls that I see on other people's.
This is that darn good yarn.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What do you do when you have about a half a cake left?
Well, depends on what I do, because what I've been doing is putting it in Mr. Fiber's blanket. Have you seen it?
I'm not sure I have, but I understand what you mean. It's like a scrap.
Have you been watching me?
Yeah, David, have you been watching?
Shut up, Daniel.
Them fighting words.
No, I was just saying that I do not have the time to watch every post from everybody that I want to. So
Brenda.
I know.
I do.
Me too.
And I want to support everybody, but at the same time, I can only do so much.
So this is that hat that I just finished. Okay, this is what's left. I have was that knit cowl I just did. That's what's left of that. It goes in the blanket.
Oh, cool. And how are you doing the blanket?
So this is a knit blanket. It's a knit scrap blanket.
Well, those are the
And-
best because each one's unique. So.
And the story behind this one is that most of what you see are finished projects. So this one here was a cowl that I did. This one here, this I used to make a blanket for my grandson. So, you know, when I finish something, a piece of it goes in here.
That's cool.
His blanket is my finished works.
Well, it's sort of like a, you know, a patchwork quilt, you know, like instead of fabric, you've got yarn. So no,
But
that's
it
great.
has-
Like I'm saying, each one, you know, that blanket will be entirely unique, you know, because you can't duplicate that, not even if you tried. So that's cool. I like that.
Okay.
And there's a lot of yarns that are in here that honestly, here's what I'm going to tell y'all that is going to really shock you, I'm sure. If you can't crochet, you should learn how to do this, because some of what we call, well, in German, das Wort is Scheißemann. That yarn, you know, that yarn. It's really bad yarn, really nasty yarn, really rough yarn.
Small scraps, yeah.
But if you knit it into garter, it's squishy.
Garter has like the best texture. Love, love, love garter stitch.
Night, Liz. So yeah, I don't see all of the comments. I see a few of them though. But yeah, so that's what I would suggest is if you have some and you just really can't part with it or can't get rid of it or whatever, and it doesn't soften up when you wash it, garter. And
I once did a crochet blanket using waffle stitch, and it was double stranded, and as I recall, I think it was based on Craig's suggestion in a video, where when you have a lot of scrap yarn of different weights of different things, you just use one yarn that remains consistent,
right?
And you double strand it with whatever you leftovers you're working with.
Oh yeah, it was a scrappy piece where like you don't sew in the ends at all. Like you take two scraps of yarn, and you know you have your. I keep thinking I'm going one way and I'm going the other way because it's a mirror image. You have you take your two ends, you tie them together, and you have your knot, and then you have like the two little ends just sticking out. Leave them. Don't trim them. Don't sew them in. Just leave them sticking out. And the more scrappy, the better. So like if you've got a scrap of yarn, no less than, you know, like I would say 8 to 12 inches long. You know, less than that, it's a little too short. But if it's like a foot long, you can use it. You just add it to the scrap ball. You just add it to the scrap ball. So then you take a ball of scrap, and then you take your, you know, a regular ball of yarn, ply it together, you know, just hold it together, it's fine.
Sort of a what I would call a service yarn, some sort of a cheap yarn that you might not even use otherwise.
Like for instance, like a Karen 1 pound would be perfect for that. You know, just use a big hook.
Yeah, I don't like the texture of Karen 1 pound, but I can see how that would be perfect. Really, really useful.
It's a good bulk, you know, good bulk yarn.
Yeah.
See, I bought way too much Croy socks, what I did. And then to use it up, and this is wool-like, is what this is. And Mr. Fiber has already wound this together with, because wool-like, you know, is super thin. So he wound it together with 2. So I'm using 2. And if I wanted, I could do 4. You know?
Wait, is that the wool-like that's like a weight of 1? Yeah. That stuff is so, that stuff is so thin, and it's awesome. Now, you ever hear of the Addy Express, the knitting machine?
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
hold 2 strands of that together, different color, same color, whatever, 2 strands of that held together, it works up so nice in the Addy.
Huh. See, I'm trying to decide, do I want a weaving machine or do I want an Addy?
Well,
I
you know
can't
what?
make
Okay. The Addy is great if you want to like mass produce a lot of hats and scarves, but in the tube. So the Addy's really good for that. As far as weaving, the Cricut, I absolutely loved that, and it was very affordable. I haven't used it in ages because of time, but the Cricut, it was, I think, at the Ashford. I think it was
Ashford,
called the
yeah.
Cricut. Really nice, very easy to use.
Because I sat down at one of those weaving machines at the Dallas-Fort Worth Fiber Fest and watched them. I didn't get to run it, but I watched them.
I wanted to go to that one last year, 2020. I was registered for it, and it was canceled.
I know, and they canceled it last minute.
And then I left Dallas in June, and now I'm back in North Carolina. I wish I was still in Dallas to be.
Well, I wish I'd known you were here.
Well, I had not yet begun this whole YouTube community journey at that time. I was still thinking about it, but had not really done it. And I was really very sick at the time also.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm 4 hours from Dallas.
Where's that?
I am in a little bitty, teeny tiny, BFE town called Knox City.
BFE?
Oh, yeah, I can't say that out loud. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's after 5.
It's after 5 somewhere. Always.
Yeah, it's after 5.
Always.
It's Bum, Egypt.
Okay. Okay.
Anyway, middle of nowhere, really. I am halfway between Wichita Falls. Oops, there's my meds. Wichita Falls
I thought it was
Abilene.
bleeping you out for cursing.
Say, hey!
I'll be doing the cursing here.
Like, what was that noise? It's like, when did the Roadrunner get here?
Probably in my package that says Acme.
Yeah.
Daniel won't get
West
that because
Texas.
he's so young. But
the Roadrunner.
Yeah, the Roadrunner.
He knows how I am.
Acme thing.
Looney Tunes, good stuff.
I know the Roadrunner.
I like to tease Daniel because he's young. Well, I like to tease Daniel because he's so cute also. But enough of that. I got a smile.
I say he's a cutie patootie.
Yay! He's always so serious, but now he's smiling.
I love your hair short, Daniel.
Thank you. I prefer it short too. I just couldn't be bothered to cut it. And then Yorkshire Yarn Fest came up. I was like, no, I need to cut it. I don't want to be going live in front of hundreds of people when I've got a moped.
Actually, I like it both ways. I like it short, but I also think it was just fine when it was longer.
I didn't think it looked professional, me having a moped in front of loads of people. That was the biggest.
There was a lot of people that day. There was a lot of people in that room.
And guess how many orders I got, Jill?
I know one.
2.
You got more.
There we go.
I got more today.
Yeah, you did better today.
I think we all need
from the show alone.
We all need to visit Daniel's website and spread the word about what a wonderful artist he is with color.
I'm doing my best.
So,
I will admit the past few days has been amazing. Like I've had loads of orders. Like I have tons of orders here that are getting shipped off, and I've been run off my feet.
I hate that.
It must be awful to be so successful.
It's horrible, honestly. Yeah.
Well, there are never enough hours in the day. It's like no matter how fast you work, like you can never
Exactly.
catch up.
I've had enough of this blanket. I've done so much.
Well, I honestly can't say a whole lot because I don't have a regular job like you do.
Well, it's not a regular job. I work 2 days a week.
Yeah, but it is having to go outside the house and you gotta, do stuff.
Oh, please.
I actually vacuumed today.
The only reason I go outside the house is to go to the UPS store to pick up yarn deliveries and to go to the liquor store.
David?
David,
Yes?
you really need to have that sent to the house.
Say that what? Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
David, this is for you.
The world's smallest violin, right?
Playing just for you.
And this is stereo, isn't it?
No, this is surround sound. This is Bose.
No. Honestly, I wish. Moving right along. Anyway, someone was asking for Daniel's website, and there it is. That's very nice.
We'll show him some yarn.
Yeah.
Yeah, show us some more yarn.
Oh God,
We
more yarn.
love Daniel showing his yarn.
Show me the new stuff I'm getting.
What did you? I can't even remember what you ordered now.
It's okay, I can't either.
Hang on, let me have a look.
If she hasn't ordered it already, maybe she will now. Go for it.
I hope you get new orders out of today's session.
Yeah.
I think that would be wonderful.
I think I got Pride.
I can show you Pride.
And I think I got the Wisteria Sparkle.
Yeah.
I got 2 skeins of the ginger bear because, it's my. And also
because they come in 2s.
No, because I suggested the colorway and the name, so it's sort of.
No, I mean the ginger bears. Do they come in 2s?
Honestly, I can't recall.
That's just.
Isn't it pretty?
But
makes me think of crochet.
Beautiful, yeah. I love that as well.
Very, very vibrant.
So beautiful. I always respond to color, and whenever any yarny person shows colorful yarns, I'm like, wow. But I think
I want to see Shadow Ballet.
So.
See, now I'm really thinking about that too. I'm really thinking about that. That Shadow Ballet.
I've got one thing now.
Oh.
Show the ginger bear also.
Is that the Shadow Ballet? Where's the
That's pretty.
This light is awful. What is my light doing?
Lighting washes it out a little bit.
Let me see. Turn that around there.
But he's got it knit up. He's got it knit up in a.
Oh wait, that's the pink and the gray.
Okay,
yeah.
Lori is asking whether I'm known as Ginger Bear in other platforms. Not really. My Yahoo, or rather my Google ID is Pager Bear, which I created many, many years ago when I was working in the printing world. and I was working with, frankly, I was working with a page composition software called Pager. So there comes the pager, and then I was a fat, hairy gay man, so I was a bear.
Well, no, I was
So
going to
I
say
was
that Ginger
Pager
Bear was your
Bear.
nickname from Greenwich Village.
Greenwich Village.
Or
Anyway,
maybe Soho.
that's where it comes from. So I've been Pager Bear for many years, even after I lost a shit ton of weight and
Language.
I lost a shit ton of weight.
I started it.
And
started it.
Most people might not call me a bear now, but I still have that identity in some places. But I have also moved on. In fact, in the Yarny community, I want to be known as Bearded Yarn Dudes. Even though there's only one of me now. But hey, Nani May, glad to see you.
Yeah, but with your Men on Monday thing, I think you can definitely keep that going.
I love doing the Monday Men interviews. I really do. I meet such wonderful guys.
Well, eventually, I'd like to be in that one of these days. You know.
Well, Craig, we talked about that, and you will be, if you will just be a little patient. You know.
Do I get a comfy jacket with no sleeves?
We'll talk. Yes, actually, I think my very first one, the very first one that I posted was Daniel's, because I had another one that I had I won't say recorded. I had done a complete interview, and it went really, really, really well. And it was only at the end that I realized that I wasn't recording at all.
Oh, man.
I felt so stupid. But fortunately, I had Daniel's interview already in the can, so to speak. So I put Daniel's interview as the very first one. And I really, really loved talking with Daniel. It felt like a genuine conversation where we're getting to know each other and becoming friends, which we did and we have. And it is my earnest hope that he has gained followers from my crowd and that I have gained followers, of course, from his crowd. That's how these things work. The second week,
he sure did, Lori. Yes, he did, Lori. I saw it. I heard it.
I'm sorry, I missed something. What happened?
Did David just say, "Wait your turn" to mystify the spider?
What did I just miss?
Oh yeah,
I was sewing in some ends. What did I miss?
I did say that to Fiber Spider, but Craig and I have been talking for a long, long time. It was sometime last autumn that I won one of his giveaways, and we began chatting then, and have continued as friends since then. And I am very, very, very happy to call him a friend, and would not call him anything else, because
whatever you do, just don't call me late to dinner.
Well, you know I like to cook, right?
Are you a good cook, David?
I love to cook.
Like what?
I grew up at my mother's elbow, and my mother taught school 5 days a week and came home and took care of 2 rambunctious kids. I mean, we weren't totally naughty, but you know, we had minds of our own. So you know how it is when you're a parent. But she always had a hot dinner on the table for us, and so I learned stews and soups and casseroles, and those are the things that I love to do, especially when there are leftovers, because the leftovers are better than the first day.
Well, of course, because you don't have to clean all those dishes.
Right.
Well, there's that, but there are other factors at play as well. Someone was going to ask another question.
Was this Midwest?
Well, I lived in Minnesota from age 5 to 14. So every move that we had was sort of corporate thing. And then we came back to North Carolina, which was really the homeland, when I was 14. So from 14 until I was basically through with college, I was in central North Carolina, near Wilmington, and then I went off to other places. But I have learned a lot over the years. Karen says I should do cooking videos. Oh.
It's like we're time warping. Do you see that? It's like we're time warping. Everybody gets a little bit of a. Exactly. You didn't see it?
Well,
maybe it's just on my screen.
At first, I just looked at Michelle's frame, and she had a cat in her face, and I wasn't sure what was going on there. But then I realized what it
jumped up here.
No, it's funny you're saying time warping, because before we were talking about the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
See, and I was in Germany when it came out.
Oh,
were you?
Wow. Gotta love Riff Raff.
So I didn't get to see it till I was already I was a senior when I saw it.
Let me see if I can find the picture. I've got a picture of myself dressed up as Frankenfurter somewhere.
Oh my gosh, and you're so tall. Yeah. I bet you were perfect.
Oh man.
When I was working in Texas, and I think it was like around 2012, I met this man who had he was from England, had been there and involved in the underground theater scene when Rocky Horror debuted there, and remember.
But see, there was a and I don't think they're doing it now, but there was a theater that was doing it in Dallas.
Well, at the same time that I was there, I knew this guy who was doing theater at one of the universities in Dallas, and there were like 4011 there. And he was producing a new Rocky Horror Picture Show. And, you know, I would have paid a bunch of money to see the two of them meeting and seeing the whole thing come together. But then I wound up moving back to New York because I got that was a temp assignment, and I got a permanent job back at home. So, you know,
yeah, see, I never got to be, the after midnight and go see and all the people dress up. And I missed out on that because we were in overseas. They didn't have it over there.
Well, when I was in college, they did it at my university, and it was a lot of fun. I mean, it was very low scale version of it, but it was a lot of fun to see the floor show along with the movie playing, and of course, like people were throwing cards and pieces of toast and shooting water guns. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And of course, everybody was doing the whole heckle thing, which I won't repeat like any of it because I'm not going
shouldn't.
to.
Yeah.
Not going to.
But I know the heckles.
And actually there are special editions of the DVD where the prompts show up of when you're supposed to do X, Y, and Z, like when you're supposed to say something or when you're supposed to, play with one of your props or something like that, which I think is really pretty cool.
Linda.
Not meatloaf
Is that one
again.
of them? Is that one of them? Linda?
No, now you're making me think of that like viral video of the little boy who's talking to his mom. Listen, Linda, Linda, listen. Linda, listen. I wanted the cupcake. No boom boom. I wanted the cupcake. No, listen, Linda. And the thing is, I work with a woman named Linda, and I do that to her all the time, and it drives her crazy.
I did too for a while, and I was like, "Do you hate this?" Because I need to stop, but it's so fun.
I found the picture.
We got to see.
It's
you
not
brought it up, so
it's not an exact replica because I didn't want to wear the tight panties.
Oh, I want to see you in the tight panties.
Uh-oh.
Oh wow!
Oh my god!
Oh wow!
You got the corset.
Oh, it's perfect. Yes, it's perfect.
Goodness.
That's good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Really good.
Oh my god.
Oh, how fun. When was that?
That was...
See how tall he is?
That was 2016.
And how skinny he is.
My Rocky Horror Picture Show came to our city, and my mum was like, because me and my mum are such huge Rocky Horror fans, we're like, we're going to watch Rocky Horror, we're going to dress up, we're going to do the lot. And I was,
so what did she wear?
He wore like a magenta type of costume. But rather than the hair being like up here, she wore it. It was more of a straighter wig. And then she wore a dress and things like that. But I was like, oh, what am I going to dress up as? I thought, oh, I'm going to dress up as a time warper. And then I was at a charity shop, which you call thrift shops in the US. And I found the corset and the skirt. And I was like, it was like 99p for the set. I was like, I'm getting that.
Oh my gosh.
That's dirt cheap.
Yeah,
that is cheap.
That's what I'm wearing. So that's what I wore.
It was meant to be.
It was meant to be.
Hi, Karen.
And
I did my full face of makeup. I did my hair because I had longer hair.
Did you have the pearl necklace?
No.
Oh, like the oversized pearls.
I wanted to get the heels, but I couldn't find any that fit me.
So yeah, I'm sitting here going, my mother was born in 1930. She would absolutely never have understood.
Yeah, my mother wouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
No, my folks were the ones that when we were in Germany, and Saturday Night Fever came out, I wanted to go, of course, but I had to have somebody take me because I was not old enough because it was an R-rated movie. So we went in, So we went in, and my dad, my mom, and I went to see this movie because they had to take me. And I was all scrunched down the seat because, I'm with mom and dad. And all the stuff started in the back seat. My dad says to my mother, I cannot believe I brought my family to see this. Mom says, come on. They went out into the lobby, and she was like, totally cool about it. She was like, you brought her. We brought her. Let's just have her watch it. It's okay.
So
I think that was in 79. Like 79 when Saturday Night Fever came out.
When I was born.
Probably, yeah. So Daniel is 6'2", and did you ever tell me what your weight is? You can tell me in stone. I have math.
Do you really want to know my weight?
David.
No,
David.
I really no. He's so skinny, which I think is adorable.
He's really not too skinny. He's just really tall.
And
And besides, it's more polite to say slender.
Well, in private conversations, I've used a lot of adjectives like that.
Bill's face.
What's coming? What's coming?
I weigh 9.5 stone.
What?
9.5
Siri,
stone.
what is the equivalent of 9.5 stone in pounds? Oh, dear Lord, that's 133 pounds. And you're 6'2".
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness gracious!
You're
Eat
making
a
me think of the
sandwich.
Hobbit. You're making me think of the Hobbit. You know,
You're making me think
not
of
enough
Calista
butter
Flockhart.
spread on too much bread.
Oh, I love that. I love that saying.
I used to weigh more than that, but I lost it all.
Bobo.
Wow.
Bobo said that.
You know,
Bilbo. No, Bilbo.
you
Bilbo,
know,
sorry.
I only want you to be healthy.
Bobo. I'm sorry. It's Bilbo. Yes.
Bilbo.
Bilbo Baggins.
I
Actually,
only want you to be healthy, and I don't mean to mock you.
Recently, if you like Ian Holm as Bilbo, I saw recently, now this was shot a bunch of years ago, but Ian Holm, okay, there was a series, I believe it was a BBC production. It was called The Borrowers, as in, like, you know, the little people that live in the walls and so forth. But Ian Holm played the father. He was so good. And it was a two-part series.
Wasn't there a set of books based on that?
5 of them. Yeah, 5 books by Mary Norton. And I read all 5 of them fairly recently. But I just happened to come across, it was a 2-part series. There's The Borrowers and The Return of the Borrowers. And it's on YouTube, actually.
Okay.
I found all of the episodes on there. It was so good. Is it completely faithful to the books? No, but it was pretty darn close. And they went through the first 4 out of the 5 books. Would totally recommend it. If you like Ian Holm, it was good.
Yeah.
Would totally recommend it.
Lori
How
is
do you
asking
get on with Line of
about
Duty, Jill?
stone.
Was that Daniel?
What?
How are you getting on with Line of Duty?
Line of Duty? Who's doing that?
I think it's coming out again. They said that it was coming out. Is it up again?
I'm not sure if it's up where you are yet, but it's completely finished here now.
Okay, I need to check then.
Yeah.
What's Line of Duty?
It's so good.
He got me started on it. It's a British crime. It's British crime. I'm so into. I'm. Listen. Okay, I am online. I'm gonna open something. Is that okay with you, David?
Of course, but I'll just take a second and say that Lori is asking about stone versus pounds. There are 14 pounds in a stone.
This is a special order.
And Lori, you can make fun of me all you want.
From Amber's Craft Place on Etsy.
Oh, you didn't get one of our pens, did you?
Uh-huh.
Can you send it to me, please? I want one.
Well, I'll have to order another one then. Oh, it's pretty. Here's the box.
That's nice.
I love her pens. Oh no, you did not.
I couldn't read that.
did.
No, because I saw that pen on her Instagram, and I even commented it. I commented on it, and I said I need that pen in my life.
And look.
Is that blood spatter?
Yeah, and it's got your name on it.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
fun. Because if that's like supposed to be blood spatter, that's really fun.
It is.
Hold on a second. I'm going to adjust my lighting a little bit because I think I need some more
That is
brightness.
not fair.
That's pretty cool.
Isn't that fun?
Lisa, that was my
Yes.
daughter.
Huh?
Lisa was asking who was behind me. It was my daughter. She needed to get her pills so she could go to bed.
I saw somebody sneak around there too.
Yep.
But it's refillable. They're refillable.
Well, you're making me
They're
think. A friend of mine.
Is that better?
Yes, that is better, David. A friend of mine had his guest bathroom with the towels had Bates Motel on them.
Oh, Bates Motel.
Yeah, and the soaps were all wrapped with Bates Motel on it, and then the shower curtain, you saw a silhouette of a person with their arm raised like this with the knife. You know, it was like straight out of Psycho. It was a brilliant guest bathroom.
You know, I have not seen that series.
Oh, it's so good, Jill.
No, just I was just referring to the original
No.
the original movie by Hitchcock. Bates Motel, the show, it wasn't bad. It was pretty good. But the original movie was the best.
Do you know,
Daniel.
I cannot stand any kind of suspense that is...
Oh, you got another one.
What is that?
This is so
Carrie.
She's got Carrie one as well.
Oh, I honestly, anything after
Nobody
Hitchcock,
tell her.
Say hi to Nana. Say hi, Nana.
Nobody tell her.
Mommy. Oh, you're still in life.
Yeah.
Here's the other one.
Come on, bub.
They'll never find you.
Tommy, can you say hi?
You want to say hi to everybody on YouTube?
They can't see you.
Here, take your shoe off first.
Hold on. Go sit on Nana's lap.
Sit on Nana's lap.
See, this is for my daughter because she recently lost about 180 pounds, if you know.
Hi.
Hello.
This is Tommy. I think he's excited to be on YouTube.
Yeah.
All right, come on, Bubba.
Woo!
They're showing.
Are you so excited?
Yes.
That's what my grandson says. My grandson's so excited.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, you know, Paschetti and meatballs, you know?
Exactly.
You know? Or preckles with mustard. You ever have a preckle? That's what my dad always called them, preckles.
I'm going to just stop right there, okay? A preckle.
Pretzels.
Mhm.
Pretzels.
Oh.
Preckles.
Okay.
I don't know where your mind was going. I was talking about pretzels.
I didn't know you were going on about pretzels. I didn't know. I was like, what?
I didn't know what a preckle was.
Well, it's like, you know, or, you know, skizzers.
Oh, yeah, I get the scissors one.
Skizzers, preckles, you know.
biscuit.
Made up words.
Sure,
Made up words are fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they are fun.
He's in the floor is lava stage.
Ah, been there, done that.
So throw rugs are safe, but if you get on the hardwood, it's lava. My room is the
Okay.
only one that has a throw rug, so Nana's room is safe.
Nana's room is always safe.
Yeah.
Regardless.
That's fun too. Oh my goodness. But yes, crime. True crime. I'm all about it.
People, I'm sorry. I have to go.
Oh no.
gotta go. Sorry. But listen, guys, so great talking to you, everybody.
I'm so glad you
David,
were
thank you for
here.
having me, but I do have to scoot. I'm sorry. But listen, you guys stay yarny, and I will catch you around. Okay?
Bye.
You have a good night. I'm
Thank you
sorry.
so
Take care.
much.
See you later.
Come back.
See you later.
Thank you. Okay, we love fiber spiders so much. We do. But we also love the rest of the people who are here so much. We do.
Michelle,
And
Michelle, I don't know which Michelle you are.
Wiley.
Okay. Do you have a channel or
No.
okay, good.
Michelle
I was trying to
follows a lot of us, and
somebody else.
She's wonderful as a supporter and a follower, and so we are always happy to have her in the room.
Oh yeah.
And of course, Fiber Floozy is, oh my God, she has so much more social media presence than I do. I should be
Oh, you're
completely
kind.
flattered to have her here.
You're so kind. You're so kind.
Well, I try,
Well, you know,
but it's all sincere because it's true. And also,
well, you know, it's like I told Daniel. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I told Daniel, I said when I first started, because when he pushed the button, I said when I first started, I was so nervous because Mr. Fiber was here, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go record.
That's what I'm like with that.
He's like, okay. I'm like, you're not gonna come back there, right?
Well, that is exactly what on my ass. I need to go and record the video.
No, wait a minute now. So
yeah,
you don't want me to hear you, but you're talking to how many people?
Exactly. Yeah. Yesterday, when Daniel went live and had his 15 minutes of fame with the Yorkshire Yarn Festival, he told me he was nervous beforehand, and I told him to just imagine he was talking to me alone, or something like that. And he did a great job. And as he does more of these, he will become more and more comfortable and confident. And I think he was great. And there is no debating his talent with color and yarn. Because
I'm not usually nervous because like when I go on like these live streams with you guys, it doesn't make me nervous. But like when I go on my own to do stuff, that's when the nerves kick in, especially when it's something new that I haven't done before. Like Yorkshire Yarn Fest was, I know I did Yarndale last year, but that was a little bit different. But yeah, Yorkshire Yarn Fest really got the nerves going. If you guys in the comments haven't seen it, it's on my YouTube channel.
Life is full of these things that are new, and you just have to plunge in. And I think you did a great job, and I look forward to seeing you do even better with future events like that. Because I really think that's where online trade is going with these kind of, whether it's live or recorded, these recorded or these streamed presentations of what you have to offer that will then draw people into your website or whatever else it is that you have. So I honestly think that the more you do, the better you'll get, and that you'll be really, really great in no time at all.
Yeah, like the comment, just know people are actually looking at you. It is hard. But I don't have a problem with people looking at me when I'm on with other people like I am now. But when I'm on my own and I know that people are looking at me and I'm in the spotlight, I find it hard.
My
See,
only
and I will
suggestion-
say,
Go
I
ahead.
feel like having a channel where you're the only person is difficult
Mhm.
because
Yes.
when you have somebody else there, you have somebody to
Outside
banter
and forth.
with, and
Exactly.
it's just there's always something to talk about, but it's hard. It's hard sometimes to be entertaining by yourself. I
Mhm.
think.
Exactly.
Exactly.
get you.
Exactly. So you have to remember what your focus is. Are you here to entertain? Are you here to educate? Are you here to spread the word of whatever you want to spread? You remember what your focus is, and that will help you.
Mhm.
Most of the time. And we all fall
Yeah.
short. I mean, I'm sure that some of my early live streams were very awkward. I love doing them now because I think they're fun.
Mhm.
And, I make mistakes left and right, but they're still fun,
Mhm.
you know?
Like I love doing live streams with other people. Like when I'm with other people, I'm absolutely fine when I've got someone else to talk to. But when, as Jill said, when I'm on my own talking to the camera, it just gets very overwhelming and like, what am I going to say? What am I going to do? Are people going to like it? Am I going to upload it and it'll just be a big flop?
That's it. It's like you hit that button and you put it up there and you're like, oh,
yeah.
I wonder what they're going to think of that.
Yeah.
What are they going to think of that?
But then again, what's the worst thing they could say? I mean,
well, I'm not bothered about what they say. It's more what people think of me, because you're on YouTube. You're on a big platform that anyone can see.
But not everyone is going to be happy with whatever you put out there. So if they don't like it, screw them. There's plenty of other content.
Exactly.
That's right.
And
That's
I would
where you
just
have to get
add
to.
that all of those judgments that you think are coming from other people are really coming from inside of you.
To some degree.
Matter whether it's
To
something
some
that
degree.
you've heard. Well, it's true. It doesn't matter whether it's something that you heard in the past or what, but you know who you are, you know what you offer to the world, and you know how valuable you are as a young man in the world. And that's the sort of thing that you need to take into this sort of yarny environment, this live stream environment, because I promise you, yarn people are a lot kinder. Even the stupid ones are a lot kinder than in the rest of the world.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I've made really amazing friends since starting up my business and getting to know people. Like I've got to know Jill, I've got to know you, I've got to know a lot more people, and it's been absolutely amazing. But as there is a lot of judgmental people out there.
Screw them.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
Screw them. I think it is all...
But when you first see whatever it is they say, it still hurts for a moment.
Yeah.
And then you decide,
Yes.
Okay, is this something I set aside or is this something I carry with me?
Mm-hmm.
And that is a really, really tough decision. And it takes a lot of practice. And a lot of us have to go back and do it again and again.
Laurie just made a funny comment. I always say if I was going to do a YouTube channel, I'd call it Blair Witch Crochet, then people will expect it to be terrible.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea.
Or it would always be like this.
But the thing is, those of us who know Laurie would never expect anything terrible from her.
That's right.
So anyway, I hope that people wouldn't expect anything terrible from me. I know that no one would.
I kind of like the
anything.
sound of that.
What Blair Witch Crochet?
I think that's great. But of course, you know, hey.
With a haunted hook. Oh my God! There's
Haunted
a whole
hook.
series of
Oh my
movies
gosh,
there.
we're making her a channel already. Oh my
Oh,
gosh, we're so making you a
God.
channel, Lori. With the haunted hook.
Anyone who touches that hook or who works with it is doomed. Except for the one at the very end who lives to make it to the next movie.
There wasn't another Blair Witch movie, was there?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. But
I don't know.
it's that whole genre that I honestly don't like. So I'm just mocking the whole.
Oh, I love horror films. I'm a huge horror film junkie.
Okay, we could never live together then. But
So I like some horror films. I don't like all of them. I like crime stuff.
Yeah, anything after Vertigo, and I'm done. I'm done.
I'll watch any.
I love Vertigo. That's one of my favorite ever movies. Like
Exactly.
black and white movies is Vertigo.
It's not black and white.
So,
but it's
the original. Wasn't
Really?
the original black and white?
I don't know. I've only seen it in color, but it's that whole Hitchcock 60s era thing where suspense was the thing, and I loved that movie, and I can't deal with anything more horrible than that.
Okay, Daniel.
Yes.
This is one you can try to figure out for me. When I was younger, there was a movie, but if you watched a lot of horror flicks, you might have come across this. Is what I'm saying. There was a movie about a doll. It's a little Hawaiian
Lord.
doll.
I know.
You know it,
exactly
David?
Where you're going. Oh.
You know that one?
Oh,
what was it called?
To think about it. I don't care. It just hurts me to think about it.
A Hawaiian doll horror film.
No.
He had this little.
Chucky was the name of the doll.
He had this little sword. And he would hide behind the door, and then when the lady would come out, he would slash her legs.
Oh my God, I can't deal.
This
I
one.
just hate that sort of thing.
Do what?
I don't even want to look
Maybe.
at that picture.
What's it called?
Trilogy.
What's the title?
Oh God.
You cut out.
Trilogy of Terror.
Oh, don't show me. Oh.
That's the one.
Honestly.
And there was another one where these things came out of the fireplace and they would grab everybody's napkins off their laps when they were sitting at the table, and then they would drag people into the fireplace with them.
I don't know of that, but I think I'm glad
I'm
that I
into
don't.
gory horror films. I'm not into the ghosty horror films. I'm into the gory stuff.
Oh no
Saw
gory
stuff
for me. Yeah.
Blood, guts, and gore.
Okay.
Carrie likes Saw. She watched all the Saw movies.
Oh, I've watched every single one of those. I think I watched every single one of those about 5 times. I love them.
I think we have a horror thing going on right now. We're just killing David over there.
Oh my God. Oh. I honestly, if there is blood, if there is screaming, if there are explosions, if there are gunshots, I cannot be there. I really cannot. I don't.
Does it what, it unnerves you?
I
just
don't wanna
unnerves
see
you?
people die. Is
It's
that
all
a
fake,
bad
though.
thing?
It's all fake.
I don't care. I don't want to see people die.
I love the Scream films. I love the Nightmare on Elm Street. I love Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I love all of them.
Okay, now that one. Whew.
I'm into all of that.
That Texas Chainsaw, that was pretty good too. That was pretty good.
Now, when I was young, my friends would take
You know,
me
one
to
of the
some
things that
those
frightened me the
movies.
most,
What's that?
the one that frightened me the most when I was younger was Snow White.
Really?
What, the Disney film?
Yes.
Wow.
That woman was
Do you know-
scary.
The Witch.
When I was very, very young,
She was
they
scary,
used
and there
to
was blood.
play- Mhm. When I was very, very young, they used to play The Wizard of Oz.
I know, Karen.
Once a year on TV. I think it might have been Easter Sunday. I would cry every year when it came on because I knew that the Wicked Witch of the West was in there. And she scared me so much that I could not watch any of the movie at all. I guess I've always been just too sensitive.
Talk about Wizard of Oz. Have you seen the hanging person in Wizard of Oz?
No, I don't think I want to.
I have.
You've seen it?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I forget what scene it is. Isn't it the one where they oil him?
Oh God.
The apple trees. He gets oiled or whatever, and then they start to go. And if you look down and you stop it, I'm serious. And they've never said what happened on. Nobody's ever said if it was somebody from the, like somebody in the background, working lighting, or who knows what it was.
Let's talk about puppies.
Oh, Davis.
Okay,
what kind of puppy? What kind of puppy should I get?
It has to be puppies.
Like, you can see it, but it's really hard to see it.
I knew he was looking it up. I knew he was looking it up. Oh, good night.
Grandchildren are good too. Yes, grandchildren are lovely.
Good night.
Or
Mom.
children.
What?
Yeah.
Tell them I said good night.
Okay. Jade said good night.
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 I can't
Keep
do
up
horror
to it.
films. I absolutely cannot do horror films. And I know that you're all going to use this against me in the future.
I don't like them either.
Oh my God.
No, I don't. I like thrillers. What I really like is a thriller or something where you have to try to figure out what's going to happen, like
That's what
something
I
that's not so.
The Hitchcock suspense films are amazing. I love Vertigo. I love Rear Window. I love everything that Hitchcock ever did, even the early stuff like the 39 Steps. But
Well, maybe I should send you the one that I just got.
Or maybe not.
Why?
Yeah.
What is it?
He's
I don't
afraid
know.
of what I'm gonna say. He doesn't know what I'm gonna say.
It doesn't matter. I don't know. I'm close to tears.
Poor David.
Puppies.
Okay.
Show me puppies.
The stuff that I made for that baby shower, they really, really, really liked it, especially the mermaid tail.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, good.
Oh, you're not going to tell me something.
How big was the
grisly
mermaid
about
tail?
The mermaid tail.
It was for
are you?
newborn.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Now that would be okay because that's smaller.
Yeah.
That sounds lovely. I've seen patterns for that sort of thing, and I think they're just adorable.
I used this glittery yarn.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh,
Don't you bring something scary back with you?
I'm bringing you something, David. I'm gonna show you something.
Hold on, Teddy.
I'm
I like
scared
It looks
now.
really good for a mermaid tail.
Oh, the colors look beautiful.
There, maybe you can see that better.
Oh, I love the sparkles. I
It's
love
got
the
some
colors.
glitter, yeah.
Do you have a picture of the finished project?
Yes.
You ready?
No, not at all.
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Never.
That was Alfred Hitchcock.
Oh, wow. Is that a volume of a collection of his
Yes.
movies? I want that. I want it bad. Oh, that looks beautiful, Michelle.
Oh, that's so pretty. What yarn is that?
It's from Hobie. I don't know, but I kept the little thing.
That's perfect. For
Yeah, I
the
thought
bins
it
that
was
turn
too.
Oh, wow.
Universe XL.
Huh.
That's all it says.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I think
I
Yep.
think the colors are beautiful.
that's perfect. Well,
Daniel,
David,
isn't
it's
it?
yours.
What? Say that again?
It's yours, David.
What?
It's yours.
Are you going to send that to me?
I am.
Oh, you are so kind. I love you. I love Hitchcock movies. There was one time back in the day when cable channels actually had a presence. AMC had an entire Hitchcock weekend, and I totally OD'd on that. Oh my God, things I had seen before and things I had not. And it was so amazing. So
Yeah, I used to watch Turner Classic.
Yes, Turner Classic was also
Turner
very
Classic.
good. Yeah, thank you so much. My dear sister is here to refresh me again.
Oh.
Yeah, that's because they were torturing me with horror stories and horror films, and I could not deal with it. So I said, "Let's talk puppies." They're evil. They're all evil.
David, see my new.
Oh, stop it, Jill!
Oh, that's beautiful.
pretty.
That's a
I
thousand.
love those colors. Is that a special order from Furls or what? Or do they have
This is the one
a
that
series like that?
Which one is that, Jill?
Andromeda.
I can't remember what I ordered now.
Where's my box? Hold on.
I ordered 6 hooks.
I have 2 Furls hooks. I've never bought one because they don't come cheap. But I won one as a giveaway, and I got another one as a gift. And by coincidence, they were both the same size, but I still love them both. And they fit in my hand perfectly. What have you got there, Jill?
This is a box to hold your set. So they were selling the 3 and 5 piece sets. And so it has a place for 5 in this one.
Oh, nice.
So I have 4. Because I got this one. This G Plus I got from Ola Joe. She sent it to me. And then I ordered the 3-piece. So I've got 2 that are G's. That are the G Plus and the regular G that are the Andromeda.
I have 2 eyes. I love the way those handles look, though. That clear.
Karen has a hard time crocheting with them.
Does she? Okay.
And then this one.
Crocheting with. Okay.
I think I ordered that one.
Okay, that's beautiful. Karen, do you have a pencil hook or a knife, or rather a pencil grip or a knife grip?
Hi, Dina.
That can make a difference. Hi, Dina.
Yeah, see, and I am knife hold.
And
then I got a red
100%
one.
Knife.
Oh yeah, I ordered that one. Because I made one order and then I messaged Ola Joe and I said, Ola, I've only gone and ordered my first girl's order. And she messaged me back saying, did you use my link? I said, I didn't know you had a link, Ola. And then I was like, right, I've got to go and make another order now on Ola's link. So I went and I ordered another 3 on Ola's link.
Oh my gosh.
Well, hello, who knows?
Hi,
I
Miguel.
know you, but welcome in.
Miguel. It's Miguel.
Who knows is Miguel?
Oh, okay.
He's my friend Miguel.
Okay, that's cool. Hi, Barbara.
He's my buddy.
Okay. Yes, we love to have people come along and join us.
I feel like something bit me.
I'm sorry?
I thought something bit me.
Probably a cat.
Everything out here will sting you. I forget how it goes. Sting you or poke you, one of the two.
I don't think I want either one.
It can be real fun sometimes.
Memory fails
Sting
me
you,
on
stick
that.
or poke you.
Yeah.
That's it. Sting you, stick you, or poke you. That's what Mr. Fiber always says.
Oh,
First time I was out here, he made me go to Walmart with him and buy new shoes because he said I brought the wrong ones.
So I think I did. I just put up the link for anyone else who wants to join. Oh,
hey, Barbara.
Lives near Rockwell. My dear friend Bryce is very involved with Rockwell Pet Rescue. And I've done some things with him for that organization.
Okay, well, ask him for something for me.
Why? What do you need?
I need a mascot for the she shed.
What sort of a mascot?
A dog, a medium-sized dog.
Okay. Is your local shelter completely out of medium-sized dogs?
They don't answer me back.
Okay. Well, this is not a question to answer today, but yeah, I think it's a very, very good idea to do to adopt a dog and use a dog as your mascot. I love Daniel's dog Oslo, which is his mascot as well. And one of these days, I will have a dog of my own, and he or she will be my own mascot.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
You should get a bearded collie.
No, I should probably get some sort of a mutt.
Well, something with a beard.
Probably, yeah. A gray beard, really. Actually, that is one of my dreams, to have a sanctuary for senior dogs. Older dogs who need adoption, but are not likely to be adopted because of their age.
Yeah, and see, we have quite a few of those at our shelter. In the Wichita Falls shelter, there's always some of those. But man, that tore me up when I had to put mine down. I just don't know if I can. I'm not ready to do that again.
You're ready. I promise you're ready.
But
Go.
I also don't want a big dog. I don't want a big dog.
Go. You will.
I want a medium dog that is trainable and that will go on my walks with Duke and I.
Go, go. You will find the dog that is right for you. Even if it's not on the first trip, you will find the dog that is right for you because that dog will choose you.
Right.
Go.
Yeah, I believe.
Go.
You've seen Duke, right?
I probably have, but if you have a picture coming up, show me.
I'm working on it.
Miguel,
My daughter's a 19-year-old dachshund.
Oh, how lovely, Michelle.
Yeah.
I have a friend from college who has a few dachshunds. So
Okay.
email me some pictures and I will share them with her.
Oh.
Oh, look at that. Oh,
That's
this
Duke.
is so much better than horror films. Look at that puppy, so cute. Gosh.
He is mostly Great Pyrenees with a little bit of a lab in him. Just a little bit of lab.
That's great.
He's a big boy.
Okay.
Yeah. Blanket Miguel.
Look what Daniel's making.
My blanket.
How
Gonna take
long
me.
is that going to be at the end? How many stitches do you have?
On the thingy, I've got about 200 and something stitches.
My problem with that is I always, not always, but sometimes I lose stitches at the beginning or the end. And then it winds up shrinking.
This is my.
Oh my goodness! Look at
G-dog.
that Shayna Punham. Oh.
That's my G-dog. That's Sailor Jerry.
So cute. Oh.
He's not behaving very well.
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, he has torn his meniscus and his ACL, so he's going to have a $3,500 surgery next month, in a couple of weeks.
Do you have the kind of pet medical insurance that is available?
She does not. No, that's my grand dog, and she does not. But she's going to.
There's a fundraiser going for it.
Yeah.
For that particular dog?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if you look on my
send me the link.
Look on my community tab.
Okay. Yeah.
It's on my community tab, but I will send you the link.
I don't have much to offer, but I'd give a few shekels.
Oh, Karen. Karen says her dog follows her everywhere and sits outside the bathroom when she goes in.
Do you know what? Do you know why they do that? Because they think you're great big ungainly dogs, and and you're their alpha, and they know that going to the bathroom is a vulnerable position, so they stand guard in case any kind of danger is present.
Just like you do when you take them out.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Dogs think you are a great big ungainly dog because they don't have a concept of different species. So you, because you're the biggest and you're the one with the leash and the pocketbook, frankly, are the alpha if you do it right. So they are 100% devoted to you. And I mean, this is clinical explanation for why they love you so deeply, but they love you so deeply that you just can't imagine.
Yeah, they really do.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything when Oslo's not around anymore.
I'm sorry, say that again, Daniel.
I can't think of anything worse than Oslo not being around anymore.
Oh my God.
This is where I'm at, Miguel.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. If I had such... Okay, go ahead.
This is the cowl that I'm doing with Miguel in the Crochet Knit Addicts of Forget. Miguel will have to put it in there. It's a Facebook group. But that's my next two. I posted two more. We're doing a cowl where everybody posts a couple of rows.
I think that's quite nice, and I do like the color.
We are almost done.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
that's my 2 rows right there.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Daniel was saying he couldn't imagine life without Oslo, and it's true when you have that being in your life.
It's more of a fuchsia. This
Okay.
is willow yarns. They're cotton. I can't remember what their cotton's called, but it's willow. The division of Hirschner's, you know.
Who knows? I really wish I had known you when I was in Dallas. I often wish I was still in Dallas because, frankly, I have felt more community in Dallas than I have in Wilmington.
There's the group, Crochet Knit Addicts of North Dallas.
I have a Cavalier King Charles Miguel.
Oh my God, Daniel, you must show him again. Is he in the room?
No, he's in bed asleep.
Oh, okay, then leave him. But he is so adorable. Oh my gosh, he's so cute. I mean, that's what I'm here for.
David, did you see the hat I did? The hat that I did with Daniel's yarn?
Show me.
You're going to want to knit.
I did see that. I don't knit, but I want that pattern so I can force someone to make it for me because it's beautiful. Oh,
lovely.
This is his color. This is the King Cavalier Charles right here.
I think that is stunningly beautiful. And, you know, forget the fact that we don't really need hats in Wilmington. I would wear it. I think it's amazing.
They're all my colours apart from the dark one that the pattern's made from.
That's really cool.
I would wear it every day. I would wear it for every video I ever made. I think
this pattern
stunning. Did
this
you
pattern
create
is
the pattern?
dropping. It's dropping this week.
Okay. I want someone to make that for me and send it to me.
But this hat's going to Daniel.
As it will. Well, it should.
But this is Siberian Husky and Australian Shepherd and King Cavalier Charles.
Oh, lovely. Wow.
Thank you, Karen.
I think that hat is
Thank you, Miguel.
Amazing.
I do have a couple of kits available for the hat. I don't know how many exactly I've got, but...
But David?
Yes?
There's gonna be a shawl in crochet.
Yes?
Same colors.
Oh, wow. Oh, how lovely. You were here before when I said that Daniel and I were doing a kit together with my Alicia shawl pattern, and
yes.
the purchaser could choose any yarn she wanted. I'm excited about that. I have
I have several of his yarns. I could do your pattern in several of his colors.
I will send you a copy of my pattern.
I could buy it from you. I just can't go to Ravelry.
Why not?
I don't do Ravelry.
Okay, no need to go further. But if you like, I will send it to you by email if you want to compensate
I am
me
spoiled.
in any way.
I've been told that before.
Then I have Cash App and PayPal. So, but
Okay.
I don't expect that because I was going to send you the pattern as a gift.
Have you seen the shawl, Jill?
Mm-mm. Oh.
And this is
Now what?
another. This is another example. This is with some ice yarn that I received from yarnnut.com
Yes.
in Wisconsin.
I like it.
It's very
I love
easy to do.
this. It's
Very
an
easy
easy
to do.
pattern and it works up very quickly.
Did you hear what?
Sorry?
Did you hear what Miguel said?
Miguel said I'm turning Jill posh.
Ah.
I used an English word. I used an English word.
I finished this shawl in 2 days.
Wow.
It really does not take long to work up at all. And it's very easy.
Where did the name come from?
Alicia? It was for a friend. Most of mine are named after friends. And I had this friend in mind when I thought of it. And would you know, just 1 or 2 days ago, I boxed up a different shawl and had to send to her. Did not send an example of this particular shawl. And I felt so dumb when it was gone. But
now you'll have to send her another one.
I certainly will, because there's no way she will have escaped seeing it, because she said, I don't know how closely she follows me, but she said that her daughter follows me on YouTube and other social media. So she will know that there is an Alicia shawl there. So I do need to send the other one to her. So that's what I was thinking when I get my first skein of Daniel's yarn of making one to send to her. Otherwise, I have other examples of the same pattern that I could send.
So is it in fingering weight yarn?
It's whatever yarn you have. It's totally adaptable.
Adaptable. Okay.
And you can.
As long as you adjust the crochet, it's fine.
Yeah. And my
so no, Karen, I have not. I have not bought yarn from the Yarn Nut. I have never bought yarn from her. No.
I got some. That's where my ice yarn came from. Yarn Nut. I made an order. I got some beautiful ice yarn from her, and she threw in some other ice yarn as a gift, and that's what this was.
Oh.
And I think it's beautiful. Look at those colors.
It is pretty.
I think
yep,
it's
it is
stunning,
pretty.
and I also think it really works well for this pattern.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels very nice too. So,
do you know which one it was?
Let's see. I have the label here. That's the thing about ice yarns. It's really hard to tell. The color is rockabilly, but I don't know what they call. And the color name is 66215. If that works, if that helps. But I don't know what they. And it's a medium weight for.
Yeah, rockabilly is. How many did you wind up using?
For this, let's see, each one, I think I used 3.5 because I used part of one before to create a little pouch for my sister's cell phone or something. Each pouch, each one is... I have no idea how much length there is. Each ball is 125 meters. So divide that by 1.1 to find the yardage.
Well, for mine, where's my? Oh, I used. How much yarn did I use? How many meters is this? I used 322 yards.
So if you think about it, for this one that I just showed you, it was between 375 and 400 meters. And just divide that by 1.1 to find yardage. And the thing is with this pattern, as with several of my patterns, you just keep going until you reach the size that you want. There is no set number of rows or set size.
295.
295 what?
Yards.
Equals how many meters?
Well, what did you said?
I said 375 meters.
Yeah, divided by 1.1.
Are you sure that's correct?
340.
That sounds more likely. Yeah, okay.
340, almost 341. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, something like that. But
you can ask Daniel. I suck at math.
I'm not. But you know, once
we
you
stayed
learn
up one
the
night.
ratios,
We were talking the math on this hat.
You know, that is
and I
one
still
thing,
got it wrong.
One thing I learned from watching YouTube channels: 1 meter is 1.1 yards. One thing I learned about driving in Canada: 1 mile is 1.8 kilometers. One thing I learned from watching ER back in the 80s and 90s: 1 pound is 2.2 kilograms.
Oh my gosh, you were an ER fan?
Oh, I was back in the day when I watched TV. But one thing I learned
every Thursday.
Exactly. One thing I learned overall: Americans are idiots for resisting the metric system.
Well,
but that's a different discussion.
I know it would make things easier.
Mm-hmm. I mean, every place where it was adopted, it was difficult. The people, you know, lived. Small children didn't die because of the metric system, to my knowledge. So, okay, Miguel is confused now.
Oh, that's normal.
Is it? Okay. Hi, Freaky Geek.
Hey, Freaky.
Okay. I have not been able to pay attention to
long
the
time
chat
no
for
see.
a whole long time, and I really hate neglecting people. Please, if you feel neglected, speak up, because it's not my intention. I've just been paying attention to my lovely panelists. Oh God, let's see. Oh,
so how long are you going for? What are you going for? 12 tomorrow?
As long as we can all stand it, really. I started an hour late at 2 o'clock. I don't expect to end before midnight. The last time I did this, I did 10 and a half hours. I want to exceed that.
What time is it there now, then?
It is here about 10:22 p.m. Why are you still up? Don't you have to go to work tomorrow?
Mm-mm.
Oh, good for you. Anyway, well, then stay up with me.
Thank you.
I'm a night owl, freaky.
Okay. Okay.
Jill will tell you I'm a night owl.
Yeah. Normally, I go to bed early, and then I sleep for a few hours, and then I'm up for a few hours, and then I sleep for a few hours. That's been my pattern for a long, long time, even when I was in the corporate world.
Lori's got to work tomorrow.
Oh, Lori. Oh, Lori, I'm so glad you were here with us because
It's lovely you being here, Lori.
yes,
We love you, Lori.
We love Lori with all of our hearts because
Remember, you need to start that channel.
Who else?
Lori, you know you get my pattern. Check Patreon.
I don't know. I have been. I have a Patreon channel because I'm not monetized yet, and I just have a few contributors, and I'm quite grateful for them.
Well,
Go ahead.
I considered doing the memberships here on YouTube, and I know that it would be easy to have everything in one place, and it makes it easy for your followers also. However, they take such a big portion that I decided not to do that. I decided to go with Patreon instead.
Honestly, that was a large part of why I went with Patreon, but also it was because I was not yet monetized. So there was no way I was going to get money from YouTube. But people have been perfectly lovely and have supported me. I won't say supported, but have assisted me with Patreon and with Cash App. And I would never be eligible for either of that, for any of that, until I was monetized on YouTube, which I'm not. I'm hoping to be by August, but we don't know. You never know.
So are you one of the ones Dana's trying to get up to monetization?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because my goal for June 1st is roughly 3,000 watch hours, so that by July 1st or soon thereafter, I will have 4,000, and that's the threshold for monetization. That is one reason I am doing this marathon live stream, aside from the fact that I really like to do it. But
I did a really long one for a New Year's. I was on for, I don't know, Daniel, do you remember how long I was on? Was it 6 hours or something like that?
Did I watch it all?
On New Year's, when I did the Happy Planner stuff.
I can't remember. I'm not even sure if I watched it all because I remember I had work New Year's Day.
I did.
Oh, you had to rearrange again, Lori? Yeah, I did one in January. It was really long New Year's one.
My first marathon was Easter Sunday. I wound up doing 10.5 hours, and I had fewer viewers, or according to YouTube, or at least the dashboard, I had fewer subscribers at the end of it than I did at the beginning. But that wasn't my aim, really. And then I did another one on Mother's Day because I knew it was going to be very tough for me because it would be the first Mother's Day that I would be coherent since my mother actually died. The last 2 years, I was actually hospitalized both times. And if you want to talk about that, that's a separate discussion. So that's what made it difficult. And I was very thankful for people who helped me through that, but I could only stay on for about 6 hours. And then I was physically and emotionally exhausted and had to just log off.
Yeah.
And then this is my May my May marathon. I think I want to do a marathon once a month. So this is my May marathon. And then I will do another one in June on the 20th, which is both the summer solstice and Father's Day. And then I'll do one on the 4th of July. And then I need to do one that is either at the end of July or the beginning of August, and I need to decide a date for that. A Sunday.
Hot August night.
Sorry?
Hot August nights.
What's that?
It's just a thing around here and everywhere. It's just a thing for August is Hot August nights, as people always do some sort of event. Around here, usually it's classic cars, car shows.
I love classic cars.
Okay. I have a question. Can I close my other window?
Yeah, I have.
Do you mean your YouTube window? If you're looking at StreamYard?
Yes.
I think that'll work. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay, I didn't go away, so I guess it worked.
I can do early or mid August. I like doing Sundays. So I will figure out what date to use in August and let people know about that. But or I might do another one in late July, because my Hat Not Hate contest ends on July 21st, which would give me time to do everything and send the package in to Lion Brand in New Jersey by the deadline. So I might do another marathon then as a celebration, because God willing, I will have been newly monetized at that time, and then we could go through the whole contest drawing thing, except it won't be a drawing because people have to guess. So, and if you haven't, if anyone is unaware of my Hat Not Hate contest, there is a link that Nightbot has been throwing about with Abandon, where subscribers and subscribers only are invited to guess how many hats I can complete by the end of the contest, to send in for Hat Not Hate, and also to guess how much blue yarn I have left over. And the blue yarn itself is going to be a moving target, because people keep giving me blue yarn, so the starting point keeps changing.
That's funny.
But actually, it is pretty funny. So and it's all of the rules are in my community tab. Please go to my YouTube about page. Go to my community tab. You will see all of the rules, and please read the rules, because if you enter in a way that does not comply with the rules, then you haven't entered. That's the story. And I don't know why. So let's get back. Let's talk about puppies.
Well, no, I was laughing because I don't know. There's something about Miguel and putting videos up. Miguel, do you mean you have too many in cache that you want to load up onto YouTube? Is that what you mean? And yes, Lori did start her planner addiction on my live that night that I was talking about.
Oh, is Laurie in the rabbit hole?
Yes, she's in the rabbit hole. Before the pandemic hit, would show off their old cars and trucks once a week all year long. Yeah.
Nancy is asking how long we'll be here, and there is no real answer. It's as long as we can all stand it, really.
It's only 9:30 here.
It's 10:30 here, and I've only been on for 8.5 hours. I started an hour late because I fell asleep. I
may have to go get some more ice cream.
Make sure you bring enough for all of us.
Someone was ringing you multiple times to wake you up, weren't they, David?
They certainly were, and we are completely grateful for that. Completely adorable young British yarn person. So, yeah, I was.
I'm going to hop down so somebody else can come up.
Okay, I'm glad you were here, Michelle. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Michelle.
Good spending time with you, Michelle.
Thank you. Get that yarn out to me.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now it's the three of us.
Woo, it's a threesome.
Yeah, now we can talk about Michelle now that she's gone. No, I just posted the StreamYard link again. Nancy was saying that she couldn't find it.
Yay!
I would love it for Nancy to come up. I would love it for anyone to come up. So
no, I need to learn how to host with StreamYard because I want to do more of this like with Daniel. And then I have my friend Cheryl that is in Colorado, and I would like to have her up with me also.
Oh, Michelle's still here.
And then I have my friend.
Yay, Nancy's here. Yeah.
There. Hi, Nancy.
Trying to figure out where to put my phone.
Yeah, she's adjusting her AV situation, as we all do.
Yeah.
I watched you all day yesterday, Nancy.
Oh, that's so amazing. Thank you.
All day and all night. Did you see any change in your numbers?
I haven't checked today. I had the baby here earlier and just never got
around. You were busy.
I don't like to look every day, you know. Like, I think it doesn't move. It doesn't move up on the weekend.
Exactly. And, back in the day, I was once advised by someone who was very wise that I should pay more attention to the kitchen scale than the bathroom scale. So I think that in this case, it's also applicable. You know, you just take the right actions and trust in the results.
Yeah, it's been moving because one time I looked on the weekend and I'm like, that doesn't look right. And then like during the week, it looked like it jumped up a lot.
And Nancy, do you have the YouTube Studio app on your phone as well?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, but I can't seem to figure it out on the phone. I go on my laptop. I'll tell you in a minute. I'm not on.
I find with YouTube Studio, it tends to lack a little bit.
I'm gonna look.
Because I find with comments and stuff, it notifies me on my YouTube app, but it doesn't notify me on the YouTube Studio until later that day.
I find there is a huge difference between the statistics that the YouTube app on the phone show and the YouTube on the browser.
Yep.
On my computer. And I don't know which one is more accurate. I'm sorry, say that again, Nancy.
I said it moved up some. I was like at 3,270 and now I'm at 3,310.
Yeah.
So it's moved up quite a bit. And I kind of, you know, I did run your list a little bit, but then, you know, I found somebody that we're really running each other. You know?
Good.
But
Because
I'm okay.
you don't know. You want, and I can run myself a little bit on a different account.
oh, a different device with a different Google
Yeah,
ID?
I put on the TV with one of my husband's accounts, but for some reason it'll pause it after a while and it won't let it keep running.
I do that because I'm sitting. Well, most of you know I live in what was our late mother's house with my sister, and we're both, you know, old, single, cranky people, and so in this spare bedroom, I have my computer and a lot of yarn and stuff. There's also the computer that belonged to my parents a long, long time ago, and I use that to run other people's playlists using a different Google ID, hoping that will help them. But I don't know if any of you know J Hook or Reggie or Yarniversity.
Yeah, I know J Hook.
She did a great video today about ways to support your favorite social media people, and she discussed she discussed some of these very issues where if you have already watched it, and Google will know that you have already watched it. Google will know what you had for breakfast today. Google will know the last time you went to the bathroom. So
Google knows every time I fart.
Exactly, and it will sell that information. But you have to be careful about that, because if you are running playlists over and over again, it won't count if Google recognizes that you've already seen a particular video. That's one reason why I use that separate Google ID. Another is because I already had it anyway. But
you know, we rewatch tutorials all the time. I don't think that's 100% true. You know,
rewatching tutorials is really, really useful to us as individuals. I don't know whether it counts in the statistics for the person who posted the individual. I love tutorials. I rewatch them all the time.
It counts as a view.
But
it does not. It does not count as hours.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it only counts once, because Google will remember that you saw it once before.
But that's only for so many days, right?
I don't know whether there is an expiration point for that, but it's all of this Byzantine kind of rules that makes it complex, and I'm like, why can't they just let us do it? But I mean, the reason they make it difficult has to be because if it were easy, it would cost them more money. So they have to make it so that they shell out less money. That has to be the reason.
Well, the other thing is they're servers, so they have to save server space.
Do you really think they're hurting for server space? They're in Silicon Valley.
I think that they manage it. I think they manage it. I'm not sure they're hurting for it, but I think they manage it.
They can store all of the world's knowledge in 1/8 of the size of an ice cube. I don't think they're hurting for server size.
But I don't think they're using all of that server space for YouTube.
It's true, but I honestly don't I think that it's all about monetization. I think it's all about money. Everything, every conflict in the world since the world began has been about money. And people say it's been about other things, principles, religion, whatever else. It's always
Follow the
been
money.
about money.
Yeah, follow the money.
Exactly. And so that's why I think it's so difficult to get monetized because they don't want to part with any money. Oh, what have you got there, Nancy?
Want to show you what I'm making?
Oh,
That's pretty.
oh, I
Look
think that's
familiar?
beautiful. That's the shawl that Crystal had, right?
Yep, it is.
And you were showing us some yarn just a second ago, right?
That's the one I'm using. It's Skinny Cakes, Karen, and I just paid $3 for one. I got a few.
How many do you think it will take to complete the
Well, I'm
whole
still on the
shawl?
first cake.
You're still on the first cake. Wow.
I'm still on the first cake, and it's really wide. So I think I'm going to go with the second cake eventually.
I think that's beautiful. I love the color
When
creation.
I saw it, I said I have to make that.
Okay.
Yes,
AJ
Lori,
said,
I will. I will, Lori.
I was like messing around. I was making earrings for a few days because I just didn't know what I wanted to make.
I have to scroll back because I'm missing people. Apparently.
Yeah, I was here earlier. You didn't even notice me. You was busy with you had Fiber Spider in the room.
I was going to say, I didn't see AJ. Miguel.
Yeah, AJ is. Yeah, I didn't see AJ come back. He was here earlier, but I didn't see him come back. Anyway, he was here earlier, but I mean, honestly, if I have Fiber Spider and Daniel in the room, who do you think I'm going to pay attention to?
Well, you didn't look at the chat. You could have said hello.
And
certainly not.
Bago Day was here.
Yeah.
Forget about it. I left. I was here for a while. Like I'm saying, I knew I'd come back and get your attention.
No, Crystal was here for a moment.
Oh, yeah?
Which I found very flattering, and she spoke up in the chat.
Nice.
But I don't think that she stayed very long, which is okay. I mean, just having her here is flattering. You say? Go ahead.
Okay, Karen.
She probably goes into lives and then before she leaves, she says hello. You know, I think she hangs for a while, watches before she starts talking.
Yeah, exactly. And
kind of like
I know that
it's like our movie star, you know.
Well, she is in the yarn world. She is
I know.
a star.
I know she is.
So when she shows
up, Fiber Spider.
And oh yeah, exactly. Fiber Spider. We love Craig. And honestly, if I had not at last, I don't know what it was, September, October, I don't remember. I won a giveaway of his, and so we started an email conversation, and then more and more and more. If it hadn't been for that, I don't think he would be following me. And I have followed him for years and years because I've always loved his way with tutorials. So it's just great. I think that I always acknowledge other people who I think are wonderful, and there's not enough time to acknowledge all of them. I do on Saturdays, I do my shout out Saturdays, and I've recently started doing them live very early on Saturday mornings. But I shout out people, and I think I've shouted out all three of you before. I'm quite sure I have.
I know you shouted me out. I'm just saying I've done so many of his tutorials and Bagel and Crystals too.
Exactly.
I mean, I've done other people's also, but
well, yeah.
Daniel,
exactly.
You have a question.
So
Daniel, you have a question.
Daniel, is that your own blanket pattern? No, it's not, Miguel. This pattern's based off David Alicia Shaw. I just kind of made it into a blanket because I like the pattern so much.
Actually, write it out and we will publish it as a blanket pattern for the two of us. And I think that some of your yarn would be great, although your yarn is a little expensive to be making blankets out of.
Yeah, this blanket is better for the cheap stuff.
So does Daniel crochet and knit or just crochets? I know he does stuff with yarn.
I just crochet.
Oh,
yeah, I try to learn how to knit. I'm not doing so well with it, so.
Oh, knitting is
Daniel can knit.
I could cast on. I made a couple of little things, but I have trouble going from knit to purl.
Yeah.
Going from knit to purl?
You know, when you got to go from one to the other, like making ribbing, like I have trouble. I haven't even tried. I tried at the beginning of the year.
What's yarn forward or yarn back?
I think
yarn
it's the
forward or
purl
yarn
is
back?
the one I have more trouble with. I think it's going from one to the other. I'm having trouble. I could do one or the other.
Were
But
you
when you got to go,
yeah.
No, I was doing continental.
Okay, that confuses me, so I don't know how to help you there because I would
Don't
have
worry
to sit
about
and really
I'll
work
try
at
again.
it.
I'll try again eventually.
I still think knitting is a mystery, and I don't know that I will ever reach those heights of wisdom. But that's okay, because there's so much that I can do with crochet. My ex became very, very proficient at
What
knitting.
freaky say?
Indeed, no sense being online if you're not enjoying oneself and others.
Exactly. You know, I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't having fun. I really do enjoy even these marathon lives. Even if I seem like I'm sleepy, which I am, I still enjoy doing them. But as I was saying, my ex became very, very proficient as a knitter, and he studied computer science as a as a student. He called himself the Pearl Cub, P-E-R-L, which is a scripting language. And then, you know, I always called myself Pager Bear because I worked with a page composition language called Pager. So he was Pearl Cub and I was Pager Bear, and you know, one thing left to another.
So you guys were computer geeks?
I wasn't really. He was more. But then when I got him into doing knitting, he became the Pearl Cub, P-U-R-L, as in knit and purl, as opposed to the P-E-R-L, which is the scripting language, which I thought was so clever. He still is ridiculously clever in that sort of way. And I am happy to say that we are still on very good terms, even though we don't live together. We had 14 years.
You know what I'm going to say, Daniel?
Most of which were great. I'm sorry, say that again.
So Daniel recently found out that my ex's name is Daniel. Funny story. So my ex, his name is Daniel.
Uh-oh.
So my girls were extremely surprised that I was such good friends with Daniel. Because his name. So
I've got this really good friend. His name's Daniel, and they're like, "That's Dad."
Really?
Freaky
Yeah,
Geek
this was bad. But wait, because the other night after graduation, guess who I had dinner with?
Your ex?
And his wife, yes.
Whose name is Danielle, right?
But I was a good girl. And Mr. Fiber was very nice too. And we left there and both of us went, I'd have never thought in a million years.
No night, Coco.
Good night, Coco. We love you.
Good night, Coco.
Sleep well. Freaky Geek says, why not just become a gem cub? Then we could have a gem of the month. Which might
What
mean
is a
husband of the
gem?
month. I don't know.
What's gem of the month?
I don't know.
You've lost me there, Freaky.
Mm.
I don't know the lingo.
I think it was because I was referring to him as Pearl Cub, two different homonyms for Pearl, P-E-R-L, the scripting language, P-U-R-L, the knitting stitch, as opposed to P-E-A-R-L, the gem. So that's what I get for being an overthinker. I understand things, except for when I don't.
Reasonable.
Oh, I know why. So Nancy looks very comfortable.
Yes, she does. She's gonna make me tired looking at it.
It's late. This is the most comfortable way for me. If I sit on that hard chair, I'll have backache in no time.
If I could move my laptop over there to my other chair, then y'all could see the yarn behind me.
Most of my yarn is in the closet.
Yeah, most of mine is packed away too. I don't have a nice yarn wall. I wish I did.
Hey, Daigo.
I do have some behind my chair, like on, in the.
Hey, Daigo. Diana. Wait, Diana, I want to show you that article now that you're here. I get it.
Anyway, yeah. Freaky Geek says, can't you just move the wall? I think that's funny.
It's not a movable wall, so sorry. So this came in the mail the other day. This is our text
co-op power. Oh.
Yeah, my sister's in Texas.
Oh my goodness. And what's inside?
So there's an article in here about some ladies from San Angelo, and that's where Daigo's at least close to San Angelo. So this is my co-op power magazine, and they usually spotlight somebody, in the region who is a part of the co-op. And these ladies are called the Serendipity Spinners. Getting the article. Let's see. And she said she had not heard of them. Texas Coop. There might be a bit of that. So they turn their materials of alpacas into yarn. They spin.
Nice.
I wish I thought of this when Craig was on.
Oh yeah, we'll have to tell him about that. Because he loves spinning. I have some of his hand spun wool that I've been afraid to use because I'm just afraid to dye it and then think I'll ruin it, and you know how that goes.
So I'm trying to see what they, okay. 19 years is when they started from the ground up. Doctors, businesswomen, retired teachers, certified public accountants, they share a common love for the spinning, and they're members of their own co-op.
Mm-hmm.
So they have sheep, goats, alpacas, whose wool, mohair, and fiber they spin and blend into rugs, scarves, hats, and other craft pieces.
That sounds nice.
Hey, Michelle.
Which Michelle is that who just
It's
came in?
Crochet Nana.
Oh, Crochet Nana. We love Crochet Nana. I hope I haven't missed anyone who's in the basement. Okay. Let's see.
So, and they say they chose the name Serendipity because they like the name, but it holds special meaning for one of their members. She's the original member. Her name is Peggy, and she had given up weaving because there was no place to buy materials in West Texas, which I can relate to.
Mm-hmm.
And now they've changed that.
Cool. That sounds lovely.
Crafters who crochet typically buy yarn from big box stores and craft shops, which mostly supply acrylic wool. Yarn spun from natural fibers can be harder to come by and costs more.
Daigo just posted their website, Texas.
Oh, she found it. Oh, cool.
Yeah. Lovely.
Oh, there's the article. Thank you, Daigo.
I think that's
Nice.
lovely. I would love.
So yes, if you'd like to read that, that is 2 hours for me. Is that right, Daigo?
Yeah.
Maybe 3. It may be 3 hours.
When I was in Texas, and I will say again that I wish I were still
Look at it.
there, or wish I were there again. I was in central Dallas, right by the hospital, which came in handy once or twice. So I would love to be back in Dallas and meet all of my Texas friends here.
Daigo says 5 minutes from her.
Cool. So, you know, I'm sure that most of you know about my shout out Saturdays, but since we have some Dallas people here, I want to mention the Cathedral of Hope and the amazing community work they do in feeding the poor and helping the homeless find assistance.
Now, which was that again? Can you say that again? Who it was?
Cathedral of Hope, coh.org. Their roots are in a denomination that grew out from GLBT people who wanted an expression of their faith without being told that they were damned to hell. And they have grown as other metropolitan community churches across the country have grown to be much, much more than that. And Cathedral of Hope in Dallas is an amazing pillar of social agency for the homeless, for the poor who can't afford to eat, for everyone. So since we have people here who are near there. I just wanted to make them aware of that.
I'll be right back.
And
I gotta grab a drink.
I'll just step off the soapbox right now. But anyway, well, that brought conversation to a screeching halt, didn't it?
I'm just sitting here crocheting.
Oh, guys, somebody say something funny.
Something funny.
Okay.
So my
Time for a
baby.
snack.
Okay, what flavor is that? Pizza?
They're really good.
Oh my goodness, I haven't tried those.
Have you tried them? Did you get some sent to you?
No, we had something very similar over here, pizza flavored crisp. Oh no, it wasn't Pringles, it was that one I showed you. The pizza flavored crisp, they were so good.
The only flavored crisps that I
And
like
Sprite.
are and Sprite, of course. Is there something special about that bottle of Sprite?
Oh, I just showing what I'm drinking with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the only special crisps that I like, normally I don't go for flavoring powder, which is how you get the pizza flavored or the whatever other flavor you're getting from your crisps. The only one I like is dill pickle flavored. And only if it's done judiciously, because some of them are just very heavy-handed with it. But I think Pringles, dill pickle, the potato chips are good.
One of the things that I'm thinking about making. So I have a freeze dryer. Anyway, you can take dill pickles and you can freeze dry them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you make powder out of them.
Why?
To put on your crisps.
No. To the edge of your rim when you make a margarita.
Why?
It flavors the
To salt the rim.
Yeah. It flavors
Why?
We have that over here. They flavor the crust of the pizzas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Flavored salt.
That would be good too.
I can see how that might appeal to
Have you
some
never had a
people.
margarita frozen, like a frozen margarita with the salt on the rim?
I love margaritas. Heck, I love anything alcoholic. But
you're
I
talking
love
about
salt on the. What'd you say there?
You're talking about the drink.
Oh, okay. But I love margaritas. I prefer them on the rocks with salt on the rim, but I don't like them frozen because the frozen mix they use is almost always really, really sweet. And it's got
That's why I like them.
Sour mixture that just makes me want to kill people. So I avoid them just to stay out of jail. I like them on the rocks with salt on the rim because I do like salt. I'm actually sort of chronic low-grade anemic, so I like salt. But I don't know about what you're talking about with the dill pickle crumbs. Not sure about that.
Nancy. That's
I'm
funny.
here. I'm listening. I'm just working on this.
You see what Miguel wrote?
No, what?
I guess they're talking about you.
I can't. What do you say?
Dina, I'm yelling, but she can't hear me. And Nancy, but isn't that from something? Isn't that a movie? From a movie?
I don't know.
You might be thinking of
Oh my
Judy.
God.
Judy.
If I was on the laptop, I could see the chat.
Hold on, I gotta check that. Okay.
Okay, Judy. That's a Cary Grant thing.
Yes, but that's not the same thing. Hold on, I'm looking.
And I will fight to the death anyone who says that Cary Grant was not one of the greatest actors of all cinematic history.
Dang it, where have I seen that before?
Texas. Oh, Daigo has another link for us. Grapevine giveaway or getaway.
Yeah, I'm a winner for my giveaway. I have to pick tomorrow.
Who won your giveaway?
Yes, I know, Miguel, but that reminded me of something. I just can't think of what it is. I can't find it.
I've got something going on. I've got my. I only have one giveaway going on with my Pat Not Hate contest, where people are invited. Subscribers only.
That's what it is, Freaky. See, I'm dyslexic and I do that stuff all the time. It's Marsha.
Marsha. Oh yes, of course. We all know that reference. I grew up.
I'm so glad you knew where my brain was going.
I grew up then.
Exactly. Oh, you did not, Daniel.
What?
Grow up on the Brady Bunch.
I didn't say that.
You grew up on reruns.
No, Nancy said that.
Anything.
Oh, I grew up with the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, I was. Oh, I don't know. I was in age. I was between Bobby and Peter, because Bobby was the youngest, Peter was the middle boy, and I was in between, maybe a year younger than Peter. So I really identified with those boys.
I don't remember then how old I was. I think I was closer to Marsha's age.
Marsha.
Oldest girl.
That's what I was thinking of.
Of course.
Okay, is it bad to say that I think I identified with Bobby too?
Bobby was the youngest boy, right?
Yeah, but I was a tomboy.
You were a tomboy.
I was a tomboy.
I wasn't a tomboy.
I wasn't a tomboy either. I'd rather sit and read than run and play, because I learned early that running and playing very quickly led to humiliation. So I stayed inside and read. But anyway,
there were a lot of good shows back then. So,
Daigo is mentioning Gaylord Texan Resort. I don't know of that, but it sounds like fun.
Seems like I've heard of that somewhere. Where have I heard of that? Didn't it win a governor or somebody who died out there at Gaylord?
There is. I don't know anything about resorts in Texas. There is in Pennsylvania, within driving distance of New York, in the what do they call it? Not the Berkshires. It doesn't matter. There is a resort called the Rainbow Mountain Resort that I always wanted to visit. But there's also a retreat center up near Albany, New York, called the Easton Mountain Resort, or whatever it is, that I have visited before. And with any luck, I will go again this September, because there is a men's fiber retreat there in September. I have never been to any sort of a fiber retreat, and this will be just amazing, unless I have to cancel for money reasons.
Do you watch the Boozy Bears?
The what?
Are they
the
called
Boozy Bears? I have seen the Boozy Bears. I'm not a frequent flyer with them, but
they go to some sort. They had been to some men's retreats.
Now, before the whole thing, the whole pan pizza happened, I was really into that the whole the retreat thing, because I have been to a lot of men's retreats. I used to call it therapy camp, usually over Labor Day weekend, and they were amazingly valuable. But it's been quite a long time since I've been to any of them. And this one in September is taking place at a resort center in New York, where I have been before at one of those men's retreats. Oh, hi. Hi, Sandy. I'm such a trooper, am I?
She's talking about Daniel.
Oh, Daniel is a trooper as
and
well.
Lori, what yarn did you find, Lori? She wants to do my shawl. Lori's going to do my shawl in a yarn that she found. What yarn was it?
Miguel said, Daniel, you're coming to meet up in June. If someone's willing to pay for my plane ticket, then I will.
Yeah, I wonder how much that is. Have you looked?
Yeah, expensive.
Where is
What's that mean?
It means about £1,500.
Where is it?
To Texas, from Scotland to Texas, 1,500.
I'd go to Texas.
That doesn't sound that bad, actually. I mean, it's
drive to Texas.
But I was thinking you might say 2,000 or 3,000.
Well,
more US, I would think.
Navy, tan, and burnt orange. Cool.
There's a point where 1,000 or 10,000 are equally unattainable. So.
Daniel, you're a trooper. Am I?
Yes, he is. Okay, what else are we going to talk about?
Puppies.
Babies.
Always puppies.
Babies. I got a baby coming very soon.
Oh my goodness. And tell us again when that's expected.
Well, she's scheduled for June 7th to have the C-section.
Oh, that's
have it up
for labor. We could have the baby sooner.
Oh man, it's not going to happen then, is it? Because my birthday's the 9th, see?
Well, she's definitely going to go June 7th if she doesn't go into labor.
Right.
Well, water break or something.
She must be really ready to get that little bugger out of her.
Yeah.
Oh, she looks like she's ready to explode.
Yeah.
Little tiny thing, and
Yeah. You say she's a small girl to begin with?
She's like 5 foot.
Oh dear me. So yeah. I'm looking forward to pictures when you have the new grandbaby.
Hi, Liz.
Oh yeah, I'll send a bit of a picture or two here and there.
Yeah, because
especially on YouTube,
Yeah, and I know you are an adoring grandmother.
Thank you.
So no one.
We had him today because school was closed.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, today's Saturday. Today's Monday. I can't keep track of what day it is.
I know.
But today's Monday because it would have been closed for Memorial Day. Yes. And
Well,
you had the little guy. And
well, I went and picked them up.
Uh-huh.
They live nearby, about 10 minutes away. My son had to work, so he works in a hospital. He worked this morning. He had to start at 7.
And how old is this little guy that you have already?
4.
I'm sorry, 4?
4. He'll be 4 he'll be 4 soon in October.
Oh, that can be a lot of fun and a lot of work.
Yeah, we're still battling the potty training, kind of. Partially trained, 100%.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I went through that. I have 3 boys, so.
So you remember what it's like.
I have bearded boys, men. No, the 2 younger ones, they sport their beards.
You don't want to say that to me because you know me and bearded guys.
They're sorry, they're not interested. One just got married to a woman. And my other son, he's just not meeting anybody.
I'm going to say something Freaky would say. I'll bet she doesn't have a beard.
No,
well, you know, they used to refer to in Hollywood terms, if a gay actor would pretend to openly date a woman, that woman would be called a beard. So that she could pretend. So you would say, "Oh, he looks good with a beard."
Oh, that's funny.
That sort of thing. Yeah. But anyway, so Nancy, you have no need to fear because I have Daniel, because I'm totally in love with Daniel. So there's no reason to ever.
I'm not.
I got him to smile there. Oh my goodness. He doesn't smile very much, but that was cute.
We all love Daniel.
You rocked the cradle, David.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. My last ex was actually 20 years younger than I was.
Oh, now it's
we had 14 years together, most of which were very, very good. So I'm not really that concerned about age. But I was just teasing Daniel.
But he's already married.
Oh, yeah, well.
Who's married?
Daniel is. He's got a very lucky partner over there.
Oh, okay.
So.
Yeah, I hear you.
But he's another cutie patootie.
Yeah, it's just what I look for in a man. Totally adorable, laughs at my jokes, geographically unavailable. I can never have him. I am so in love.
It does it for you every time, does it?
Oh, I know. You know it. You know it.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. The laughing at my jokes is a big part of it, though.
Yeah.
But and he does for some reason. I don't know why. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Freaky said, "I think he's blushing."
Oh yeah.
Oh.
We did get him to smile, which I think was good because I want him to smile more.
And now he has better lighting.
Smiling. I'm sorry, say that again.
I said now he has better lighting. We can see his smile.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, it's getting light. It's actually getting light. It's not early. It's actually getting light.
Oh, it's getting light outside over there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. People forget that the UK is actually a lot farther north in terms of latitude than the US. In fact, that most of UK is really at the same latitude as a lot of Canada. And we don't think about that. But it's true.
That's because I'm geographically challenged.
Just because I
have to turn
geographically unavailable, man, doesn't mean I'm geographically challenged.
I have to turn the map the other way.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Nancy, you were going to say something?
I don't remember.
It's
It's getting late. I finished the row, you know. I don't like to crochet when I'm too tired, then I'll mess up, you know.
Oh, I've done that many times.
Yeah. So do you have, David, do you have like Michael's by you?
Okay, in Wilmington, we have a Michael's, we have a Joann's, and we have a Hobby Lobby. Hobby Lobby is the one that is nearest to me. Michael's is a bit of a schlep to get there. Joann's, I would say of the three, might be my favorite. But on the whole, if I'm going to buy yarn, I would prefer to order it.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know.
But when I lived there, I used to live near David, not Wilmington, but about 30 minutes from Wilmington, and I used to go to a doctor's office once there. So,
where did you live?
But I lived in Carolina Shores.
Okay.
Calabash.
Oh,
it's
Calabash, seafood, yes.
Lived there. Yeah, for like 5 years we lived there.
Whatever for?
Wasn't my idea.
Huh.
The other half, you know.
Yeah.
And then we went.
Some people do retire there and are very happy.
It wasn't really a retirement, I guess, because I wasn't. My husband's self-employed, so he has an on thing going on.
Okay.
So then we moved back to New York for a while, and then we moved here. So we were back in New York about 2 years. And we're here, I lost count. It's like 6.5 years.
Yeah.
So
I would not mind going back to Florida. I would not mind going back to Texas.
Okay. What part of Florida is it?
I told you before, I lived in Hollywood before.
Oh, so that's right near me.
And I would not mind living in that area. Whether
I'm right off that Pines Boulevard into Hollywood Boulevard. Like I'm west. Let's say you went back to Hollywood, you'd be east. You'd be like 30 minutes from me.
Yeah, I used to live when I was living with my parents for a while, and they lived on Ives Dairy Road, close to 441. And then I would take that to the University of Miami every day in Coral Gables, which was not a bad commute considering other commutes I've had since then. But yeah, I would be okay living with Florida, especially since I still have friends who live there. Very good friend of mine is now in St. Petersburg, and I have other friends who are there. Also, I would not mind living in Texas again because I have friends there. And in both places, I feel a sense of community more than I feel here in Wilmington, because when I came back to Wilmington was just when the pandemic hit and all of this social isolation hit.
So you didn't have a chance to meet people?
Not a lot. I had been here before for a stretch and didn't do well then, and that's why I went to Dallas. And I came back to Dallas because I was very sick and came back to stay with my sister. But I felt more community in Dallas than I did here in Wilmington. I know that I could build community here in Wilmington, and I should. And I should do that wherever it is that I live. because it's my job. It's not anybody else's. But it sort of feels like I have a start in those other places. And I don't have it here.
Well,
Thank you, Freaky.
people are starting to be able to get out again, so hopefully. I mean, you like where I'm living now, you don't have to wear the mask if you've been vaccinated.
I'm still not sure about that. I prefer to err on the side of caution. I know that I'm not going to make anyone sick, but I will wear the mask. I went to the store yesterday. I felt like I was the only one there with a mask on.
Oh, well, over here, most people wear it. I mean, I don't want to wear it outside. Like, you know, if you're outside.
Mm-hmm. And people forget that the reason for the mask is not to keep the infection out, but to keep the infection in if you've got it.
Which one should I do? Which one should I do next?
Yes.
That's
I don't know. What have you got? Oh, I like them both. Are they both Daniel's yarns?
No, these are this is Croissant.
Okay.
No, not that one of the blue ones.
I like the lighter one. No, there was another one. That one. Perhaps.
Good night, Freaky.
Night,
is
Freaky.
Freaky leaving
This
us?
one?
Okay.
The light one.
Yeah, that's a finalist.
Okay.
Let's see the others.
So what do you make?
The light one as well.
And remember, I'm going to put it with this one.
Okay. Are they all matching weights?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your intended final use?
Well, I'm just blending it with this.
I mean, what is it going to be? Just a large blanket?
Yes. This blanket is based on Attic 24. She has a Granny Square blanket tutorial and a pattern for it. If you go to Attic 24, it's on her website.
Okay.
And this is basically, it's about 60 inches wide.
So far?
Yes.
That's a big blanket, yeah. And you're going to continue to make it grow?
So I want it to be like a full-size blanket.
So then, in the end, do you intend to use all of the colors you've been showing us? Or do you intend to just select among those and potentially other colors?
I'm just over 16 deep now. It's about 16 deep now.
Okay.
And all of the ones you see here, I've used up. They're used. They're gone.
Okay.
Already used them up. And they were this size.
Okay. Did you get my last question? For the final product, for the final blanket, do you intend to use all of the yarns that you have shown us?
Yes.
In some sort of an order, or do you intend to use them and others as well, or maybe just some of the ones you've shown us?
No, I'm going to use all of these.
Okay.
And I have more.
So I think that okay. Okay, show me again what you've got. The blanket itself.
Oh, the blanket?
I think you would do okay by doing a darker colorway next, and then After that, a slightly lighter colorway, and after that, a lighter yet
So, hold
colorway.
on.
If you understand where I'm going with that.
Here.
I'm going to
And
call
this
it
is
a
all
night.
just my opinion, and I'm not a designer
Okay,
at
Nancy.
all.
Have a good night.
Bye,
too.
Nancy.
Oh, okay. Who's leaving us? I'm sorry.
I'm going to go.
Nancy.
Nancy's going to go. I have to get
Oh,
up.
okay, Nancy. I'm glad you were here. Thank you for joining
I
us.
felt awake, so I figured I'd come up for a little while and hang out.
Oh, I'm glad you were here. I will talk to you soon.
Keep up the good work.
Bye
Bye
now.
Thanks for hanging out with me. Bye.
Okay.
Bye. I also have
Okay.
this one to hold with it.
I think that's beautiful.
So these are both the wool-like.
Okay. Since you've told me that you are going
So
to
I'm going to
use...
hold these, meaning I'm going to hold those with the others.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Which is
this is my opinion, and I'm not a designer, and I actually know nothing. But I think based on what you're showing me, if you go with the darkest of the colorways that you did show me, and then you go one lighter, and then another one lighter, and then perhaps after that you vary with the lighter and the darker and the lighter and the darker, that you will do well. The one that's in your right hand.
Yeah, but I'm going to hold it. This is what I'm telling you. I'm going to hold it together with this one.
Oh, you're double stranding.
Yes.
Oh, then you're golden. You are golden with that combination.
But I think you're right with this though.
Yes, I think you are golden with that combination. Take it as far as it will take you, and then do one of your darker blues, and then a lighter blue.
Yeah.
And then you can play with different gradations of blue as you go. I'm not a designer, I'm not an artist of any sort, but that's just what I see.
Okay. Oh, so that's what we're doing. We're going with this one and this one.
Okay. It looks like that smaller one, that darker one, it's not going to get you more than one round. Is that true? Or do you think it'll get you two?
I think it'll make probably three rows at least.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Oh, I do hope you will keep us posted on the progress.
Oh yeah.
I think I follow you on Facebook. I'm not sure.
Good grief. Which end do I start with?
For you if I don't. I'm sorry, say again.
Trying to find the end.
That looks like it's a very lightweight yarn you've got there.
Yeah, these are number ones. I'm holding two number ones together.
Number ones. Oh my goodness. I'm afraid to touch those. I'll break them.
Oh, you've got to do it. You've got to do it, David. You've got to dig in.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Didn't always work out so well. But anyway.
Just do it. That's the Nike thing, right? Just do it.
Yeah. No, I prefer the Noel Coward thing. Birds do it, bees do it, even educated fleas do it. Let's do it. Let's fall in love. Don't
What's
make
that
me
from?
start singing.
You're a good singer.
Daniel is tired. I think the mention
Daniel's
of my
about to fall out right now. I can tell.
yeah, the mention of my singing made him start yawning, I think.
No.
He's got to go crawl away because the daylight's coming.
I know.
It's light outside now.
It's 11:38 here, so it's what, 4:38 there?
This is how light it is. Hang on, I'll turn my light off.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so it's beginning to get light there.
That's
Because,
how light
as
I've
I
got my
was
light
saying,
on.
they're a lot farther north than we think they are. Hey, AJ, I'm glad to see you.
AJ's back.
Yay, we love AJ. We're so glad he's here. AJ is my next Monday man. Look for him next Monday. We had a lovely conversation, and I always knew he was a pretty terrific guy already. And I just tried to bring him out because he's also a little shy. So be nice to him. But AJ's great. So
he's shy.
Yeah, not like me. Although actually in person, people are amazed at the difference between my online persona and my real life persona, because in real life, I am sometimes painfully shy. And nobody believes that.
You know, when I get shy, you know what gets me? What when I back off?
Tell me.
Women who are really, really outgoing. That tends to make me kind of go back a little.
No, what?
I don't know. I don't know why.
What do you mean? What traits would you ascribe to women who are really outgoing? Is that outgoing in an offensive way or in a useful way?
Not necessarily offensive, just
bye, Lori.
Bye, Lori.
Oh, bye, Lori. See you soon. Love you much.
Yes. Good night to us and good morning to Daniel. No, I think it's because they can be a bit intimidating. You're like super confident, loud. I don't know.
I can definitely see that. I'm going to post the StreamYard link again if anybody wants to join us. I definitely can see that, Joe, because particularly those of us who grew up with a Southern type of heritage, we revere women. And women are these loving, gentle beings with an iron, strong hand. So to oppose them in any way is really difficult for us.
Yeah, I could see that. But I didn't grow up. I was born in California.
I'm so sorry.
I know, me too. I was born in California, and I was I lived in California, and then I lived in Nevada, and after Nevada, and it is Nevada, by the way, not Nevada. And then we moved back to California because my parents divorced, and my stepdad was in the Air Force. So yeah. So we went to Germany after California.
What a gift that must have been, even if you didn't recognize it at the time.
Yeah, it was definitely a gift. But so I've been all over. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I've been everywhere, man.
So we'll just say you've been around.
Yeah. Yep. I've been around. My mother was a blackjack dealer and my daddy was a truck driver too. So
I hope that was a song reference.
no, that's perfectly real.
That's the truth? Okay.
Give me 5 and AJ's gonna come up in 5.
AJ's going to join us. We love AJ and we welcome him with all our hearts. So yeah.
So I did not grow up in the South, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I've been in Texas a long time, but no, I didn't grow up in the South.
See, I didn't really either. My mother grew up. Actually, both of my parents grew up in North Carolina. My mother was the oldest of 5. On a tobacco farm in the 30s. So she was caring for everything that could move and cooking for them as well. So I got that.
She was the original short order cook.
Something like that. She was actually pretty short too. But also my dad grew up in a mill town in eastern North Carolina, and they both of them, they met in college, which was like for both of them a second stab at, I don't know, a life direction, because my mother had married early, had worked in mill work, and then she had like completed high school like through a correspondence course and then went to college. My dad had done like a couple of years in the military, and it was in the 50s, so there was no conflict going on. So he came back, and so he had the benefits. And they met in college in North Carolina, and that's where we were. And so it sort of hurts me that the college where they met now has another name because it took on the name of a large benefactor. You know how that happens with institutions. But, you know, that Eastern North Carolina history is still there. And,
no, and it's funny because North Carolina, in a way, is still considered a bit Southern.
It's very Southern. It's definitely the south of the Mason-Dixon line. But there are also
that's true.
Really great centers of commerce and education and industry in the South. North Carolina has, well, Charlotte, North Carolina is a big center of finance. There's also the Research Triangle Park, where a lot of science and technology goes on. Ooh, beautiful.
Pretty.
So, you know, as much, there's a lot about North Carolina that I'm ashamed of, but at the same time, I will still keep singing the praises of North Carolina, and I won't bore you any further about it. I mean, do you understand that feeling where you have those mixed emotions about where you're coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Because
all the time.
There are people in North Carolina that make me ashamed to be from North Carolina.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
I know what you're referring to.
North Carolina. I love the coast. I love the central, what they call the Piedmont region, which is the foothills. I love the mountains. and I have friends and family in all of the regions. And frankly, I miss them all because I haven't seen them because of what's going on in the past year. Puppies. Let's talk about puppies. Puppies, puppies, puppies. Okay. So Daniel, tell me something cute, something funny.
I haven't got a clue. I don't know.
What are you
Well,
going
I'm
to do
glad
today,
get a
Daniel?
smile out of you at least, because
What am I going to do today? I'm going to sleep and pack orders up. That's what I'm going to do today.
Let us hope you have many, many orders to pack up, because you did a wonderful job at the Yorkshire Yarn Festival with your 15 minutes of fame there. And I have certainly, and so has Jill, we've both been spreading your name far and wide because we want you to succeed. Yeah.
Well, and he's an award-winning yarn dyer.
Tell me about the award. I had forgotten about that.
There's not really much to say, really. Basically, I got contacted by an award company saying that I'd been nominated for an award in Scotland. So I basically accepted the nomination, and I had to send them like testimonials I'd had, reviews, and anything good that had happened. Oh, hi.
Hey, AJ.
Hey, AJ.
Hello.
Glad to see you. It must be
How's it going?
very. I don't know whether it's very late there, isn't it? Yeah. Or not all that late, because you're 3 hours away.
Quarter to 9.
Yeah.
That's 2 hours earlier than me.
No, I'm outside.
Yeah. I've been on a long time, and I've lost all track of time. So. And I started an hour late because I fell asleep. Yeah. I've been on 9 hours, 46 minutes, and 35 seconds, according to StreamYard. But
you beat your last one, right?
The Mother's Day, I stayed on for roughly 6 hours.
Yeah.
And by the end of it, I was just totally wiped up physically and emotionally, and I just had to retreat. I did an Easter live, and that was 10.5 hours, and my intention is to beat that tonight. And it's funny, every time I do one of these marathon live streams, when I check my YouTube dashboard, which is about as accurate as
a nose wipe.
Yeah, exactly. As a Taco Bell menu reflects Mexican food, but each time I do one of these long live streams, I check my dashboard, and and it looks like I've lost more followers than I've gained. But in the end, it all works out because I hover in terms of followers. I'm not that concerned. I hover within this range of about 10, and sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down, sometimes it goes up and down and up and down, and then that's
range, just YouTube.
Exactly, and then that range sort of slowly moves up. So the lower end of the range moves up, and the upper end of the range moves up, and slowly. And then there's also the YouTube Studio app on my phone, which gives me data that is completely different from what I get when I check the YouTube Studio on the laptop. So who knows what's true? I think that they like it that way, probably. I don't know. So, AJ, tell us something.
I finished the pot holder.
Okay. How's the wifey blanket coming?
It's got since my last live, it's got 6 and like a 10th more rows.
Okay. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So, those of you who do not know AJ, you should, because he's really cool. He's a little shy, so he won't say it, but he's cool. But he does some good work, and he, along with Josh, whom I profiled today, who's known as Combat Crochet. They both do crochet as sort of a mental, a stilling practice, a meditative practice. Some might call it a prayerful practice, because Josh talks openly about using crochet to work with his PTSD issues, and having met some benefit, spreading the word to other veterans who have PTSD issues and helping them with it. And I think that AJ, who is still active military in the Navy, although he doesn't talk about it, I think that sort of stress relief, that meditative practice, is very important to him as well.
Oh, yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. Yep, it is.
Yeah, yeah. Now,
I'm curious, AJ, though. What type of projects do you feel help the most? So is there like a straight, just mindless stuff, with like a blanket, or is there certain things that, or getting into something by detail? Which one really?
I'll probably have to say baby blankets is the most like cathartic for me.
Okay.
Because I can see like them being used. Like the 2 neighbors that I have baby blankets made for them.
And you know where it's going, and it just touches your heart. And
yep.
That's been my experience.
That makes sense.
When I can envision the intended recipient using the object, I think that's great.
I think that's similar to a prayer shawl, where people who do prayer shawls think the same thing. Of course, they pray over them also, but the intended is, you're thinking all this good stuff while you're making it.
Yep.
Jill, I think
thoughts and prayers go into what you're making.
I think that is completely true with things like prayer shawls, where the intentionality is there, no matter how cynical the recipient is, or what that person's level of belief is. The intentionality is still there, and in ways that we cannot measure, it still comes across. And I think there are lots of things that we cannot measure that come across in that way. And it's funny, I've written about this. I am an extremely cynical guy, and sometimes bitter, but I always find myself surrounded by people of great faith. And I don't think that's an accident. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, Jeannie, I do. It's on my About page. Sorry, I'm answering a question real quick. And hi, Miguel.
Yeah.
my about page, it's a PO box.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually at the bottom of all of my videos also.
Yeah, I would encourage everybody to look for Fiber for Lucy because she's fantastic. Also, Daniel, also AJ, and also me.
I was gonna say, I have to make sure I am subscribed to AJ because I cannot remember if I did. Do you know AJ if I did?
I thought you were, but YouTube is weird like that.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we were talking about this thing, and whether it's crochet or knitting or some other craft type of thing as a meditative or prayerful practice, and how it benefits both the person who is doing it and the recipient.
Okay, yeah.
And I've been talking a lot lately with a school friend of mine who is now a Methodist pastor with many years of experience and working on her doctorate. And I think we have entered into this kind of pastoral counseling relationship. And we talk a lot about this kind of thing. And I don't talk about this much on YouTube, online, on stuff, because I'm that snarky guy. I'm the guy who makes the funny comments. But it's there.
I think it's therapeutic is the word too for what we do. Also, therapeutic is not. It's not just the spirit of giving, which is I think what we're talking about too, but therapeutic because there's a sense of accomplishment. Even if you only get one whole row in, you accomplished something today. And I am very that speaks to me. Oh, Jeannie, I know you were upset that you didn't get what you wanted on that, but you don't have to do that. But I know she got furls hooks and she was not happy with what she got. She was talking about that the other day.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I am really loving them though. I am loving them because I have fairly big hands, okay? And they're starting to, the knuckles are getting big. You can see here my knuckles are getting big. And they're starting to turn just a little bit. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, it's hard to see from here, but they're starting to turn a little bit too. But the way that the furls hit me here is perfect. It's perfect. And I'm a knife hold.
I'm hoping the furls have my hands as well.
Yeah.
Say that again, Daniel.
I'm hoping the fowls have my hands because I've got Raynaud's disease.
What's that?
Right, me too. Raynaud's disease?
Yeah.
Raynaud's disease is a sensitivity to most commonly is a sensitivity to hot and cold. But it also can be where, like, I have to use a gripper. I have one of these. I would suggest you get one of these, Daniel. Because I have no grip. I cannot get a grip, okay? What can I say? But just what you do. Whenever you're sitting here thinking when you're not doing stuff, maybe just cruising along on the web or whatever, and then I just switch. And I do it with my elbow in, and then I will do it with my arm out because it's different. With the arm out extended, it'll be a different feel. Okay, it's different than being in this way.
So tell me more about this disorder then.
The Raynaud syndrome.
Yeah,
It's a type of arthritis. But if I pick up a frozen package of hamburger meat, I can't hold it for very long because it just literally hurts.
Very painful.
It hurts. It stings.
Is that because
So
of
it's a
the
bit-
temperature?
The temperature causes a reaction. It's mostly cold, but it can be to heat too. So if you put your hand into something too hot, you know, you can. Some people get pain from that too.
It's very painful and very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes my hand, it makes my fingers swell up as well.
Yeah.
I did not know.
But you know
anything about
that is also a side effect from the fibromyalgia.
Mm-hmm.
And so I need to get back on my strict diet. Hey AJ, I need to be on the Fat Girl program is what I need.
No.
Stop talking like that. No.
That's what they call it in the military.
I
Right?
don't care what they call it in the military. Stop
They call it the
talking.
Fat Boy or the Fat Girl program.
Yeah, well, we see.
No.
And it is. I don't know if they still do that. Do they still do that? Like you have like a certain amount of time to lose it?
They do. It's called something else though. It's I don't know off the top of my head. I would have to look it up.
Yeah.
It's probably a politically correct thing now too.
Definitely.
I don't think there's any reason to use that kind of terminology because I think everyone is beautiful and I think that everyone needs to be at the body state where they are happy and not where other people want them to be.
My main thing is I try to walk every day. If I walk every day, it makes the dog happy. It makes me happy because I get outside, and then it causes better circulation.
Well, that
So
sounds great. That sounds
So
like
that's
a
like-
wonderful life for all of you.
Yeah, that's my main focus, and that's like I was telling you about getting a mascot. I want to get one that will go walking with us.
Oh. Have I seen a picture of your dog?
Mm-hmm. Duke?
Yeah. Can you show me again?
Sure. Can't believe you forgot my boy.
Oh, please. I have a mind like a sieve.
I can
I
see
can't
that
believe you're
now.
expecting me to remember anything. I forgot I was going to have this live stream. I fell asleep and somebody had to wake me up. And I started it an hour late.
Wait. Okay, you got to see this one.
Puppy.
Hold on. Here we go. Let me.
Oh, no. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, let's.
Okay, now wait. Here we go. There he is, laying on my floor right next to me there. You're trying to make me big, aren't you?
I'm trying to make you, but you know, I'm not that experienced with StreamYard, so I'll just go back to the standard thing. Except I can't.
Okay, here we go. Oh, that's not him. That's Carrie Ann. Okay, hold on.
Let's see if
What
that
the heck happened?
No, that's me.
Okay, now let me see.
Okay, that's not working on there, so I'll go back. Okay. There we go.
What happened? This is not working properly.
What, the phone?
Puppy.
Oh, he looks so good.
He is totally in sleep mode.
Yeah.
That's a dog's job about 99% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
He was twitching.
Oh, I miss having a dog.
Mhm.
Everyone
His
tells me
tongue
I
was
need to get one.
tongue was hanging out. They're so funny when they do that.
Mm. Oh,
Okay, there we go.
oh, he's so cute.
Oh, puppy.
Okay, yeah. I want one. I will probably have one before the summer is over, one way or another.
I do not have a K hook yet, Jeannie. I don't have a K hook yet in the furls.
Okay, I recommend. I have a Clover K hook, and I highly recommend that. I only have, as far as furls go, by coincidence, I have 2 furls hooks. One was a giveaway prize. One was a gift. Both of them are the same
that's
size,
Carrie.
and I love them. Actually, I love using them, but they're the same size.
That's my nurse.
I
Gorgeous
like
puppy.
that photo. That's beautiful.
That's Sailor.
Jeannie.
Okay, what am I missing in the chat? I hate to miss things in the chat, because then 6 weeks later someone will say, well, you didn't notice me.
Yeah, I have pictures of Daniel's yarn.
Oh my God, Daniel has such beautiful yarns.
That was when
He really does. I wish I had his talent with colors and his eye.
it's all going down now.
So
That's a good thing.
I think that's a good thing if you're selling more yarn.
It is a good thing. But that means I have more work to do to restock it.
Well, that's what you signed up for, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's a very good thing. I want you to sell lots and lots of yarn, and I hope that I can help in that effort. And by the way, people, Daniel helped me.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you. I appreciate that very much.
Oh, did I miss a comment? I'm sorry.
She's going to send me that K hook.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's lovely.
See, they messed up her order too. She had problems with her order. David, this is my pattern.
Okay. Okay.
Ooh.
That one is in DK.
Cool. Cool. So, I like that very much.
Oh yeah.
It's lovely.
So we'll have to trade.
So what was I starting to say? So
you were talking about the hooks. You said you use which sizes most?
No, I have 2 furls hooks. One was a gift and one was a giveaway prize. And by coincidence, they're both I 5.5. And I love using them both. So I don't really want to part with either of them. But I have not actually parted with money to buy any other sizes. But it's not that high on my list of priorities right now. I was also saying that Daniel has amazing yarns, and he is offering a kit with his yarns and one of my patterns. The Alicia shawl, if you have seen it, and if you haven't, then look at my Ravelry store. And I think that it would work up extremely well with one of his yarns. So we're working together in that way. And otherwise, I cannot sing his praises highly enough. I am waiting for the delivery of the yarns that I ordered from him, and I, might have to have a moment alone when they arrive because they're so beautiful.
No, I don't at the minute, Jeannie. I want to get some, but not yet.
He's got to have enough yarn sold so he could buy yarn to dye.
Exactly.
Yep.
You have to have cash out before you can put cash in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if I have anything that you don't have, Daniel.
So, I mean, that's one reason I proposed the pattern idea, because I don't care about getting anything from the pattern, but if it helps him, then I think it's a great thing. So, and I think his yarns are of the kind that would really work up beautifully in that particular pattern.
Mm-hmm. I'll have to try. Hang on a sec. Let me see. Oh. They're not very far away.
What you got there?
Oh, my yarn. He's secretly my marketer.
Well, I've talked about trying to organize some sort of a stateside outlet for your yarns.
Is this DK?
No, that's Finger M.
This is the 80-10-10. This is the MCN.
Yeah, so that's a little bit
This is bougie.
That's quite nice.
This is Industrial Revolution.
I don't actually have that in stock. I need to restock that.
That's what I was trying to say. Was I wonder if I had any of yours that you don't have. So I've got 2 of those. And then this is Anniversary caked up. I don't know if you've seen it caked up.
It's lovely.
Nice.
That's sold out now. Yeah, it's sold out now. Oh, seaweed.
I love it.
Lovely colors.
Isn't that one pretty?
That's beautiful. So Proverbs is asking, what purples do you have?
I'm just looking. I don't actually have any 100-gram skeins of purple.
So tell us again, 100 grams would be approximately how many meters?
425 approximately.
For DK weight, or?
No, that's for Finger M. What one's that? Oh, Tiana.
This is Tiana.
I think I sold out of that one too.
This is Princess and the Frog.
Yeah, I sold out of that one too.
I think you have some of this one though.
Yeah, I have some of that one.
Oh, that's a pretty one too. I would love to see how that works up.
Why is the light so bad in here?
I don't think he's got this one worked up yet. This is Belle.
What's the name of it?
Belle of the Ball.
Oh, Belle of the Ball. Yeah.
Beauty and
I
the
would
Beast.
love to see that worked up. On that, is that a DK weight?
No, that's fingering.
Oh, come on.
See, I need to make an order so I can make some socks out of that stuff.
I like birthday cake. Hang on, I'll grab.
Yeah. Yeah, AJ, isn't this stuff glorious?
Oh yeah.
AJ, I feel like you and I share this thing where we come from this background of bargain yarns, and we're seeing all these beautiful things, and we're going, oh my God, I want it all.
Yep.
AJ, do you knit also?
I'm slowly learning.
Cool.
Mm. That's pretty. Yes, I saw that.
You got the
I got the sparkle.
That's sparkle.
Yeah. Now you know which one I want you to show them.
Yes, I know what one you want me to show them.
This one has some purple.
I don't have that one in stock either. That's another popular one.
What's the name of that one, Jill?
This is Heart of the Ocean.
Oh, I think it's beautiful.
There it is. Bam.
That's a good color scheme.
Even seeing it in photos, I am just knocked back because it's so beautiful.
Is that Ice Queen?
Yes.
Okay.
I have loads of that one.
Okay. Back to my yarn. Back. My yarn. Oh,
and I don't know.
Isn't that stunning? Yes.
Oh, mermaid. That one sold out too.
And it's on sparkle.
Mm. So yes, we want.
Did you?
Be great.
It's real easy to do. My cowl knit video. It's real easy to do.
Right, I think Jeannie wanted to see some purple yarn. Was it Jeannie? Yeah, what purple yarns do you have?
Well, by coincidence, my yarn has purple in it.
Yeah, David. I've got these DK mini sets.
That's pretty. I haven't got mine yet.
That's quite nice, yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to check the tracking for it, Jill. And
tell her what that one was.
That's the Wisteria DK mini set.
Yeah, I haven't got that one. It's on the way.
Then I've got this one.
Is that the new one?
Yeah, that's the new one. That's the Wisteria.
One of those coming too.
It's on sparkle.
I sort of think, just from having observed this one virtual yarn fest, that having this declared theme. Oh, look at Jill! Oh my God! I wish I had that much yarn that I could hold to my bosom like that.
A screenshot. And I've got stuff in my bag.
But I was thinking, with the
what is that one?
What?
Hades.
I love that.
Hades. That one is gorgeous.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Who was it who was asking for purple?
Jeannie.
Oh, that's beautiful too.
They go well together, actually.
They would be pretty together. But see, that other one has got more cranberry in it.
Mm-hmm. I think actually all three of these would go well together.
Oh, look at that. That's a fade.
And it's interesting.
That's a fade.
When you think about that in terms of knit patterns as opposed to crochet patterns, it's extremely different. Although I can see creating beautiful things with those yarns. But the way that you're talking about interchanging them when knitting, and I will admit, I have said many times, knitting is a mystery to me. I just don't understand it. I'm probably never will. But oh,
See
Jill
how
has
I've-
the hat. Yeah.
That's in my yarn.
And I faded that in.
That's awesome.
I still want more screen time with my yarn.
This wants his yarn. He wants his yarn. Oh.
It's my live stream after all.
Oh, then that's Jill's yarn, I think.
Oh, and I have this one too, which does not have a name.
That was from your.
That's pretty.
That doesn't have a name. I think they're just mini skeins that I dyed up. That's Jill's yarn.
I think that's pretty.
So that's David's skein. That's Jill's skein.
I do have from one of my testers another version of it.
Ooh.
Oh, that's nice.
That's a nice color scheme, isn't it, AJ?
Now,
Oh, yeah.
now, Jill, I cannot knit, but I want one of those hats.
I need to put this one up.
There's no question about it.
I wish
Wait a
I was
minute,
fast.
Daniel.
I would make. Oh, that would be pretty.
Yeah.
Did you get one of my Christmas boxes, Jill?
The Advent, yes.
No, not an Advent. Last year I did a Christmas box. No. This was the yarn that was in it.
What's that one called?
Christmas cookie. I found it while I was sorting all my yarn out.
Because I was gonna say I don't think I've seen that one. That would make one of these a pretty one of these.
I think that's cute.
And then I have it. I have a picture from a tester in worsted weight.
Oh, that's HDs, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like Daniel. I actually prefer it in the fingering.
Yeah, I think I prefer it in the fingering.
But I was talking about the fade is the reason I brought the hat out, because I did, and fading is kind of what I'm doing with this too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is crochet, and those colors are totally fading.
It looks really good.
So it can be done. It just depends on the yarn and the way that it plays.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you saw, AJ, if you wanted to do socks, I do have sock sets as well. That are designed specially for socks.
Mm-hmm. I always say that knitting is such a mystery, and there's so much more to achieve with crochet that I'm okay.
We've got that one. So that would be the main there. That would be the cuff and the heels if you wanted. And then that one.
Lemon lime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my son would love the lemon lime.
Merida.
Merida from Brave.
Mm-hmm. And then Kingfisher. That's all the sock sets I have. I'm selling out of yarn.
That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, that wall does look a lot thinner than it did.
Mm-hmm. It does, doesn't it?
That's wonderful. I'm so glad.
all of this yarn. Oh God, I dropped one.
Yay, Jeannie's starting to knit.
Is getting packaged up tomorrow.
Yeah?
Oh my goodness
That's
gracious.
awesome.
Going to London?
Yeah, all that yarn was from tonight's live.
Cool.
Awesome.
Mm.
I do have some socks on the needle.
I'm gonna hop down. My laptop is dying.
Oh.
Okay. I'm
See you
glad
later.
you're here, AJ. We
Bye.
always welcome you.
Thanks for letting me come up.
Of course. Okay, we now have 3 people. That's good. And I'm going to post the StreamYard link.
What
again.
yarn's that, Jill?
It's one of Donna's.
Oh, okay.
Before I met you.
Because I saw that Donna. I wanted to get Donna's Wizarding Mystery Club this month.
Right.
And then I went on her Etsy and it said, "Oh, doesn't ship to the UK." So I sent them a message and I said, "Oh, do you not ship to the UK? Because it won't let me on your Etsy." And she said she sorted it out, but I went on it and it wasn't sorted out, so I don't know.
Okay.
It's called
Unbelievable.
Professor Trelawney.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And
This
it's
shop, I'll show it on the thingy.
the MCN.
This was knitted in that yarn, in her yarn too.
Yes, I made that.
Jill made this. I love it.
And the lighter color is Love on the Rocks, but I can't remember the other color.
But you can't see it really. Oh yeah, you can. It's like purple.
Very deep, deep purple.
Mm. Lovely. That's a very nice colour. But I do like quite a lot of can't remember Donna's colours.
Donna's got beautiful yarn. She really
Mhm.
does. She's got a real knack for color. And if she has something in mind, like theme-wise, she's really good with a theme, you know. But I can't show you because I'm about to turn the heel is where I'm at.
Uh-huh.
And I just need to sit down and do it.
I got quite far with my blanket tonight, actually.
You were working a lot on that. Thank you.
Like I was before tonight, I was here.
Ah.
I was all the way up here, up by the green, and I did all of that.
Have
Cool.
you been up all night?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I have your wedge paid bookmark for next payday, Daniel. For
Oh.
or two. Oh, thank you, AJ.
Mm. I think it's absolutely brilliant to introduce people like Daniel and AJ, who might not otherwise be introduced.
Yeah, exactly.
Where'd you go, Jill?
I think she went to put her bag away.
I'm in my hallway.
Is that a euphemism?
Speaking of socks, the next ones I want to do, which may get done before those do, who knows? But the next socks that I want to do.
Oh, they're pretty.
I like those colors.
This is mustache yarn.
Uh-huh.
A Texas dyer. And she dyes her yarn so that they are completely exactly the same.
Wow.
Buy them. It comes in two like this. It's 100 grams, but it comes as 50 gram, and she makes the stripes exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
So both socks will be identical. Mustache yarn.
Wow.
That's one reason I've resisted doing socks, is because trying to match things up.
With hand-dyed yarn, especially, unless the dyer has specifically said these will be exactly the same, they won't be the same. Regardless how you do it, they won't be exactly the same. Not unless you're willing to waste a load of the yarn.
So, do you recognize the colors at all, David?
Me?
What do they remind you of? Anything?
Florida Seminoles?
Oh, I remember you showing me that yarn now. I thought it was familiar.
I remember that book as a kid. I love that kind of kitty lips. But I have never seen it paired up like that.
It's my favorite book.
I remember with my partner.
I have all three.
Cool. With my partner, ex-partner now, we were walking along, and we walked into a bookstore, and I found The Pokey Little Puppy, which was
golden
my favorite book when I was a child, and I had a meltdown. And then,
when you saw it after you were older, you saw it?
Oh, honey, I was in my 50s, but he gave me that book for Christmas.
Oh.
And I still can't talk about it.
I know. Those are the moments, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a golden book. There's a lot of people that are collecting the golden books, and I think that they are out. I don't remember if it was Michael I saw those. Michael's is carrying some of them now.
Mm-hmm. And some of the young people don't recognize the impact.
Yeah. Yeah. My daughter used to have a Chelsea. She used to have a little cart, and the cart had blocks in it. Okay. So all these blocks fit down inside this little wooden cart, this little wagon. So she took all the blocks out, and she stacked all her little golden books in there.
Mm-hmm.
She would carry around her little wagon full of golden books.
I wish I had some of those.
What pattern are you using, Jeannie?
The very first dog or book I remember as a child was called Go Dogs Go.
Oh, that was my favorite.
It was about dogs and race cars. And hello, it was just amazing to me. I don't even remember what it said, but just the fact of it was amazing to me.
Red car,
So, what?
blue car, red car, blue car.
Not sure
I was trying to remember
that, but yeah. And Daniel is totally confused because he was born in like what, 2020. So
I'm not young.
But yeah, pay respect to your elders.
We're talking about Dr. Seuss.
Mm-hmm.
Did you read Go Dog Go?
No.
Probably never heard of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what were your readers over there?
Cat in the Hat.
Okay.
Green Eggs and Ham.
I remember that one.
I made you hungry, didn't I, David?
I'm always hungry.
I can't remember anymore.
But what are the like readers, like books that you grow up with? Everybody grows up reading when they go to school.
I'd probably.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't actually know. I can't think. Probably because I'm tired and my brain doesn't want to work.
Does anybody in the room remember Henry and Rigsby?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to love those books. There were these series of children's fiction books that taught lessons, and I loved them. And they were amazing. I wish I had them now. Henry and Rigby.
Wasn't Henry a dog, or which one was the dog?
Rigby. But he would always learn through the dog. And there were
I was going to say that's also Beverly Cleary. I was thinking it was.
I loved Beverly Cleary. Oh,
that's what the mouse and the. That's what the mouse and the what's her name? Beezus.
Beezus, yes. Oh my God, I loved her. Oh, I can't remember, but
oh, that's funny.
I can't tell you how
Freckle Juice.
I learned about
see what Jeannie said
about the world. What's that?
Freckle Juice.
Freckle. I don't know that reference.
Uh-oh, buffering.
I'm sorry, AJ.
But I'm going to go and get some sleep because I'm absolutely shattered.
You really need some sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Go sleep.
It's 20 to 6 in the morning.
Message me when you wake up.
I will.
If you can remember. But I'm so thankful you were here for me. I mean, this long. I mean, it's been a long time.
Mm-hmm. But it was lovely being here anyway.
Good night, Daniel.
Night. Night,
Get
everyone.
some sleep.
I will.
Bye.
Bye.
I should go soon too, because I have to go to the chiropractor tomorrow.
Oh, Jeremy. I have seen so many YouTube videos about chiropractors that, you know, you
Good
get
or
to
bad?
the point where, yes, you get to the point where you don't know whom to trust. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, is this when nobody's doing, or does he not? You know, who knows?
I go to one who is a specialist. It's it's called the Gonstead method, is what he uses.
Mm-hmm. I've heard of that method.
And they go to a little bit more training after they get through with their chiropractor school to learn how to be one for.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going tonight to bed too, Jeannie?
So, my loving and attentive sister has not replenished my supply of refreshments, so I have just a few potato chips over there. Much sadness ensues.
But you made it for almost 11 hours.
I'm not going. I am not going anywhere. I'm gonna stay here for a while, and I hope that people will stay with me.
I'll stay just a little bit longer.
Well,
is there anything else you want to talk about?
Winning Lotto numbers. But I don't expect you to share them publicly, just with me privately. No, actually, no, it's been lovely having you up here. But
I'm really happy I got a new laptop, and I'm really happy that this worked out with the sound, everything. I had an issue, just so you know. I didn't do my live. It wasn't this week, but last week.
Mm-hmm.
I had gone to Carrie's, and I logged into her Wi-Fi and everything, and we checked the camera. The camera looked good. Everything was fine. I had no sound. Couldn't get it to work. Couldn't do anything. We went on vacation, so I just dropped just turned everything off and put it in a bag and left it at her house, and then I brought it home with me. And when I hooked it up here, I thought everything would be fine. When I hooked it up here at home, no sound, no nothing. It wouldn't play YouTube videos at all. And I'm like, what is wrong with my internet? So went in there and turned everything off, and then turned it all back on, and unplugged everything and plugged everything back in, reset the whole works, the whole house and everything. Still wouldn't play. Wouldn't do anything. What in the heck? So when Mr. Fiber came home, and I told him it took him about 2 hours, and he worked on it, and he worked on it, and he kept doing research, and he finally said, you know what? Something has changed with the computer. It's the computer that changed. And I said, okay, but what? And he says, well, tell me what you did. And it always gets me when he says that. It's like all my fault. What do you mean, what did I do? But I just went through what I just said to you. And he says, oh, the sound. So he says, okay. So he went and he looked it up. Turns out that when the sound card, somehow the sound card got turned off.
Mm-hmm.
So he uninstalled it and reinstalled it with the drivers for it. When he reinstalled it, it went, oh, look, I have new stuff. Let me do all this. And it did all this stuff and all my sound was back. Guess what? Videos played.
Oh, that sounds good. So in the end, you found a solution.
It was
even
related.
Though it was really painful in the moment.
It was driving me crazy all day, but it was related to the sound. And I would not have thought that the video playing was related to the sound.
It can be in some cases, and but not all cases. Anyway, I have to step away for a minute, so keep them entertained, Jill, for a few minutes.
Let's see what Jeannie was saying here. Oh, and Dina's still here. I'm not sure if I can't see how many people are actually in the chat because my screen doesn't tell me that. But I see Jeannie is here and Dina is here. And not sure if anybody else is here or not. AJ was here. Might have dozed off. We have had a ton of rain today. And Mr. Fiber and I went out and got our snacks earlier to see if our road was covered up or not, the dirt road. Oh, there he is. 14 and 24. What's that mean? Hi, Liz. She's still here. Oh, there's 24. Really? Cool. There's some night birds or morning people. One of the two, whatever time it is. Liz, you're in California, aren't you? So it's earlier there. Yep. But we went and checked the road, and our road was not covered with water. So that means I can go in the morning too. Although I don't think I got my, and Michelle's still here. I usually get a prompt that tells me I have an appointment, and I don't think I got that. Maybe I don't have an appointment tomorrow. Maybe it's not till Wednesday. Who is that talking? I cannot remember his name, Liz. Sorry. Gary? Is that right? Is that Liz's husband's name? Liz's husband, what is his name? Gary? Do you remember? I'm going to freak out if I got that right.
Okay.
I got it right.
I missed? Did you?
Y'all don't think I pay attention, do you?
We always think you pay attention. You're a wonder.
Oh, I had that issue not long ago. Guess what it... Oh, David, you know what I learned how to do?
What's that?
Hold on. Oh.
I always tell other people to keep the chat going if I have to step away. Oh my goodness. Is that a... Oh my... That is a basket stitch granny square?
No.
What?
No.
What?
It's corner to corner.
That's corner to corner?
Yeah, I've got two rounds of around the outside of it. Yeah, it's corner to corner.
Wow.
I am so
I
excited about learning that.
Generally speaking, I'm not usually a big fan of corner to corner, but I think that's beautiful.
Oh, you're an hour ahead, Dina. And Jeannie is an hour ahead.
It's 12:53 here in Eastern North Carolina.
Mm-hmm. See, it's almost midnight here. And then AJ
Oh.
said it. No, Liz said it's 10 there. She's on the West
happy
Coast.
that AJ is still with us.
How do I remember any of this stuff?
Same way
I can't remember. I can't remember crap when I need to.
Exactly. That's exactly how it works. So I just posted the StreamYard link again for anyone who wants to join us.
Anybody? Anybody? What's that from?
Or that's sort of like Ferris Bueller.
There you go. It's my 80s.
I'm not nearly as cool
Thank
as
you.
Ferris Bueller was.
I know.
I mean,
he totally rocked that whole I don't care attitude.
I know. I wish I had that kind of I don't care attitude. Like I can do anything.
I know.
I mean, especially when I was that young.
You know, really, we can.
Of course,
you just have
we
to do it.
can. We just don't realize it.
I know.
And that is a big limitation for almost all of us from our upbringing, where we don't realize what we can do, and we doubt the things that we can do.
Mr. Fiber always says we have to get out of our own way.
I think that is completely true. Okay. Oh, hi, Life Talk with Liz. I'm glad to see you. Okay, it's let's see, what is it? It is almost 1 a.m. here.
And you started at what time? What time did you start?
I started at 2. I meant to start at 1, but I fell asleep, and then people were calling me and saying what's going on. So I rushed into it, and I got, and then I started a little later. Okay, here's another person coming up. Hello.
There she is. There she is.
Hi.
So I started at 2 Eastern, even though I intended to start at 1, because I fell asleep, and it was only because people were calling me on the phone and saying
he got woke up.
Going on.
I am so excited about learning this. So excited.
That's lovely. I think that's wonderful. I want to see what you do with that.
So it was Carrie that taught me. Carrie the Yarny Elephant.
Not surprising. Not surprising. She's lovely.
Let's see if
so, bro,
you guys are really close together.
Tomorrow.
Oh,
okay.
look.
Somebody has an echo going on.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Let me make sure it's not me. I'm on my phone.
Oh no, she locked us.
She'll be right back.
But anyway, yeah, so as I was saying, I started at 2 because people were calling me and saying, what is going on? Because I had completely overslept my intention of starting at 1. So, and there we are again. Okay. Let's make sure that works. There she goes.
So see, I have
Oh,
I have one more spot right here for it.
Oh, that's cool.
okay. I'm gonna send it to you tomorrow because I noticed when you did your video when you was talking about it, you didn't mention you had a 6.5. So
No,
I'm gonna send it out tomorrow.
That is so sweet of you.
Of course, no problem. I don't like them.
You don't?
6.5.
No, she doesn't like the furls.
No, I ordered it and I didn't like it.
Oh, furls as a
Yeah,
brand, you don't like them?
She's. Did you tell me that it hit you funny here?
No, it's the plastic, the material is made of. When I try to crochet with it, I'm used to Susan Bates or Clovers, and that one I don't like the way, like, I don't know, I didn't like it. I didn't like the way I can crochet with it. It kind of like was slow for me, like, so.
You don't like the way it slides on the yarn?
I was like, oh God, thank God I didn't buy
the whole set.
No.
Yeah. And somebody was telling me to be careful with them. They said,
yeah,
if you drop
I
these.
was gonna get a set, but I said, let me just one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think the way it looks like it'll break easy, but they do have lifetime warranty.
Okay.
You know that, right?
I did
So
not.
if it breaks,
read
you can
that
email them,
anywhere.
and then yeah, it has a lifetime warranty. I have to check the box. I know when I read it, and someone did a live and was talking about it when they first came out. They actually work for furls, and they said they have lifetime warranty. So
Okay.
you can check it out on their website.
I had a handmade hook that was sort of hand blown glass. It was really, really beautiful. I was afraid to buy it because it was so fragile, but my partner bought it for me. And then a year or two later, I dropped it on the floor and it broke, not surprisingly.
Oh.
So I messaged the company and they said, oh, yes, we'll fix it. Just send it back at your expense with a $10 fee. And I'm going, okay, that's not exactly what I understood from the warranty. So I haven't done anything. It was a lovely hook. It was a lovely memory. And I've moved on. A hook is a hook.
You know, somebody was talking about, I think it was Tank. She was talking about, I love crochet. I think she was talking about a look-alike on Amazon, and I did look at those. They're called divots.
Mm-hmm.
And they were wooden, and they're shaped just like this, but they were wooden, and they're like less than half the price.
Yeah, I did check that out.
Oh, there's Daniel.
Oh my goodness, Daniel, you're still here?
He's tucking in. He's getting himself tucked in to sleep. We're going to put him to sleep.
I need to go to sleep myself, actually. I don't think I can last all that much longer. I've been here for, what does it say, about 11 hours.
Do you Jeannie, do you remember when Madonna did hers? Didn't they kick her out after 12?
I don't remember.
She did
But
it.
I know there's people that have done long lives. I didn't know you was on that long, David. Wow.
I started at 2 p.m. Eastern. I meant to start at 1, but I fell asleep. And then people were calling me and saying, what's going on? So I'm going, it's past the time. So I started at 2 rather than 1. And now it looks like I have 11 hours and just a few minutes, whatever. So I have exceeded the length of the longest marathon I've done before, which is good because
you
I'm
should see
here.
my floor.
Your floor?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't care. I would fall asleep on it. It doesn't matter.
I might.
Especially if there's a puppy there. But
I know. I wish.
Yeah.
Oh yeah! Look at there.
Oh my goodness gracious! Look at that.
Oh.
Ah.
Yarn and puppies.
Oh my God! Is there anything better? Yarn and puppies. Oh my goodness.
Nope, there's nothing better.
I would agree. There is nothing better. Yarn and puppies. So anyway, I meant to start this thing at 1 p.m. today, but I fell asleep, and then at 2 o'clock, I was awakened by what I think was like the third or fourth phone call from someone saying, "Where the heck are you?" So I had to get up and get this thing started. And honestly, I have had a lovely time. I really do enjoy doing these things as long as I have the energy to do them.
You're pretty
you might
wiped
recall,
out.
I'm sorry?
You're pretty wiped out.
I'm rather tired. You might recall when I did the Mother's Day live, I intended to stay on longer, but because of the emotional nature of the day, plus the whole work of staying up and focusing is hard. I don't know what people think focusing is, but focusing is hard.
And it's hard to talk this long. It really is.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
People don't realize it's a lot of work because you're on. You're on. So and that's a long time to be talking.
And I have good friends who have online presences who find this sort of thing intimidating because they don't know how to present themselves at such great length. And
well, if you are being yourself, you will be okay.
Exactly. But so many of us don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
So many of us learn that that's not okay. And we have to relearn how to be ourselves and how to present ourselves. And I consider myself very fortunate that I can do that now. I'm not in a situation where I am like financially destitute, although
limited, maybe, huh?
Limited is a better word, but I can present myself as I am and as I was before, as it was in the beginning, as it is now, and ever shall be. But
till the end of time.
Exactly.
Isn't that how it goes?
World when without
forever
end.
and ever, amen.
Amen. Yeah.
Okay, that's our morning prayer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It is morning where I am.
Oh,
It's
that's good.
1:08.
It's morning where I am too.
So yeah, that's our morning prayer.
Oh, that's funny.
That's funny.
Hail Mary, full of grace. Help me find a parking place.
Yeah. Well, I grew up Presbyterian. We didn't say that, so it was like.
That's what my dad always used to say.
Yeah.
He still does
that's a good one.
sometimes, but he always gets the front. See, he doesn't say it anymore because he's got that tag.
I could use.
So he doesn't say that anymore.
Yeah.
He always gets the front space.
It's funny because I have done so much church music in so many different churches, and my primary observation is that the differences within the denomination are wider quite often than the differences between the denominations. You know, each denomination has its own very wide range of whatever you want to find. But if you want to go denomination hopping, you're gonna find the same thing from one denomination to another.
Well, I always say they all believe in God. Is that what it is?
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of them worship a book rather than a god, but I'm not going to get into that.
Now, see, you're getting into two areas you shouldn't be getting into.
Exactly. That's why I'm deflecting the
politics and the religion. That'll get you.
Exactly.
That's just what I was. As being
puppies. Back to puppies. Puppies.
Now, where's the shirt?
What shirt?
That needs to go in your deal. The shirt. Puppies.
I don't know.
Puppies.
I don't have a puppy shirt. I have
in your Etsy.
I have quite a few shirts on my Etsy store that feature the beautiful logo that Daniel came up with, but as far as shirts, I'm a little lost. It is late and I'm
go to bed.
Totally
lost. I'm going to leave now because I need to leave now.
Well, I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta get up in 4 hours. So.
Oh, it was nice to see you, Jeannie.
I'm totally glad that the both of you joined me, and I'm actually going to go to bed myself because it has been a long day. But
good night, everybody.
Thank you all.
Good night, everybody. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, David. Bye, Jill.
I appreciate it.
Daniel, I didn't realize you were still here in the chat. I'll message you in a second.
Okay.
And thank you.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate you letting me be here.
Of course. I've
and
always
we'll get together and you can help me set up. You can help me set up the StreamYard and then I can bring you up on mine.
StreamYard is easy. So we'll talk.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Have fun today.
I am so tired. I really do need to go to bed. I'm so sorry. I wanted to last a lot longer, but it is what it is. I've only been online about 11 hours, but I really need to go to bed. And so I'm going to end this. And there we